How's it going, guys? It's Sam here. Welcome back to another video. Now, there's no clickbait. This is an entire agency from scratch masterclass from start to finish. And just to make this more interesting, I've not used any of my past case studies, any of my past results. I've literally started a marketing agency from scratch, and in the entirety of this masterclass, you're going to see me create the agency, you're going to see me outreach for new clients, and you're going to see me close a new client in the entirety of this YouTube video. This is going to be a long one, so what I've done is I've broken down this video into a few sections so it's easy for you to follow along. What I'm also going to try and do is I'm going to try and timestamp the different sections within this video down below so you can see as you're going through what sections are coming up. And if you enjoyed this video, all I ask is that you subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm going to post more content just like this. In fact, if you let me know down below what it is that you want to see next, I'll make sure to include that in my plans for future uploads. And lastly, yes, this is a long video, but this is actually part of a two-part series that I'm going to do. The first part is going to be the acquisition side. So that's going to be starting the agency, crafting our offer, and closing our first client. And the second part of the video is going to be the delivery side. We're actually going to build the ads, and I'm going to document that entire process and post that on YouTube as well, if you want to. So make sure you like the video and comment down below if you want to see that next. So before we go any further, let's break down the sections that are coming up inside of this video. Section number 1 is going to be creating our agency. So that's coming up with the name, building the website, creating the logo, all of that stuff. Section number 2 is going to be the offers and pricing. So we're going to come up with the pricing for our product, and we're also going to create a really great offer that we can use later down the line. Section number 3 is going to be cold outreach. You're going to see my scripts, and you're also going to see me find leads, source leads, and you're also going to see me cold call those leads to book meetings. Section number 4 is going to be my second acquisition strategy, which is going to be a paid ads acquisition strategy. And to make this even more interesting, I've done this with a very, very small budget of just a couple $100s. So you're going to see me set up the campaign, build the funnels, build the ads, and generate those calls into my diary. And lastly, section number 5 is the sales section. You're going to see me walk through my exact sales process, and you're also going to see live recordings from my sales calls where I actually close the clients. And obviously, this is a course taken from my local ads accelerator. So if you do want to find out more about working directly with myself and joining a really, really great community to help you grow your advertising business, I will leave a link down below. Otherwise, let's jump into the first section where we create our agency. How's it going, guys? In this video, we're going to talk about like branding, agency branding and naming. So a lot of people join this group and I see then their business name and it means nothing, right? So I'm going to kind of walk you through the idea behind the brand that I've chosen and why I've done that, but also a couple things about branding and what matters. So there's kind of two types of brands you can choose to do, and there's no right or wrong answer here. It just depends on what you resonate more with and what you choose to do with yourself and your business. But you've got personal brands and then you've got business brands essentially. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with personal brands. When I first started, I was kind of just self-titled. I just had a page that said Sam Darby Consulting, and I kind of focused on my personal brand and I got clients that way, and I had a very personal connection. Now, I actually think when you're first starting out, a personal brand, if anything, can be easier because you build a personal relationship with your clients, and they know you and they choose to work with you. And obviously, the downside to this is that you're kind of tied in. You're kind of tied into that, like people hire you because of you and they don't hire you because of the product or brand, right? Of course, you can get out of this stage, and once you get to a certain size, you can rebrand, you can start hiring, and that's totally fine. So you can do branding or you can do business brands. So this one's pretty self-explanatory. You would just operate as your own name, essentially, and it might be your name and then hyphen. So it could be, for example, Sam Darby Meta marketing, for example, right? Like, it doesn't have to be that, but you kind of get the idea. So for business brands, we're going to talk a little bit about that and kind of my process for coming up with names. And the first thing I do is, obviously, this is before, like I've kept this unniched, so you can do that. You don't have to. If you, the rule of thumb is if you're planning on niching down and staying within that sector, then creating a name around your niche makes complete sense. What you don't want to do is kind of pigeonhole yourself into one thing. So, for example, let's say you work with clinics and you do Facebook ads for now. You don't want to do Meta Clinic, for example, because what that'll do is it pigeonholes you into only doing Meta for clinics. And in the future, you may want to expand to Google Ads, PPC. You may want to expand to SEO. You may want to expand out to appointment selling, for example, or videography or a bunch of other stuff. So you want to kind of pick a name that resonates with what the core transformation that you're creating for these guys might be. So for me, the big thing around my branding for verified leads was that this is focused on qualified inquiries. Okay, and so that's why I got the name verified leads and how I found that from. So the first thing to do is to go to ChatGPT and just say, hey, my niche is let's do this one. So cleaning companies, we provide pre-qualified sales appointments for them. Can you come up with some business name ideas? And you can give it ideas that you like, or you can give it more guidance. You can say, I like names that are 1 word, max 2 words, and potentially focused around growing, expanding, etc. And I'll say, but you can, I'm going to show you more than one tactic, but you can use words or phrases that are relatable to people who work in the cleaning industry. And also I'd say here in the UK, now, depending on where you're going to be operating. Obviously different countries have different phrases and whatnot, so let's have a look what comes out. Okay, so we've got clean growth, shine boost, sweep up, post spark, okay, my spark up. I don't love any of these. We'll come back here, but I'm going to go to another website called Squad Health. I think it's actually changed names to Atom, this one. So it's called atom.com, and what it's allowed you to do is to search phrases, and it will give you domains that are for sale around that phrase. So if we scroll down, we've got Clean Pitch, we've got Premium Mover, Kind Greed. None of these really work. Let's just get rid of the leads, see if we can find out. Okay, Upwash, Washy. Again, this is kind of like silly name. That doesn't mean anything necessarily, but it kind of sounds like it would work for something related to cleaning, right? And that's okay. We've got Scrub V, we've got Mr. Tidy, we've got Cleansy, we've got Tidy Rush, Dustly, Wash VIP, Main Guys, have a look. Tidy Champ, Clean Low, Cleansier. Okay, cool. Clean Table, Tidy Skill. And what we tend to do is just to open up a sheet, blank sheet, and just go name ideas. Bold, and then you just post them in there. So we've got clean. We'll go back. We'll go through. Clean Zio. I mean clean with a K. Clean like that. I don't know if that would even be available, but we'll come back to how I find domains afterwards. Spot Dust, Tidy Wisp. Now let's go cleaning. And we can split down here. Made up, alliteration, feminine. Let's go cleaning. Marketing. Leap clean, wonder, new, jump clean, Chris Tide. Drop mop. Don't know, I mean, it doesn't mean anything much to me, but quite like it. Okay. Sweepser, out white, spray wipe. Okay. Now let's go just marketing and see if we can find something about marketing that we can maybe combine with some of these ideas. Market funnel, ad shuffle. So you could go ad clean. I mean, ad clean. Like, that may work. And what I like to do is open up GoDaddy. And just open up search. And what I'll do is I will search for the domain name. And I most likely won't get the .com, but if you're working in a local country, so for example here it would be adclean.co.uk. Now I know that adclean.co.uk is now available, so I'm just going to pop that in here. So we can go domain available. Just go bold. Ad clean. So ad clean's quite cool because like you're adding cleaning clients, but also it's ads. And ads is relevant to most things, right? So ad clean's kind of quite a good one, and 1p, so we don't have to pay for that. That's great. We've got add Spartan, viral wheel, viral magnet, add fly, add Swift, and you've even got like basic things like cleaning growth, right? Like that might be available with .co.uk. It is cleaninggrowth.co.uk. Let's copy that. That's quite cool. Cleaning growth. We go back to our domain search, promo move, raw marketing. And that. So what you can do with raw marketing is you can ask it for, so you're like, can you give me some phrases used in the cleaning industry in the UK? Give me 40. Let's see what it comes up with. Deep clean. So deep clean is deep clean. Okay. Can you give me words that rhyme with clean? That are to do with growth, scaling, advertising, marketing, etc. You can't see my process here. Deep clean machine, I don't know. Scene, bean. I don't know how they're related to. That's a bit of a stretch. You get the idea though, right? Let's go back and have one last look. Add creed, refine, hit high, SEO, tronic. Yeah, so like for example, if you're doing SEO, you can just go. I know we spoke about try not to pigeonhole yourself, but you can go SEO clean and see if that's available. Yeah, SEOclean.co.uk is available. And obviously, if you're based in the US, you kind of limited to .com. But if you're based in other countries, where your main clientele is going to be within that country, it's absolutely fine to choose that domain, at least to start with. But you get the idea. So it's kind of my process. And so with verified leads, I just wanted something that did exactly what it was. And I thought, okay, I was kind of always name ideas, and I just thought verified leads, it does what it says in the tin kind of name. And like, other examples of that could be conversion-wise, right? The guys, I know these guys. Now, they used to be called landing page guys before they were now. That would go direct to conversionwise.com, but they used to be called landing page guys. And that was like, it does what it says on the tin name. They design landing pages, so they just call themselves the landing page guys. So there's ways you can use ChatGPT, but like with names, the most important thing is that somebody can look at your name, they can remember it, and they can understand what you do relatively quickly. Okay, that is the most important thing. So it's like names aren't that important, but it does make a difference. So it's memorability and also simplicity, which I think are most important. So try and choose something which is related to either what you're doing or to who you're doing it for, or both. Okay, so that's kind of my naming guide. And obviously you can use a sheet. I'm not going to put this as a template. It's relatively simple, but you can use a similar sheet and just go through it. You can either add each one with like a rating here, like score, and you can score out of 5, and then you can come back through. You can eliminate anything below a certain score grade, and eventually you can find the name that suits your business best, buy the domain, and then you can move on with the next of your project. And the next thing we're going to do is talk about like logo design. How's it going, guys? Next section we're going to be talking about is logos and branding, and there's a few things to consider with this. We've got logo, we've got name, which we've kind of already checked off like that. We've got logo, we've got branding / colors, and then we've got, that's pretty much, we've got things such as like taglines and stuff like that. But this one's going to be focused on logos, branding, and logos and branding. Sorry. So the first way to type of logo that you can go for is something that's just literally worded in like this. So I did this in Canva. So if you come to Canva and open up Canva, I'm going to give you a free / paid versions of doing this. So we're going to go to Canva first, and we're going to go create a design, and we're going to go logo. We're going to click, and it's going to give you a bunch of logo ideas here. Okay, so you want something that kind of represents your brand. So like for example this one, right? It's dead simple, but let's say you were called, back to our name ideas, history, we go here. So let's say you were called add clean, and we could go here. So we could go add, do that. Go see you get the idea. What we could do, we could even take that, make that smaller and pop that in there. That kind of sucks, but you kind of get the idea, right? It doesn't matter. You can change these logos. Now, what I did with mine was I just, if we go back to design here and go to templates, we can see a bunch of ideas that we've got here. So we've got that one. That's quite, and that's nice, right? We've got, I like kind of big, bold. There we go. So we've got like, let's try that. So we've got. Okay, you kind of get the idea. It's not great, but you kind of get the idea. And obviously you've got to play around with this and find something that suits you and works for you. But Canva has a bunch of good, like off-the-cuff kind of like brand names. Like this one here's quite cool. So we could change this to add and that to clean. And we could move this over a little bit. There we go. And we've got ourselves a cool little brand name. Like that's quite a nice logo. There you go. Like there you go. Like simple as, right? But like you kind of get the idea. And so like that's kind of the free way. Is kind of that's how I did it with verified leads. Right? I just went to Canva. I looked at some suggestions. I just found a cool font and I wrote it out, and it looks professional enough, right? Nothing fancy, but professional enough. So that's the free way. The paid way is by using a software called Hatchwise. Now Hatchwise is a logo design software. So I'm just going to log in and show you kind of how it works. Okay, so I'm logged in here, and you can see I've got a completed project. So if I go to the agency club one, this is how I got Hatchwise done. So what you do is you submit a logo concept, and you say, I like these designs. This is kind of what I'm looking for. And it's going to come back and it's going to give you basically a bunch of designs are going to submit their applications, and you're going to rank them out of 5. So what I can do is I can filter these by all entries. Let's go group by designer, only gold designers, highest rated. And we can see the ones that I liked or didn't like. So I've rated them all. So some of them came through. You can see this one's very similar to that. So you can kind of see that. And you just get a bunch of designs that come in. So they are professionally done. And essentially what you get to do is you just get to keep on saying, nope, 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 nope. Or yes, I like this, no, I don't like that. Until you find a design that you like. And what you do is I just start rating them. Designers coming in, they're seeing the ones that you rated and said, I like that. And they're going to come in, they're going to submit their own versions of that design. So this is how I got my logo done, which I think looks quite clean. And it's about $100, I think. At $140, you see. So not free, but that's way cheaper than paying a competent designer to design a logo for you. So, and I'd rather pay $140 to Hatchwise than to go to Fiverr and like chance it with somebody who might be terrible, right? Because they're probably going to give you 2 or 3 variations. Whereas Hatchwise, I got literally 300, and obviously some of them were dreadful. Like what the hell is that? But some of them were quite good. And so that's kind of that's kind of the paid way to get a logo done and to get done essentially a little bit quicker. Okay. So now I've done that, we're going to talk about color schemes. So if we go to verified leads, there's kind of like a rule of thumb with colors, or at least mine. You want at least one main color, and that color is going to kind of be your core kind of like color, and that's usually a bright color, such as like an orange. And again, I'm not a branding expert, it's just how I've learned. If we go to like, for example, carwow.com, like they've got blue. It's their kind of core color, right? You've got blue here. And then we've got kind of like a core base layer color, which is usually something gray, dark blue, or white, gray or dark blue. And then I'll have like I'll have a color which is like light, like a light gray. And if we go to coolers.co, this is like I think this is the right one. It's like a color palette. So we start the generator. You can just start. You might have, if you have a color in mind that you like, then great. But it was just going to start generating colors, and every time you press space, it's going to randomly generate you assortment of colors. So we're going to keep going until we find a kind of main core color that we like. So let's go again and again Again, and you might want to pick a color that's like relevant to your audience. If you're working, for example, with eco products, you might want to pick green. If you're working with cleaning companies, you might want to pick green. If you're working with car companies, you might want like a red or a yellow or something like that. So let's say you are, so let's go lock, you press the lock button, you press space, and it's going to keep giving you more color variation. So we could go this yellow and this black, and what you can do is you can just open up a Canva board. You can just create a design. We'll just do any old size, custom size. We'll do 500 and 500. So just a square. And then we'll just get ourselves 3. You maybe do something like this. And then you want to get some text. Add a headline. We'll just pick a better font than that. Let's go Archivo Black. Logo, right? And then you want to come back to your palette and you want to copy this. We're going to copy the yellow. We're going to make that text our yellow color, and we're going to come back to our palette. We're going to copy our gray. We'll come back to our logo. We're going to paste that in. There we go. We've got our gray. So that might be the colors that we like, and then maybe we lock both of these, so we can lock both and make a space, and we've got this white color. Okay, cool. So let's copy this, and then let's go in here. Let's make our background color that white color and see how we like that. So I think that's quite nice. And we can go elements. We can go emblem, for example. I don't know, or we can go. Just go back to elements, shapes, shapes, clear that. Let's grab ourselves a cool shape. 1 second, just grab this rocket color, for example. If this isn't the logo, this is terrible, but you kind of get the point though. It's kind of helping us find colors, and we may say, okay, I don't love that. I'm going to untick that yellow and see what else I can find. So we've got these 2 locked, space. Space. Okay, we've got a new yellow here. We've got green, space. We've got this red. Let's copy that. See if we like that. Come back in here. Change the color of that. The color of that. And obviously, it doesn't have to be this way around. You can make this the white color. Oh shit! 1 sec. You can make this the white color. I mean, that color is quite nice, but let's go to white. And then let's make it, is that just white? Ah, okay. And we'll make the background color our gray color that we've got here. Okay, then we'll make this. There we go. You can kind of get the idea. So that's how I kind of find my colors. So you want one light color, one dark color, and you want one core color. And that's kind of the minimum you need to get a good branding going. But it's good to have a color, because in your ads and your marketing, you can use those colors in different ways, which you're going to see how I do later on in this course. But anyway, the colors I went with were, if we go back to my homepage, I went with, well, actually, let's go to the website so you can see. Yeah, I went with this kind of light gray, this orange, and this shade of dark gray / black. So that's kind of what I've gone with. If you want to get yours roasted, you can do like a post in the group on tag it roasts, and get us to roast your logo and get some feedback and opinions on that. But yeah, that's kind of branding, logos, and kind of everything that we kind of need to worry about when it comes to kind of just getting the ball rolling with that. So I'm in my Go High Level account, okay, and I basically built this site from scratch. I took like elements of things that were important to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you firstly what the website looks like, and kind of walk you through a few elements as to what I think is important. Now, obviously, I've run an agency before, and that website that I ran did thousands of leads and generated a lot of sales revenue. And we could send traffic from Google, we could send traffic from Facebook ads, and it still converted leads just like a normal landing page would. So the first element to a great website is to design that website like it's a sales page, okay? You only really need to put effort into one page on your site, and that is the home page. That page becomes kind of like a sales page for your agency, okay? So if you walk through it, we've got a few elements here. Now, the first thing is brandability. Now, although this is a sales page, it looks professional. It looks like a proper website, and there's no content here. There's no images. There's no photos of me. It's just a few things which are really important when it comes to a kind of above the fold section, which is this section here, this hero section. First thing is a really clear cut call to action. Okay, sorry, really clear headline. Now that headline wants to be really focused around your target audience and what is the unique service or product that you provide. So you said here, look, I put upgrade to verified leads, which is the name of this brand. No more chasing, just closing. And then my sub headline is verified leads, values, quality over quantity. We provide only pre-qualified, exclusive, and verified leads on a cost per lead basis. Now I've left this blank, so you can put your niche in here and you can adjust this. Now, what I like to do with headlines, I like to have one headline which kind of like is more like promotes curiosity, is more ambiguous, but speaks to their pain points. And the sub headline quite clearly and evidently explains what they're going to get if they essentially click the call to action button. Okay, so then we have this call to action, which again doesn't say book in your call. It says the benefit that's being provided by clicking that button. So for example, if you're a Google Ads agency, let's say you're a web design agency, that button might say receive your free website redesign today, or it might say receive your free 20-minute website in-depth audit today, or something like that, which is a clear benefit, right? We're trying to drive inquiries to the site. We've also got this banner section at the top, or header section, whatever you want to call it, which has 3 pages. Other than this page, we've got a contact page, which I'll go to now, which I've left inside of the Go High Level snapshot, which you guys can get access to. I've left this like free for you to embed your calendar. I've also got a case studies page, which takes you to basically any testimonials or reviews that you've got from clients. Again, I've left this blank so you guys can fill this in should you want to. If you don't have case studies yet, you can always change this to like a how it works page or something like that. You can always just remove it, and I'll show you how to do that later. And I've also got an about page, which just gives, if they are interested in finding out more about you personally, what your business does, I put a thing here like where you can put information about you, about the business, and all of that kind of information. What I also love to do is I like to have a headline here. So you see this, I've got this, which says customers in August can get 10 free leads, okay? And if I go on mobile, you can see it looks good on mobile as well. Everything here is mobile optimized, okay? All the sections are mobile optimized. All you have to literally do is copy this into your own Go High Level platform, and you can then start using it straight away. So you can come in, you can change the color schemes, you can change everything, which we'll go through in a bit. I've then got some case studies underneath. Again, as soon as they find out what it is that you do, which should be easily explainable in like one sentence, which you can see I've done here. We then got, all they really want to know now is like, okay, but who has it worked for? Okay, so if you have case studies, you can then put those here. You can put logos, and you can also put testimonial videos. Now, if you don't have case studies, what I would recommend doing is having like a VSL style video, which is like essentially a sales video of you explaining what it is that you do, walking clients through it, how they can get started, stuff like that. And that would then go here instead of these 6 videos. I've then got a how it works, 3 steps to get started. So step 1, step 2, step 3. I've got another call to action, which I think having regular call to actions is really, really important. And I've added this cool section here, which is like a comparison. So let's say you're in web design and your comparison maybe is like Wix, or your comparison is other agencies, right? You want to compare yourself to the other providers on the market and how yours differs and why yours is better. And that's kind of what I've done here. So, but like most agencies, verified leads, and you guys can see what I've done with this. I've then got a case studies section, okay, which is I've left this blank for you to essentially fill in. So you can see here, like basically each one of these takes you to another page. If I go case study 2, for example, this takes them to a page dedicated towards that particular client. I've designed this in a blog style. So if we go to mobile, it looks good on mobile as it looks good on desktop. Everything is mobile optimized, as I explained before. And if we scroll down, we've got another call to action button at the bottom. Now you do want to add your terms and conditions and privacy policy in here. I haven't done that, but if you need them, you can easily find them just by using ChatGPT. Put your website, what you guys do, and then information about how you process that data. For example, if you're just for client follow-ups, and just put the data is just for following up with clients who make inquiries with us. So you can just generate a privacy policy super easily, and then all you need to do is go into your here, create a new page, call it privacy policy, create a new page, call it terms and conditions, and then you've got 2 links at the bottom there. Obviously can't do that for you. That needs to be your business information, but you can put all of that stuff in there. Okay, what else have we got here which is important to mention? Now, one thing I haven't included in here, which you could easily do, is a chat widget. Now, if you go to the chat widget section, you'll go High Level dashboard, you can literally click new, do a live chat here. What that's essentially going to do is going to create a chat widget. So let's just go ahead and do that so we can see what that actually looks like. You can then add your logo, you can add your face, you can add your name, and you can even use something like closebot.ai, which would then, you know, essentially automate some of the conversations back and forth. Or you can use a tool like the automations built into Go High Level, right? All you got to do is come to automation flows. All you need to do is create a new workflow, start from scratch, and you can create a trigger. And that trigger would be, so you might say like website chat widget. Okay, and you might go add trigger. You would go, So all you need to do is you need to come down here. You need to do customer replied, customer replied, and you go apply channel, chat widget, and you save trigger. Now, anyone replies to that chat, you can add automation. So you could add like a reply. You could say, hey, how can we help? You could say, hey, would you like to book on a call? Click here. Stuff like that, which is awesome. Okay. So if we go back to our site, I'm going to talk you through the ins and outs of the website and like how to essentially use it. So once you built this into your, once you pull this snapshot into your Go High Level account, it's going to come up as, it's not going to come up as verified leads. It's going to come up as Agency Club, which is my business name. So by the way, if you guys do want to get access to this snapshot, you can do it by joining my free school community. So I've got a free group. I'll leave a link to that down below, and you just get, there's a free course in there, but you also get this. If you want all the other resources, such as my like full course, which includes everything from sales, sales, marketing, paid ads, and outreaching and all of that stuff, that is also in my paid community, which is, as I mentioned at the beginning, we're doing a discount currently, so you get $99, you get access to all of that. You get access to one-on-one calls with me, as well as 3 weekly Q&A sessions or coaching calls with myself. But if you want just a site, you can get that in the free group, which I'll leave a link to down below. Just navigate to the classroom section inside of that free group, look for a plug and play agency website, and you can get access to the snapshots there. Super, super easy. Anyway, back to the video. So if we go back to the website, once you're in here, you'll see that I have lots of the elements set up as like global sections, essentially. So if you, for example, wanted to change the color scheme of this, let's say you wanted to change the this button color. So you could come in here, you could change this to white, or let's say you change it to blue, and then you want to click save. It's going to give you a warning. So this is a global section change. That means it's going to change it across the whole site. So if I go ahead and click save, update that, and then I publish it to the actual site, you'll see what I mean when I say that. It says publish. Okay, let's now go to verified leads. You'll see it's changed here. If I go to the, well, actually, it's only going to be on this page, isn't it? But if we use another example, if I just change that back to orange, there we go, save that, global, yes. Let's do another section, which is global. So, for example, if I want to change this button color, I can go and change the color to blue. There we go, click save, save. And then once I've published that, it will make a change across the whole site. So basically any section that is across every page on that site, such as the header, the footer down here, that will be across site-wide. So if I go back to this change, refresh that page, we've now got a blue button. Fingers crossed we do. If I go to case studies, you'll see, there we go, we've still got that blue button. So that page is now consistent across the site. So you don't have to change everything. You only need to change the things that are different on each page, such as in a section. So you can change the header section, you can change the colors here, you can change the footer, and you can go to each page and then you can change your logos, you can change your wording, you can change your branding, everything like that. But essentially within a couple of hours, this website could be, your new website could be up and running and ready to go. Now, inside of the school community, when you do join, I do have a few instructional videos on how you can customize the domain to make it suit your business. So if yourbusiness.com, you can do that, and you can make it so that when you go to the actual homepage of your site, it will redirect to your website. So all those instructional videos are in the free school group, which I'll leave a link to down below. But I just wanted to jump on here on YouTube today to give you guys something for free. Hopefully you guys can take value from this. Niches, and this is part of the week 1 agency foundations course, of course. Yesterday we went through kind of some fundamentals, a bit of an introduction to the course, what the plans are, and then today, obviously, the number one thing you guys need to do is obviously build your agency, create your agency. So this first week is going to be all about, it's more for beginners, but it's a great kind of reminder for those who aren't new to this, having an existing agency, how you could improve things and develop on what you've already built. And today we're going to be going through niche selection. So really important subject for any of you guys looking to start an agency. There's kind of 3 main topics for this video. Sector versus service, my niche scorecard, which we're going to run through, and horizontal versus vertical scaling strategies. There is going to be a few other bonuses to this course as well, but by the end of this module, you should ideally have a pretty solid idea as to what niche you're going to be operating and building out of, okay? And we're not just talking about niches, we're also discussing sectors, which we're going to get into. So not services, sectors and services. So a niche would be considered a sector, and a service would be considered like the product or service that you're going to be delivering, whether that's design, whether that's ad delivery, whether that's leads, whether that's appointments, whether that's conversion rate optimization. There's a whole world of different resources that we can provide for. So we're going to be going through that today. First, we're going to talk about sector versus service. Okay, now obviously these are two completely different things, and you kind of need to pick both. Obviously sector is, as you can see here, different niches essentially, or industries that you can work in. So e-commerce, software as a service, salons, hairdressers, personal trainers, roofers. And services is Facebook ads, web design, TikTok content production, leaflet jobs, CRM management. So I think the best place to start before you do anything is to get out a piece of paper, pen, whatever, and do big line down the middle. You can do this obviously in a Google Doc, and we're going to talk a minute about some tactics that I would use to improve this. But I would recommend drawing a line down the middle and writing on the left, sectors on the left, services on the right, and start to just spitball ideas. Now, the goal here is to start broad and gradually narrow down what you do and don't want to be working in, what sectors you do and don't want to be working in. And we're going to quickly talk about in a minute about using ChatGPT to help you find more sectors that you can operate under. If you're in a fortunate position where you come from a background of web design, or you come from a background of Facebook marketing, or you come from a background of working within a SaaS company, or working as a hair salon, or as a barber or hairdresser yourself, where you kind of your sector or service is kind of already chosen for you, well, that's great. That's 50% of the work done. Now, I'd always recommend following your passion, following what you're good at, as opposed to trying to jump on a sector or service that you think is trending. We're going to talk more about that in a minute, but if you already know what you want to do, fantastic. You can just then focus on the service or the sector that you're going to partner up with that particular niche. So one thing to obviously make you aware, and I'm sure you know this, but not every sector works with every service. So if we take e-commerce, for example, e-commerce Facebook ads, widely known, works extremely well. More competitive now, sure, but as a service, it does work with that sector of e-com. Whereas leaflet drops, sure, I mean, you could argue there's a niche there, and actually maybe it does work, and maybe it's something that you could leverage, but more challenging. Okay, CRM management, for example, I'm sure, I highly doubt e-commerce companies are managing their lead flow via a pipeline, so it probably isn't going to gel particularly well with that sector, but you kind of get the idea. Certain sectors work with certain services, and there's sort of reasons as to why that might be. I'm going to quickly use ChatGPT to kind of chat about this. So I've got ChatGPT open in front of me here. What I'm going to start with is just keeping it broad. So we're going to go, hi. You've always got to try and be polite to AI, just in case the robots take over. I am researching different industries and niches that I can help with marketing. Could you give me a bullet point list of industries or types? The one thing I like to do is I like to ask a ChatGPT to be non-explanatory. So I like to say, please don't add explanations. Keep it simple with just the name of the industry on each bullet point. Provide me at least 20. Thank you. I'm going to show you in a second how we can get more specific even still. Okay, here we go. So now we've got 20 there. We've got e-commerce, healthcare, real estate, technology, hospitality, fashion and apparel. What I would probably do now is I'd probably take these and find the ones that I do like, and then I'd start to kind of be more specific. And I'd say, hey, hi, can you give me 5 specific examples of, you see here, and then obviously it's going to go and give you more specific ones, and You don't need to be really hyper specific, but it might help. And obviously for me, there's no way I'm going to go and start doing law because I don't understand it. So you've got to take what you know and understand already and kind of apply it to this. Now, one thing that is extremely good is if you know your sector. So for example, if you know you're good at paid ads, or let's say Google ads. Hi, I am a Google ads buyer. Can you give me another bullet point list of small businesses that would benefit specifically from Google ads due to the type of product they sell? Could you also give me examples where their average sale is worth more than £500? See what it comes up with. Quite specific. Okay, cool, awesome. So we've got 5. Okay, let's ask for more. Can you give me 10 more? We've got bespoke tailoring services. Interesting. I mean, that's a cool one. I'm sure their AOV is probably quite high. You know, people buying expensive suits. Premium spa wellness centers, exclusive event planning services, i.e. wedding planners. That's cool. That's a really cool one, actually. That's a cool one because you could be a wedding marketing agency. So you could help people with you could help wedding photographers. You could help wedding, videographers. You could help wedding bands. You could almost become this wedding marketing agency, and I'm sure that you could then kind of cross-sell and upsell these people on different products. Maybe you could become a lead aggregator for helping people find wedding photographers and wedding planners, and I'm sure that's quite a cool idea. So there we go. We just came up with some cool concepts. There's no right or wrong reason. What you got to do is, as you saw from the first video we did in this course, is what I like to do anyway is in the early stages, I like to be really open-minded. I think the best thing you can do is to go and find 5 to 10 different niches that you're interested in, try and get your foot in the door with a couple of them, and try it out, test it out, see what you enjoy, and really expand your ability as a marketer, as a media buyer. So if you're doing web design, go and design a restaurant's website, go and design a roofer's website. Keep your eyes open to opportunity, basically, okay, and you figure out what you enjoy and what you like. We've got vintage antique furniture stores, executive coaching, leadership development services, high-end travel agencies. So the point is, I want you to make an extensive list of these things, and you could do the same thing. So I say now, do the same thing for Facebook ads. There we go. So you get the idea. You want to make a list and start ranking these with the tools that I'm going to show you in this next part of this course. So let's crack on. So the next one is my niche scorecard. It's something I came up with myself. It's not perfect, but I think it does the job. And it's essentially a score-based system. So you give an average of a score out of 20, and you rate them on all 5 of these elements. And we're going to go through them. So AOV is average order value, i.e. what is the average of customers paying on each visit. So for we're going to go through examples actually, but if I go and walk into the local fish and chip shop and I buy some fish and chips for £15, £15 is my AOV there, or whatever the average of most people's visits might be. It might be the average person buys for 2 people, therefore the average is £30. You get the idea. LTV would be if I went in there every week for 10 weeks and then stopped going, then my LTV would be £150 because 10 times £15. You get the idea. How much is the customer worth lifetime? So obviously different businesses have higher AOVs and lower LTVs, and some businesses have low AOVs and high LTVs. There's neither a wrong or right. They're different. We're going to go through that. TAM is total addressable market, which means how many of these people exist and how easy they're to find. And then EOD is ease of delivery. Okay, so we're going to go through some examples to help you understand this. Okay, so the first example I've made is restaurant. Okay, so AOV, £75, let's say, on average. It might be a higher end restaurant where it's £200, £300, £400, in which case it might be easier. But in this instance, I've done £75. So that's a 1 out of 5, it's not very high. Again, these numbers are made up, but you can obviously do it for your own sectors and niches based on what we just did before. LTV, £225, £225. So again, not very high, 1 out of 5. Total addressable marketplace. And again, I've gone LTV is based on 3 visits. Now, most restaurants, I'm sure the LTV is a lot higher than that, but I've just gone off this, plucked out thinner. Total addressable marketplace, and I did some research. This is UK. I think it's UK, or this is UK/US. I think it was just UK. It was 88k. So again, there's loads of them. So total addressable marketplace is high. Now, if you were doing only, I don't know, only fish and chip shops, seems we're on that topic. This might be a lot. It would be a lot lower. Still be quite high, but it'd be a lot lower. So, bear that in mind. Ease of delivery means how easy is it to deliver your service? How easy is it to help them acquire customers? And I would say for restaurants, it's probably easy enough. I would say probably the LTV and AOV doesn't help there. So like getting customers under the required LTV is going to be challenging, but easy enough. So this would mean a 1, 2, 7, 12, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry. There we go. Quick maths. 11 out of 20. Not great. Okay. SaaS companies doing over. And also bear in mind, this is more kind of a customer generation aspect. Now, if you're a web design company, not all of this is that important because it's a cheaper service. It's something they need, and this stuff matters, but like it matters more for like more performance-based agencies, so customer generating lead gen, stuff like that. SaaS companies doing over 1 million in annual recurring revenue. So I've got an AOV of about £100. So assuming the average SaaS customer is spending £100 a month, LTV a year, which would be 1,200 quid. TAM, total addressable marketplace, 10k. Assuming I did the research, US, UK, there's about 10,000 software companies. And that's just, that's all of them. That's not the ones doing over 1 million. So it's probably even lower. It's probably more like 1 or 2 out of 5, to be honest. EOD, which is easy delivery, pretty tough to get SaaS companies, clients and customers. It's much more challenging. You've got a lot more things out of your control. So we've got a 2 out of 5, a 4 out of 5, a 3 out of 5, and a 2 out of 5. So what's that? 6, 9, 11 again. But again, this is just, take this with a pinch of salt, because one of the benefits of a SaaS company is a SaaS company, when it does work out, could be worth a lot more money to your business. And we're going to go through that in a little bit detail in a minute. I've got a couple more. Gym studio owners, AOV 120 quid, and about a year, let's say, of LTV, so 1,500 quid. TAM 4k, easy delivery, medium. So actually this scores quite well. So we've got 3, 3, 6, 10, 13 out of 20 is what I've given this one. Probably more competitive, arguably, but reasonably easy and simple. And this is more kind of a simplicity matrix, honestly. Roofers, AOV 8k, LTV 8k. So LTV is good because the AOV is high, but there is no LTV really. Once the roof is installed, that is a completed project. So I've given it a 4 out of 5 for that reason. TAM, there's a lot of them. 4 out of 5. EOD, quite challenging. And I think anyone who's worked in the roofing space will have realised, quite difficult to get someone to buy an 8 grand roof. It's not the easiest product to market. You might think it's easy, but I think it fits perfectly with like Google Ads buyers and stuff like that. But again, not the easiest product, but still scores high. 5, 9, 13, 16 out of 20, which is a pretty good score. So based on that, like guys can I would give you a worksheet, but I don't think you guys really need one for this particular scorecard. And we're going to be talking about niche scaling. So there's 2 things here, which is horizontal and vertical scaling. And if you guys follow me on YouTube, I did do a video about this maybe a year ago. But there's 2 types of scaling, any kind of service-based business really. But in this instance, service-based agencies, it's horizontal and vertical, and your niche ultimately will determine your scaling strategy. So that's why I'm covering it, and it's something you need to consider. For one-man businesses, so for example, if you want to be a freelancer, if you want to have a small team but high margins, high AOVs, you need to be thinking about vertical scaling here. At least when it comes to agencies, the basic difference is lots of clients worth a small to a medium amount, not many clients worth a lot more. That's basically the difference. So horizontal scaling is simple, lower end price points. So you might have 3 prices, a low, medium and high, depending on the size of the company, but really it's pretty simplistic. Scale by adding clients. So you add 5 clients and you churn 2 a month. You're growing by 3 clients a month and you're growing the business. Simple, systemized delivery. So you don't have to hire really high-end staff that know, like, are experienced marketers. You can just systemize and process things out, which we'll talk about obviously in later stages during this sort of course. And you just scale the business out that way. So you get the idea: horizontal scaling, vertical scaling, right? Relatively small clients typically, and you might have 50 to 150 clients at any time. This is to do maybe multiple 7 figures in revenue. Whereas vertical scaling is performance-based pricing, i.e. percentage of ad budget or rev share. You scale by growing those existing clients. So you help them scale their ad spend, you help them scale their operation, you help them scale their, obviously you do their website, and then you do optimizations, and you charge them based on traffic, or it's basically like a performance-based payment whereby the more you're adding value, the more you're making. So you can be making 10 to 20 grand a client a month, and you only have 10 to 20, but you have large clients, and they're typically happy to pay the money because you're providing a lot more value. But obviously you need to be really skilled. You need to have highly skilled and trained employees, and you have to have very good communication with those employees as well. And some niches work better with vertically scaling, such as like SaaS companies or high-end lead gen or e-commerce, and some work better with horizontal scaling, like restaurant chains and barbershops and gyms. No gym's gonna be paying you 10 grand a month, right? You kind of get the idea. So something to consider, and definitely make a note of this, because we will be coming back to it at later stages. Now I've got some bonus points here that I just thought were things that I thought were important. Now if you guys haven't already, you can go ahead and check. I will try and leave a link to it down below. You can go ahead and check out my agency club newsletter. There is actually a niches article where I kind of go through all this stuff in a bit more depth. But in fact, not a bit more depth. I've pretty much gone through it in the same, if not more, amount of depth here. But if you want it in writing, you want to kind of revert, you want to refer back to it, you can go to that article. So these are some bonus points when it comes to niches that you need to consider. Money isn't everything, it's the first one. So time is also money to these guys, and there's just as much value in saving time as there is in making money. So recruitment agencies, video editing agencies, content marketing, not exactly like revenue generating assets, but if it saves these companies money, it's worth time, because that's time they can invest in other areas. So when you're considering your niche, you don't have to be so focused on how much money you're generating these guys, but also how much time you're saving them. Okay. Balance LTV with ease of delivery. Now we talked about ease of delivery and LTV. LTV being what the client's worth over time. Ease of delivery being how easy is it to deliver customers. So what I mean by that is a high LTV client versus a low LTV client, essentially completely different model. So if the ease of delivery is difficult, but the LTV is really high, we might be talking estate agents or real estate, for example. That might be okay, because you can vertically scale those clients, and you can take a bonus commission on each sale and stuff like this, and that might make sense. But it's a different business model, so you need to understand those differences, okay, and factor that into your niche selection. Low EOD or ease delivery, and low LTV, avoid like the plague. So if it's really hard to deliver with a really low LTV, probably not worth the time. I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, let's say I love guitar, right? Let's say guitar repair shop. Okay, quite a low LTV. Like, you can make some money doing it, but quite a low LTV, and quite a niche, quite difficult. Probably not a niche you want to bother with. You get the idea. Not all sectors work with all platforms. We talked about this earlier. TikTok's probably not going to work very well for selling hearing aids, for example. Might do, but most of the people on TikTok are 40 and under. Goes without saying, you got to understand your margins. Every company will have a margin. So a margin is the price it costs to deliver a service. So if we take a roofer, it has to pay for materials and labor. Most companies will know what their margin is. So if a roofer charges 8k, his materials are 3.5, and his staff is 3, it costs him 6.5 grand. So his profit is 1,500 quid on an 8 grand project, and that's not even including taxes of that. You get the idea. Most companies will know what their margins are, but it's important to understand margins when you're pitching and creating your products and services and your price points and all of these things. And we'll go through this stuff later when we get to the pricing element of this course, but important important to understand. Lastly, or second to lastly, predict cost per acquisition. If a boiler company charges $2,000 for an installation, their margin that we just talked about is 25%. So that means they're making £500 in profit for each boiler installed. They essentially have £500 to pay both for marketing and their own profits. So they haven't taken anything out of this 75%. That's just cost of materials and other costs associated with installation. So that £500 has to pay them in their profits and you. So there's not that much to play around with. So you've got to factor this stuff in. There are two ways to scale an agency: horizontal scaling, we've talked about, and vertical scaling. Both are completely legitimate ways to scaling a business, and your niche will depend on which way you scale. So lots of things to kind of think about in that in this video. Of course, if you've got questions about niche selection, jump on a Q&A or drop a post in the group, and we can get one of the guys to give you a hand, or myself give you a hand in selecting your niche. But otherwise, I appreciate you guys hopping on and joining, and I'll speak to you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, so in this video I'm going to talk about offer building, and we're going to build my offer for my product, and we're also going to look through how to create a good offer. So before creating firstly, actually, we're reviewing Hormozi's offer template from his book, $1 Million Leads, or $100 Million Leads, I think it's called, because it's good. It's a good formula, and it makes sense. Now, obviously, a lot of that stuff in that book is different to what I teach, in the sense of there's a lot of stuff around like guaranteed revenue and stuff like that, which I don't necessarily condone doing. I think you create a lot of this kind of guaranteed revenue, which comes under the kind of perceived likelihood of achievement or dream outcome. A lot of that can be built through like proof of concept. So if we take, for example, Sam, who's in this group, Sam doesn't really run front-end offers, but he has loads of trust and credibility. He has all of these case studies of clients that have done the same thing. They've kind of anchored themselves as experts within the industry, and there's just no need for him to run offers because he's got so much credibility, which I think is good. Now, obviously, you compare that with a great offer. So when you do get people on calls, you can give them a guaranteed minimum of leads or something like that, which kind of is an offer in effect. But often offers are great for beginners because it just helps you get your first like 5-6 clients, or helps you get your next 5-6 clients right quicker. And you can run ads, you can do cold calls, and it works extremely well. So we're going to be talking about offer creation in this video, and kind of walking you through that and how that works. So before you create your offer, the first thing you want to do is like speak to your target demographic. So try to have a conversation with them. So find people either through network or people you know, or even just cold calling and asking them, hey, we're creating a product for your industry. I wonder if you had a few minutes to answer some questions, and I'll give you a $10 Starbucks voucher if you do it, or something like that. You just, if you can speak to your target demographic, it's going to help you a long way. You want to understand the biggest challenges. So I did this for the cleaning niche, which is what I'm targeting for this course, and I found that a lot of them wanted commercial projects because there was lots of domestic projects flying around, but for commercial, they could charge more. There was more consistency. They could, kind of charge more per hour, make more margin and more profit, and it's just that was what they wanted. So I knew if I could build a product around that, I knew I'd be onto a winner. So that's what I did. And when we come to the ads section, you're going to see why my ads perform so well. Well, my ads performed so well is because I understood what the demographic wanted. So I crafted an offer that was like suited to them perfectly. Okay. So whether you're targeting construction, whether you're targeting home improvements, whether you're targeting gyms, you've got to speak to them and understand what it is they're actually looking for. Third thing is make sure your service delivery solves that problem. So obviously this is mainly an acquisition course, but you want your product to actually solve that problem. And a lot of the times it's just how you position your product it helps you to kind of make that offer more appealing. So for example, I could have just said, we do cleaning leads, but instead I focused it around commercial cleaning leads. Or you could be delivering phone consultations and calling it leads, but you can, instead of doing that, you can call it pre-qualified, pre-scheduled leads, right? That might be more, it's just the positioning and the way you say it that makes it more appealing to your target customer. How does your client want to pay for the services? So most people don't want to pay for anything, right? And that's something you've got to overcome, but it's like
they may have a specific way they like to pay. So I know that the kind of, if you think about like the construction industry, they're used to paying for leads. So if you kind of explain things and the way you position your offer is in a way that they understand, so you're positioning it as, for example, how much are you going to be spending for every qualified appointment you get? It might be based on retainer, but if you position it like that, then it may make more sense to them and they may understand it. Like they're not going to, for example, want to pay per hour because an hourly rate makes no sense to them. So it's how you kind of position it. How do they want to pay for those services? And then second to lastly, how can you position your service in a way that resonates, which we already just talked about? And then what can you add to your service that makes your offer stand out? So everyone's running Facebook ads, for example. So what I did was I built out AI chatbots, okay, using Closebot, which we're going to go into in the service delivery course. So I kind of used that as a unique kind of add-on that made my product and offer sound way more appealing. Okay, so what can you do? How can you add it? Whether that's appointment setting, whether that's like adding in follow-up, automated follow-ups, whether that's text, AI, or whatever it is, something that makes your product stand out, but it has to like add or improve the service delivery of your product. Okay, and so let's workshop our offer now. So this is the offer I built out, and I kind of did this first. So I kind of looked through what the issues they were having was, and most of it was lack of commercial projects, lack of good quality leads, poor quality leads from online service providers. So same as always, they're using online providers and the leads suck. So they didn't want to be getting lead form leads and having to call them multiple times to get them to answer. So I obviously leveraged AI and chatbots to pre-schedule the leads. They had big commitment with agencies. They didn't want to sign long-term contracts. They could see the concept and see that it was working, and they would never get guaranteed anything. And so that's kind of where the biggest issues were. So this is what I created. So the outcome is, which we're kind of basing on this, the outcome is 15 pre-qualified commercial clean leads in 30 days. So again, that in itself is good enough. But then the perceived likelihood of achievement is there's different ways of doing this. Obviously, I'm starting with no case studies. If I had case studies, I wouldn't necessarily need to have a guarantee. I could just say, well, look, we've done it for 5, 10, 20 other people. So that's the perceived likelihood of achievement is high. But I've put here, we guarantee at least 15 leads. And I don't say, oh, we fund you. I just say, this is the guarantee. This is what you're going to get. If we don't deliver that, you could say we'll work for free until we do. Or if you're confident, you could obviously put some sort of like guarantee. Or I don't know. I haven't done that. I don't think you need to. But I just say that that's what we guarantee. Time delay, we start delivering leads within 72 hours. And then effort sacrifice, 1 call set up. And then also I'm going to put here, plus all your leads pre-scheduled for you. So there's literally nothing for you to do other than call the leads when they booked and close the deals. And this is kind of a breakdown. So it's commercial projects, pre-qualified leads, AI automation follow-up, delivering pre-booked phone consultations, and we have a test drive 30 days. So that kind of mitigates a lot of risk. So I've gone with the test drives. Now I've got these offer examples, and these are kind of like, you're going to go to workshop your own offer, right? I don't want you to copy and paste anything, but these are kind of some offers that I can add on. Actually, there's one more here. So let's go through this. We've got test drive, which I think is one of the most successful ones. It's when you kind of value stack something, and then you give them, like you say, it's a Thursday test drive and it's paid. So for example, test drive our system for 30 days for just £299. 30-day paid trial, just £99 per week. It's kind of like the price would increase after the 30 days, which we'll go through on the sales section. But you're allowing them to test drive it for kind of a low price and low risk. So you still get paid. You get clients. The clients like it because it's paid, but also it's kind of you're allowing them to kind of give it a go before they commit long term. And you can also position this as like a weekly cost, where you could do, for example, if it was £99 per week, you could then, when it comes to the pitch, you could do £99 per week or £299 a month, for example. And you can give them that choice, and you can say to them, like, look, it's going to take at least a month or two to kind of get the ball rolling properly. So you save money by committing monthly, or you can commit weekly for £99 per week. And obviously with these, ad spend would be additional, to put that here. And you don't need to mention that until you get to your demo, which we'll see in the sales section of this course. But ad spend would be on top, and we'll go through client ad spend in the delivery section. So lead guarantee. So this is like where you basically say, hey, we're going to guarantee X amount of leads in 30 days. And you wouldn't put the price on your ads or your pitch unless they really push for it. You would just do that on the sales call. So like for example, get 20 pretty qualified sales appointments in 30 days guaranteed. Something like that is pretty good. Free add-ons I like, so this is not as strong, but it can work quite well. So for example, this works well with like SEO, or if you're doing PPC or Google Ads. You can do a free website worth $1,999 with every lead package, or sign up for Google Ads and get a free website worth $1,999. Obviously, you would value stack this, so you could put like plus, min, 15 qualified leads, etc. Right, you kind of get the idea. You then got value stack offers. This is where you stack everything up and you just put it for a price, or you don't even need to necessarily put a price, but like here at X, we in the next 30 days, we will build a full website, generate 15 pre-qualified leads, follow up with those leads for you, and give you access to a pre-built CRM system where you can manage the pipeline. For example, you would like, that's kind of like a value stack, and so you can value stack your offer around that and build something that works for you. More for beginners is free leads. So 5 free sales appointments for X. And the idea with this is that a client pays deposit, which we're going to go through later, and starts paying after the 5 leads. And this is kind of like a good way of positioning a free trial without having to commit for a whole month. It's like you get them on a call and you show them that, yeah, we deliver 5 free leads. And as soon as you deliver 5 free leads, you start paying. And you'll see how I position that later on in the course. And then the last one is like pay per appointment. So this one is, you pay $50 for every successful sales appointment that gets booked. Now, I would recommend client covers ad spend. So when we get to the pricing module, we'll go through that. But basically, the client covers ad spend and you get a premium for every lead book. So if you booked 20 appointments, you get $1,000, and you would bill client after the 30 days. So, for example, 7th of the month. So if you do full 30 days from the 1st to 31st of October, and the 7th or week after that, you would count up the leads and you would charge that client for the amount of leads or appointments that's been delivered. So that's a bit of an offer worksheet. You can see the one I've built out for my business here. We're going to be continuing with that and building that out even further and developing the ads and the cold calls and everything kind of based around this offer. I do actually mix and match the cold calls a little bit. So for some of the cold calls, I do actually use the 5 free leads offer because that works really well for cold calling. But then I end up kind of positioning the test drive as a no-brainer decision for them to make, which you'll see on the sales call recordings. So I kind of do cold call and I say, would you guys like to trial out some of our commercial leads? They say yes. I book them in for a demo. On the demo, I walk through the entire process, and then I pitch the test drive. I pitch the test drive and the 5 free leads, but the actual, you'll see it when they get to it, but the test drive is more financially viable for them and makes more sense. They actually often go for the test drive anyway. So it's just a great way of getting appointments or meetings from cold calls, and making it like a no-brainer for them to want to schedule them. So that's kind of my offer worksheet. I will put this worksheet in the underneath in the description, so you guys can kind of go through this. But workshop your own offer, take these things in mind, and start to kind of build that out.
How's it going, guys? So in this video, I'm going to talk about pricing. So pricing is a complicated subject because it's not as simple as me just giving you guys like a pricing kind of guidance, right? It's more complex than that. So in this video, I'm going to kind of walk you through some different pricing models, firstly, but also I'm going to walk you through kind of the psychology of pricing. So I've given this doc, which will be linked below this video. It's kind of 5 elements to this. We've got what determines price. We've got how to create a value. We've got the numbers behind pricing. We've got the kind of time, I call it time saving, convenience, and risk. And we've got pricing split testing. So number one thing is price is determined ultimately on value, right? So we know this, okay? This is basic stuff. So, so basically your price ultimately comes down to supply and demand, right? Like if there's high demand for your service, i.e. out of the possible, client avatar that's out there, a high percentage of them would want your product. If that's the case, then you can charge premium. So, like it's the basics, right? If there's a pair of trainers and a rare guitar, or sorry, rare pair of trainers or like a rare guitar with a limited number available, and there's no more that can be created, and a large amount of people want that guitar or that pair of trainers, then it becomes expensive. It's that simple. So if we can create a high amount of value, which doesn't necessarily mean more stuff, by the way, which we'll go through, and we can do it for a good price, then more or less you have like unlimited amounts of customers, okay? For example, if we take my friend who sells leads, for example, he sells high volumes of leads. He goes to a
insurance company and says, hey, do you guys need leads? They say, we need as many leads as we can possibly get. And his price is competitive. Well, then they're going to buy all their leads from him. It's literally that. It's literally that simple. Okay. So if we go into how do we create that value, so we create that by being ultimately by being good at what you do. The better you are, the more valuable you become, and that's essentially like capitalism. That sounds silly, but that's essentially capitalism, right? Like you get rewarded based on value, right? The high, execs are extremely valuable, therefore they get paid a premium. They get all their expenses are covered. They get accommodation because they're valuable to that company. They provide a huge amount of value to that company, whereas a warehouse worker is highly replaceable. Okay, so there's an element of irreplaceability to it, but also value, and we can create that using the value equation, which I talked about earlier, which was Alex Ramos's, which is like dream outcome, likelihood of achievement, time delay, and effort and sacrifice. So if we are able to provide that client what they want quickly, with a limited amount of like sacrifice and hassle on their end, and we're able to make that market that well, then we're going to grow. Like, the way I grew on my agency was there's nothing particularly special about the product. We just provided leads at a good cost, which is what they wanted. But we were able to market ourselves very well, and we were able to portray that value across very, very well, which is obviously what this course is about. And then we were able to grow. Okay, so you kind of understand, like, marketing comes into it to a degree, but when it comes to like being able to charge a premium, you got to provide something that's good and that's in high demand, and then people will want to pay for it. So if we talk about the numbers behind pricing, so we've got a few metrics that you need to know. So you need to know AOV. So that's the average order value. This is for your clients, not for you. So this is like if every customer you generate for a client, how much they get paid from that customer. That's your AOV. You've got LTV, which is the lifetime of that customer. So some of you may be working in the trade sector, for example, where there's a one-off job and that's it. However, some of you guys might be working in sectors where there's recurring revenue, such as like fitness studios, gyms, cleaning companies, for example. And we've got an LTV, which we need to factor in there. So we've also got client margin. Now, client margin is how much money they make. So if you take, for example, a boiler installation, you've got the cost of the boiler. I don't know, let's say it's £1,000. You've got the cost of the labour, which is maybe £200. And you charge £2,000 for the boiler. So your margin would be £800, which is roughly 40% or something like that. So margin's 40%. And then you've got cost per lead estimate, how much you're going to, this is mainly for lead gen businesses. These kind of concepts that apply for any type of agency, but we're going to focus on lead gen for this. So we've got a cost per lead. What's our average cost per lead? And if you did have cost per, let's get rid of that. If you did have a cost per appointment, you can put cost per schedule, cost per appointment, whatever you want. So a CPA. You could obviously include that if that's what you're generating. So we've got cost per lead, we've got lead conversion, how many leads convert into customers, and then cost per customer ultimately from these parts, right? And understand this will help us justify how much we can charge. We've got a calculator here, which I'm going to go through with you in a sec. It's going to help you justify your prices. And then we've got time saving and risk. So it's not all down to like monetary, right? There's other elements to this. It's like if you can do it quicker, if you can do it faster, if you can prove that you're able to do it more so than other companies, then they might pay a premium. It's like, with my agency, we had a bunch of case studies. We have really good branding, marketing, and a really good sales process. So we were able to, again, justify. Sorry, here we go. We were able to market that effectively. So we knew our target demographic, and we were able to market that effectively so that they understood what it was, and we were clearer, more concise, and more polished than other agencies, and therefore we were able to charge a premium. Or if we were charging the same, we would always come out on top. Okay, and if you these kind of time saving elements, there's the value, and there's also if you're able to sell them time, your product's more valuable. If you're able to make it more convenient, so for example, easy to use lead management system. If it's easy for them to do it, it's quicker and all that kind of stuff. Again, you're able to charge a premium. And also if you limit risk. So one thing that people don't quite understand is if you are delivering appointments only, you're charging on appointment, you are taking more risk. Therefore, you should be rewarded. There's higher risk equals higher reward. If you were to cover ad spend for clients and then only charge them on appointments generated, for example, you should be charging a premium for that. So everything I'm going to show you in here, like in the calculator, is dependent on the level of risk that you're taking. If there's very low risk, then you won't earn as much money, but it may be more scalable for you as a business. So we'll go through that as well. But ultimately, once you understand all this,
The best thing you can do is start to kind of split test your pricing. So start off by you can split test your pricing with ads. Like we're going to go through in the ad section. You can split test your pricing with like on the demos. You can keep increasing it until people say yes or say no, or you can adjust the prices based on the conversations that you're having. Ultimately, you've got to figure it out. But not only that, as you improve your service and add more relevant add-ons or bolt-ons or services and improve the quality of the leads you're getting and improve your ads and get better and better and better, your product becomes more valuable, and obviously you get more case studies and more proof that you can deliver, and therefore also it becomes more valuable. So don't worry in the early stages if you're brand new about I should be charging 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000. Just worry about getting paying customers and getting experience and figuring out what you can charge, and then eventually once you get better, you can start charging more money. So let's go through this calculator. So this is very simple, and I put this together for you guys. And we have anything white is editable, anything grey is uneditable or is automatically updated. Okay, so we've got AOV, again, the average order value. So I'm doing this for cleaning companies. I've done a lot of research on this, and it tends to be about 150 to 400 pounds average clean, stuff like commercial cleaning. So we're going to go 300. LTV, this is a percentage of that. So if I put 5, that means the average customer comes back 5 times. So it's 300 times 5. If you're, for example, a gym and the LTV was 12 months, then you'll put 12 there, and that would times that by 12. And the first month revenue would be, let's say, £100. So let's do a gym, for example. So let's say the gym average is £120 and the average LTV is 18 months. So margin, probably less important for a gym because it's all fixed cost, but we'll leave it there anyway. And then we've got lead conversion. Let's say we convert 20% of our leads into paying members, and our cost per lead is, let's say, £15. Client puts in £500 of budget, gets 33 leads out, generates 6 customers. You can always just bring this down like this, and you can bring that down like this, so it's clearer numbers. So they make $800 in the first month, and they've invested $500, but their lifetime revenue generated to be $14K. So it's very important that you portray this to your customers. In fact, I'm going to put this here for you guys. The lifetime. And obviously, if you accumulate month after month, then obviously it grows a lot more, right? So they've made $4,000. You could charge $1,000 of that, right? You kind of see where I'm coming from this. It's like there's a value exchange here. It's like we've made you $4,000 in profit that you didn't otherwise have. I think it's fair for us to take 25% of that profit. Doesn't mean you're charging based on this profit, but when you're coming up with your retainers, you're using this information to help you justify that. So how much would a lead be worth here? So let's go to a construction example. So a construction example might be £3,000 average or $3,000 average, or let's say it's dollars, say $5,000 average, and the LTV would be 1, margin 30%, lead conversion rate might be 15%, cost per lead might be £30, client might put £1,000 into ads, generates 33 leads, gets 5 orders, makes 25 grand, and their margin is 7,500. Well, how much is a lead worth, you ask? Okay, well, if they're, if for every, so if we do 5, we do 5, 33. In fact, let's do this. Let's go leads, sales. And you might break this down into leads, appointments. You may be selling appointments, but let's just do leads, sales. Okay, so their leads equals this, and their sales equals this. So that means that if we do equals that divided by that. 15%. So if we equals that divided by that, that gives us how many leads that customer needs to get an order in. So let's just round it up to 7. Okay, so they need 7 leads to get a sale, and a sale is worth if we have 5 grand, and the margin on that 5 grand is 30%. So let's do leads needed, and we'll do AOV equals, we'll do I've lost my mouse. There we go. So AOV equals, where is it? There. 5,000. Leads needed 7.
So if we do, let's say we wanted to take, if we were taking all the risk, let's say we wanted to take roughly 30% of the profit margin made. So if we do margin, and that equals what that is there, and then so that they're making equals that times 30%, and then we wanted to do our commission, we're going to come back down, so equals that times 30%, £450. So what we would then do is we would divide that 450 equals that divided by the amount of leads needed, and that gives us a price of roughly $67 per lead being generated. Now if we're getting those leads for £30, then we're making £37.50 for every lead that gets generated. So you can kind of see my workflow here. You kind of want to base your cost per lead or cost per appointment on the amount they're going to need to get a sale, and then correspond that with the amount of profit being made on the job. And you kind of want, if they're covering ad spend, you might want to charge on the lower percentage of that profit. If you're charging ad spend, then you might want to do on a higher percentage of that profit, because there's no risk to them, right? Hopefully that makes sense. But use this to help you justify your prices. And we'll talk a little bit about test driving prices. The best thing to do actually when it comes to test drives or like paid trials or free trials is to always sell the client on the price you actually want to charge. So if it was this here, and we're getting them, even if the conversion rate was, let's say, 7.5%, and we were making them $3,750, well, we could quite easily justify $1,000 in retainer, or something similar, for example. So you kind of want to base it on that, but you always want to be taking clients through rough, like, kind of calculations about what you're expecting to get them in return to be able to justify your price point. So that's why it's really good exercise to go through this and figure out. And again, I'll leave this down below as a template so you guys can use it. I kind of put a bit of a pricing together, and then when it comes to the demo section of this course, we'll go through the deck, and obviously you want to put those prices into your deck in a way that is super easy for them to understand. So you can see how I've done it here for the test drive, and then you want it to be nice and easy for them to kind of understand how that works. And you really want to sell them on this normal price point here, which is $7.99 for me, which is quite on the high side. I actually think I'm going to reduce this down because I just don't think cleaning companies are going to pay $7.99. But we'll see. We'll test it. Okay. And you remember, you can always reduce your price, but you can't. It's hard to increase them. So you can always start on the lower end. So you can always start on the higher end and then say to them, "Oh, how about we do it for this?" And you kind of price anchor a little bit there. It's a bit of a good tactic to kind of get deals in. But yeah, that's kind of a walkthrough of pricing. When we get to this section around building the deck, obviously you can see me taking the price that we created and kind of formulating it and putting it into this slide deck so you guys can use it. Hey guys, welcome to the outreach part of this course. Now this is mainly focused around cold calling. Okay, so I'm just going to give a bit of a kind of introduction to outreach. We're going to cover a few things today, and I'm going to make some notes kind of as I go. But this is a great place to start. This is a great place to start if you're a beginner. This is a great place to start if you've got a handful of clients and you now want to leverage those clients to find more targeted sort of leads to close and to call. And this is very much focused on cold calling. I just think cold calling is the quickest and easiest way to get qualified appointments. Okay. The reason I think it's the best and easiest way is because you get, which is like cold calling here, you get immediate response and feedback. Like if you send emails or social DMs, you need to send a whole lot to get responses, right? So you don't get like immediate feedback, whereas you can make one cold call, you can try one opening liner, and you get immediate response and feedback. If that person is immediately receptive, then you know that opener is worth testing. Okay. The second reason I like cold calling is because it's quick, right? You can also target the people that you actually want to speak to, as opposed to, blanket firing out 10,000 emails, right? With cold calling, it's a lot more targeted. So I can go to maps, I can search for example, landscaper near me. I can find landscapers in my local area. I can look at their reviews. I can look at their websites, and I can gauge as to whether I think they could do my services. So if you, for example, were a web developer or you're doing
websites, you can see it's pretty terrible. So we know that, okay, this client takes their business. I mean, look at this. This client takes their business seriously, and they have reviews. So you'd think that they're pretty good at what they do, but they have no website. They have a website, but it needs work. And you could go to their Facebook page and see if they're running ads. So you can be a lot more targeted with your approach when it comes to cold calling. The second thing with cold calling is to still be selective, okay? We want to target people who are within our target demographic, okay? Just because we're starting out doesn't mean we have to go for bottom of the barrel clients, okay? We're not going to be able to attract your million a year, 10 million a year, 100 million a year clients. Those guys aren't going to be interested in you for now if you're starting out, okay? But I mean, it could be worth, but it doesn't mean it's not worth a try, right? So we still want to select clients that have high review count, and I would say at least 25 plus reviews, ideally. We want to target clients who have, take their work seriously. So just because we're cold calling, one of the biggest advantages to cold calling is that we can actually select who it is that we're trying to target. The second thing I'm going to talk about is tonality. Now, a lot of this course is going to be talking about, like how to source leads, what scripts or openers to test and try, how to schedule the appointment when you're going to see examples of me doing it. But tonality is a huge part of sales. So part of tonality is just getting in the reps. Like you're going to the more you do, the more comfortable you're going to be on the phone. Now, what I want you to remember, guys, is that like a lot of these kind of scripts that we're going to be utilizing in this cold outreach section are going to be very kind of easy to sell scripts, whether it's like try some of our leads for free or 30-day free trial or whatever it is. You got to remember, you're doing them a favor. You're helping them out. It's just a conversation. So you do kind of need to get it out of your head that it's a cold call, okay? And that's the biggest thing with tonality. So when I'm doing cold calls, you'll notice that I'm pretty relaxed. Like I don't really find it stressful. I mean, that just comes through experience, obviously. But part of it is just the fact that I realized that, hey, I'm just helping these guys out. I'm helping to offer them something valuable for free, and they need it. I can tell that they need it. So like your tonality is a big part of sales. So make sure you're in the right headspace. Wake up, get a good amount of sleep, go to the gym, get yourself a coffee, and take your cold calls when you're most fresh. I like to do them at like 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, depending on your demographic and when they're most available, that is going to dictate this a little bit. But you want to make sure that you're fresh, you're feeling energized, you're feeling ready to go, you're amped up, you're fired up, and you kind of want to. That's the best time to take your cold calls. But your tonality is really, really important. So you want to be relaxed, you want to be confident, and you want good language skills. Okay, so you can see when I'm doing these course videos, I'm sometimes umming and I'm ahhing. I'm not perfect, okay, but when I take a cold call, I try my best to be super crystal clear and slow and talking in normal tonality like I am now. I don't want to be, hey, this is Sam, blah, blah, blah. You want to keep it slow. You want to keep it direct. You want to sound friendly. You don't want to be umming and ahhing. It sounds unprofessional. If they can sense that it's a cold, if you can sense nervousness in your voice, you pretty much always lost that cold call. Okay, even with a really great offer, you pretty much lost that cold call. So when we go through the script section, just practice reading your lines. Sounds silly, but practice reading your lines. Say, hey, is this so-and-so company? Yes, it is. Awesome. How are you guys doing today? Good. Great. I found you on Google Maps and I noticed you guys do X product. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So just practice slowing it down, keeping it nice and relaxed and keeping it to the point, but don't talk too fast. And so like your tonality is a huge part of cold calling and it's really, really important. Now, the second thing is that a lot of the stuff that we're teaching in this cold calling section, this cold outreaching section, it doesn't mean that it won't work in a cold email. It won't work in a cold DM. The same approaches, the same copy, the same language could definitely work when it's transferred over to like cold email. Okay, there's not going to be a full cold email course in this section, but a lot of the stuff that we're teaching, the scripting, the language, the offers, that stuff is going to work when it comes to cold email and cold DMs and stuff like that. So just take note of that. You can still leverage a lot of these tools. And the next thing is that like cold calling is 100% the best way to get your first 3 clients. if you are somebody that is confident and you're good with people, obviously you're going to find it easier, but anybody can do it. Okay. So I don't want you to think that just because you're maybe more, you find it more stressful, you find it, it makes you more nervous, whatever it might be, that cold calling won't work for you. It 100% can and still will work. So it just takes practice. So if your first 20 or 30 or 40 or even 50 cold calls don't go as planned and you don't get any meetings, don't worry about it. Just, it's practice. You can do 50 cold calls in 2 or 3 hours. So just first thing to do is just to take your first batch of leads. Don't make them your best ones. Okay. Just get some leads, pick the average ones first, and just get those reps in, get that practice in, do the first 50. And every time somebody says no or hangs up on you or whatever, take note. What did I do? What could I have done differently? What could I have done better? And also record your cold calls, okay? Now, the easiest way to record your cold calls is using Loom. Now, Loom has a feature which allows you to record. I can't show you because I'm using Loom, but it allows you to record system audio. So when you go onto Loom and you click it, go into your settings in Loom and click on record system audio. What that's going to allow you to do is if you're doing calls on your laptop or PC, you can record the audio that's going to be used to make these cold calls, okay? Obviously, if you're doing it on your phone, you can record Loom still, and it will pick up the audio. And it's most important that we're listening to ourselves anyway. So you can just, if you do 10, record it, listen back, listen to your own voice and how you sound. Because sometimes when you listen back, I know it's painful to listen to yourself, but sometimes when you listen back, it gives us a lot of understanding as to what we could have done better, where we went wrong, and where we could improve. So treat this as a continuous exercise, okay, and seeing how we can improve. The third thing, is split testing. So when we get to the cold calling scripting section of this course, we're going to test multiple opening liners, and I'm going to give you guys some great ones to start with, and also going to give you guys a bunch of cold call recordings that you can listen to in this section, so you can see how I do it. But we're going to test a bunch of opening liners. Okay, and the way we do that is we maybe have 3 or 4 that we've written out and scripted, and we're going to sort of do our first 20 calls. We're going to test one, we're going to do another 20, we're going to test second, we're going to do another 20, we're going to test a third, and then we're just going to track what sort of positive response did we get and what conversion did we get on those leads, okay, which is really, really sort of important. And the fourth thing is going to be when you're starting out, focus on mobile numbers. Now, obviously, some of the bigger companies, if we go back to maps and have a look, we're going to see that some of the large companies, so if I go, I don't know, let's say fitness studio near me, some of them are going to have, so we go to reps and sets, fitness and wellbeing. So these guys have a mobile number. I mean, it looks pretty bad. Maybe you're not the perfect client, but you get the idea. So that's a good one to call. We've got yoga and Pilates here. Again, they've got a landline number, so there's a good chance that it's going to be what we call a what do we call it? Essentially, I can't remember the word. I'm sure you guys will know, but essentially a receptionist. And they're going to make your life an absolute pain in the ass. Okay, they're going to be pushing back. They're not going to want to put you through to the owner, and so it's just going to make life more difficult. So if we try and focus on businesses that have a mobile number, so this would be a perfect one to call. We've got a All Things Physio, so PhysioPace. They've got 118 reviews. They've got a mobile number here. They are based in a bigger gym, so maybe they're not perfect. But again, when we go through to the full section around this, we're going to go to lead sourcing and help you figure out how to find and source the best leads. But you want to start with mobile numbers because it's just going to make your life easier. Once you've got, you've done 10 meetings, 20 meetings, and you feel confident and comfortable to then start tackling, landline phone numbers, where there's, a receptionist who's essentially a gatekeeper, that's the word, where there's a gatekeeper who's essentially trying to get you off the phone as quickly as possible. Then we can start working our way through those, and that obviously gives you access to the bigger companies with more money, more revenue streams and stuff like that. So start with mobile numbers first, get that experience, and then once you're comfortable, you can start tackling gatekeepers. So this course is going to have everything from lead sourcing to live cold call breakdowns, managing your lead flow, and pretty much everything you need to start getting appointments. Now, when it comes to actually closing those appointments, when it comes to dealing with no-shows, that is all going to be in the sales closing course. So this is everything pre-sales appointment, okay? So the goal is for us to do cold calling, book in a video demo call, okay? And if you want kind of figure out what's the best process, like the sales process that I recommend, just go to the sales process section before you do this outreach course, and you can figure out what your sales process is going to be before you start cold calling. So really important that you have everything aligned. You've got a site built, you've got stuff live. You don't have to have clients, but it might be good to have, like, kind of at least guides and templates and examples to show people when they jump on the calls. Because if you're cold calling with literally nothing, there's no site, you're invisible on the internet, it's going to make your life very difficult. So that's the last thing to this, is to have ensure you have a live website before cold calling. Okay, so you can use a template in this course. Take you literally 5 minutes, not 5 minutes, take you literally an hour to set up a site, get some basic branding, get a domain, and have at least some kind of online presence before you start cold calling. That's going to make your life a lot more. It's going to make your life a lot more challenging if you don't. Okay, so start here, work your way through the course, and then if you wanted to get your calls, one way to get some amazing kind of points in the group which is what Max has done, is to literally post your cold calls in here. So Maximilian actually posted, find it. He actually posted some of his cold calls. Let's find it for you now. Sorry, it's not Maximilian. It's Max Mazzetti. Sorry, Mazzetti. So he actually posted. Here we go. So he actually posted some of his. I can't find it, but it's in here somewhere. He actually posted some of his cold calls in here for feedback. And I gave him feedback. Here we go. And I gave him feedback on the calls, and then he closed 2 sales meetings the next day. So if you want feedback on your calls, I do review them sometimes in the group, and other members can review them as well. I know it can be overwhelming. Post some of your recordings in the group, get some feedback, rank up on that leaderboard, and it's a great place to start. So I hope you enjoyed the course. Of course, if you enjoy it, make sure you leave a review, and the link to leave a review will be down below. I'll see you guys in the next video. How's it going, guys? In this video, I'm just going to kind of walk you through the how to kind of manage and call leads, so how to get started with cold calling. Okay, so the first thing you're going to do, which I believe will be in the high-level section. Let me check. So the first thing you're going to need to do is going to be to purchase a number through Go High Level. Now, I will leave that instructional video. That is part of the high-level course, which is in a different course section. But I will leave that link either underneath this as a separate course element, or underneath this video. But the first thing you're going to need to do is to purchase a number. Now, if you're in the US, you're going to need to follow the steps for the US numbers. It's a bit different in the UK, but for UK, you're going to need a regulatory bundle. But you can find all that stuff on YouTube, so I'm not going to go through it in detail in this course. But in this video, I'm going to talk you through how to kind of track and manage all your leads. So I recommend, I'll leave the link to this snapshot underneath this video, but I recommend pulling this snapshot in because it's got everything you need in here. Now, we have this one here called Pre-Sales Pipeline. And this is the best place for me, I think, to cold call leads. So you can use this you can use the Lead Connector app on your phone to call, or you can buy yourself a headset with a mic, and you can plug it into your laptop, and you can make calls literally direct from the browser. So the best place to start is to essentially import all of your leads and contacts in here. So below this video will be lead sourcing instructional videos. If you are going to be using maps, what you can essentially do is you can create a spreadsheet. So you can go to Sheets. You can create a source, so you can pull name, URL, email, or phone number, for example. And then you can just bold these. And then as you start to build your list, you can build it out in here, adding these details. And if you're using scrapers like Coldlytics or the other ones, which we're going to talk about below, you can pull them into a spreadsheet. You can export the spreadsheet, and then you can come into here. In fact, let me do that for you now. Okay, so I've just created a bunch of fake, essentially fake numbers. I'm just going to make sure that's UK. Can you do this? But UK numbers, please. Obviously, you're going to have real data. So let's just pause and let that calibrate. Okay, so I've got this data. So I'm just going to go File, Download. I'm going to go CSV file. There we go. So download that. So I'm going to go back to my lead source. I'm going to go to import here. I'm going to go to opportunities. We're going to go to contacts. We're going to go. Why doesn't it let me do this? Let's just go to contacts and try and do it from inside of here. So we're going to go to where are we going? Import contacts. We're going to drag our CSV file in here. We're going to click next. We're then going to map them out. So we've got name is that, email is that, phone number is that. So that's perfect. We're going to click next. Import name, we're going to call it cold call leads, and we're going to put the date, the 25th of the 10th, 24. Create a list of contacts from import. Advanced. Add new. Add tags. We're going to call it cold call tag. And we're going to go submit. Oh, there we go. We're going to go submit. And then that's being processed. So we're just going to pause, let that process, and come back and show you what to do. We're then going to go to, now we've got our list in here, but obviously it's mixed in with the rest of our other leads. So we're going to go to more filters. We're going to go to tag. We're going to go to tag is, and we're going to select the tag that we just made. So it's going to be called cold call. And you can put the date on these if you wanted to, so you knew which cold call list it is. Okay, apply. We're then going to select all. So we've got 20 records. We're then going to go to, I think it's pipeline change. When you go select pipeline, we're going to go to our pre-sales pipeline. We select stage new lead, and we're going to add update. Oh, action, import cold call leads. Add update opportunity. We may have messed that up because we may have had to add the. Let's go to opportunities and see if that worked. Let's pause. Awesome. Okay, now we have all our leads in here. So what we can now do is we can start working our way through them. So we can click call. Obviously, it's not going to work because it's a fake number. But we can click call. We can do our cold call. We can then, if that person answers, we can then click booked intro call. Now, I'm probably going to adjust this pipeline. I just realized there's no client onboarding pipeline. So I won't do this now, but you can go into here and you can update these. So if you, for example, wanted to have a no contact, contact, and you put attempt one, and then we have a no contact attempt 2. You get the idea. So we can go ahead and click save. And if we go back to opportunities and then we call them, and for example, that lead doesn't answer, we don't want to text them, right? Because we want to try and call them again. But we just refresh this page. We could drag that lead over to the no contact attempt 1 section of this pipeline. So we've got it here. So we can just grab James Anderson, pop him in no contact attempt 1, and then we can reattempt. And then you can also add a backlog. You can do whatever you want to this pipeline. You can customize it however you want to. But once you book someone in for an appointment, it should then automatically move them to the sales pipeline. Now, it's good to keep these two separate because you want your sales pipeline kind of kept clean. With you don't want hundreds of leads in here, right? So it's good to have two different pipelines. And obviously, I'll leave the link to this snapshot below this video as well. Okay, this part is going to be a paid version of lead sourcing. So if if time is of the essence and you'd rather pay, the best tool I found is Codalytics. It is expensive, but the leads are manually sourced, so it is very good. So I'm just going to log in here and walk you through how you'd create a list. Now, essentially lists are done like this. If I go into this example, I should be able to open the spreadsheet here and I can see, it's not giving me access to that. There's some other email address. I can't show you that one. But essentially it creates a spreadsheet and it's all manually verified. So I will give you my affiliate link down below, which I think gets you some discount or something. So you're welcome to use that. But essentially you go in here, you create a new task. You go to small businesses, you search a region. So I'll go United Kingdom, for example. There we go. Next, you would then give it industry. So I might say cleaning companies. I might go, you can add multiple commercial cleaning. Add, I would then go carpet cleaning. There we go. And then I go next. And then you select what seniority level. So I usually go owners, founders, or directors, executives. Job titles, business, owner. And you can search for it. Founder, director. You get the idea. Next. location, and then you do filters. So this is where you can choose and search different filters. If you go advanced, for example, you can do website keywords. You can do if you go add here, filter. So you should be able to do, here we go. So popular filter. So you can go revenue. So you can, for example, say from 500k per year to 5 million per year next. And that's added that as a filter. Then you can do another one. You could do website keywords. You can also do page speed. So you can, if you're doing website, for example, you can do minimum of like 4 seconds load speed, and then you can add that as a filter. And then essentially once you're done, you go launch, and it's going to launch it. And obviously you can also choose, I believe you can choose what you want to collect. So let me find out how you do that. Maybe it's up here, targeting, filter by revenue, filter by page speed. Sorry. So we click deliver here, and this is always choose what we want. So I usually go for so we've got selected. We've got page speed, Google Analytics, does this apply? Don't really need that. Direct dial for each prospect. So we can't find direct dials for everyone, so any unused credits will be funded. So it's basically like the direct phone number for that person, which obviously you need. It does cost an extra credit, so it's an extra one. So it costs about $2 per lead. So it's not cheap, but it is good. Don't need that. Address, probably useful. LinkedIn profile, don't need that. Won't let us get rid of these ones, so that's fine. We can also get company Facebook page. We can get approximate revenue. We can get date established. So it gives you loads of bunch of stuff here you can collect, and then we just click next, and then you can give them additional details. So you can say, I want companies who aren't advertising on Facebook, and you can give it all the information you want. As I said, this is all manually collected, right? So you give it all the details you want, and then you just click launch, and within sort of 24 hours, you can have a list, and it is going to be a really high quality list. Okay, so that's how to do that, and then you can then use that list for cold calling. So that's the more automated and paid approach to lead collection. How's it going, guys? Just a really quick video. We're going to be doing lead sourcing for cold calls. Okay, so this one's going to be, I'll leave a link to the spreadsheet down below, master sheet. We've got this template cold call list. And this is for those of you who want to source leads for free and you don't want to use a paid tool. So the way I do it is go to maps. And I basically search, I start with areas. So I'm just going to zoom out in the UK. I would say just start in like medium to size. The best place to start with like medium sized or large cities or towns that are have relative wealth. So, for example, like Bristol is a relatively wealthy city, and obviously do this in your own country. So what we're going to do is we're going to search Bristol. We're going to just pick a random niche. Let's just go, for example, window. I don't know. Let's go driveways, Bristol, and obviously do this for your niche that you've chosen. Okay, and we're going to go through this list. We're going to zoom in a bit. We're just going to start clicking on them. So we've got Smart Paving Bristol. They've got 4.1, 25 reviews, and they've got a listed landline number. So we're going to skip that one for now. We've got S&J Resin Servicing, 10 reviews, not too bad. They've got listed mobile number, so we're going to grab that. We're going to come into business name, pop that in there. We don't know the contact name, so we're going to leave that blank. We're going to come in here. We're going to copy the number. We're going to paste the number in here. We've got the website. We're going to copy the website. We're going to paste it in here. And that's one lead. Then we're going to go through and do another one. So let's go to town and country driveways. Pretty good, 4.9. So we're going to grab that, paste it in here. We're going to grab the number, paste it in here. We're going to grab the website. We're going to paste it in here. We'll do one more. So we'll go down to, let's try a different town. I obviously maximize the town, but let's just try a different one. So we're going to go to, let's try Gloucester. So you can just then go search this area like this. So we've got P&M driveways, nothing on there, doesn't look great. LA landscapes, again, not much there. B&M driveways, not much there. There we go, or code just, but they've got a landline number, so I'll avoid that. So BOF 5, landline number again. So let's go up here, try Worcester. Let's try this area. Oh, you might have to do that. There we go. All right, Seastone, 18 reviews, Landline. Let's try this one. Paved patios, Landline. Again, you can try landlines, but it's more difficult. So like, I tend to start with mobiles. We've got Original Residence Stone Company. That looks good. Going to pop that in here. And so actually you spend about, I don't know, about 20 minutes to half an hour, and you can usually collect about 30 to 40 contacts, okay? And it's good to get the websites that when you cold call them, I have it at a high level here, and I have my sheet here, and then I'll just open this up, and then it gives me stuff to talk about whilst I'm calling them. Just you know where they're based. You can maybe bring that up on the call, and just helps to kind of make it a better experience for you and them. So date, we'll just put the current date. I believe you can just do control colon for current date. Is that right? No, let's try it. 1 second. Let's try command colon. What is it? Semicolon. Oh, so insert a current time. So on the worksheet, and say you want to insert current date or time. Control plus semicolon. Okay, let's try that. Control plus semicolon. There we go. So on a Mac, you do control or command plus and then semicolon, and then that will insert today's date. And then you can do the same thing. You can just copy and paste it down there. And obviously, we can import this into Go High Level when it comes to it. And then you can create that list, export it, and then import into Go High Level. So nice and easy way to collect leads. This video is about cold calling, scripting. So I'm going to give you guys this script. And there's a few different kind of openers here that you can test. Now, Max, who is one of the members, I will plug his post down below so you can listen to how he does it. He does a very direct approach. Now, not something that I specialize in, but he does a very, very direct approach where he actually says, like, hey, this is a cold call. So this is one here. So, hello, I should say hi. This is a cold call. I just want to be up front. So I've added that in there, and I'm going to just plug Max's call recordings down below so you can give those a listen if you want to. They're really great. But we're going to go through them. So we've got some different openers for lead gen, which is, of course, is mainly focused on. But we've also got some openers for web design, which I've tested. So I'm going to leave our videos below this. It's going to be one long video, cold calling video for lead gen, and one long cold calling video for website design. So you can listen to and watch both of those and see which one resonates more with you. But I'm going to walk you through these one-liners, these openers, sorry. So we've got, first one is, hey, is this X company? I was just wondering if you guys did X, and that's where you'd plug a product. So, for example, I was just wondering if you guys did commercial cleaning. Okay, great. And these spaces are where you'd leave gaps for them to respond. Okay, great. Hope you're on the call. We work with cleaning companies in, we work with cleaning company in location, and you would pick a location near them if you have that. If you don't, you could just say we work with cleaning companies that came across you guys in Google Maps. We're a lead provider, and one of you guys would be interested in testing a few of our leads out, so we can see if to get you guys set up if you like them. So that's the first one. Second one is, hey, is that X company? Oh, great. Are you guys still open for business? Which is quite a good open line. I stole that from Pavlo. Amazing. Hope you're on the call. I saw that you guys did X product, and we're currently supplying a fair amount of those leads, but we're looking for a partner in their town who can take them as well, as we've got more than our current partners can handle. Would you guys be interested in talking more about that? So all of these are kind of like, I'm not saying, hey, would you guys be interested in a 30-day free trial? I'm speaking their language, right? I'm saying, would you guys be interested in the more leads? Of course, they're going to say yes, right? If you say to them, hey, would you want a free trial? It means nothing to them. So rather than saying free trial, I typically say, would you like to try out some of these leads? And then when you get to the demo, the video call, you can then see how I then pitch that. Now, I'm not going to go into details about what to say after this, and I just want you to watch my examples and see how I deal with it. Now, most of my cold calls are pretty off the cuff. I script the first open liners, the first few questions I'm going to ask, and then I let it run, and I keep it more natural from then on out. So if you watch my examples down below in the next couple sections, you'll see how I deal with it, and it's more kind of like conversational from then onwards. And the last one is, hey, is this company name great? I noticed you guys specialize in X product. Hope you're on the call. I actually came across you are searching local providers in the area, and we provide pre-qualified leads in this field. And I was just wondering if you guys would be open to a quick conversation about testing some of our leads, see if they're a good fit for your business. Again, very, very open-minded. Now, you don't have to offer free trials, right? This is very smart the way we've worded this. So it's like they may ask more about it, and you can say, yeah, we allow you to test out the leads, see if you like them. When you get to your pitch deck, you'll see how I pitch it. I give them offer of free trial, but then I pitch them a test drive, right? So the free trial is they get a few leads for free, but then they have to go full whack pricing, whereas test drive allows them to test drive the whole thing for a lower price, and it saves them money. So typically they go for the test drive in my experience, but you'll see how I deal with that when you get to the closing section. And a more direct is just kind of stolen from Max, which I'll plug below. Hi, it's the company name. Great. Who am I speaking to? Hi, this is a cold call. I just want to be upfront. I'm reaching out because I noticed you guys are in service product space, and we specialize in generating high quality leads for companies like yours. We currently have an overflow of leads in location industry, and I wonder if you'd be open to testing a few out to see if they're a good fit for your business. Now, some of them are going to go, no, fuck off, but some people are going to listen to you and go, oh, fair enough. At least he was honest. And you could add to this. You could say, if you want to hang up, I'd totally understand. But most people don't, and you listen to Max's calls down below and you can see that. Some of them do, but most of them don't. And it's just a quicker way of just getting to the point sometimes. So you could test both of these out, try out some of these, and these are just some of these website ones, which you can try out as well if you're doing website design. But most of these ones we're going to be using. So if you go to the next section, you'll see these in action. Watch me actually take these calls and demonstrate how this works. And then you'll see how I then schedule a demo from the call. But I always keep Go High Level up in front of me so I can then just schedule that demo there and then. How to cold call in 2024. Now, I think before we get into it, the biggest mistakes I see, why people suck at cold calling, I've called it. And I did some research, and the average cold call statistics are 4.82%. That means for every 100 cold calls being made, between 4 and 5 of them are being booked in for an appointment. Now, the average person might only be able to make 50 cold calls a day. So that means if you are lucky and you're literally cold calling all day, you might get 2 appointments. You might get no appointments. And to me, that is pretty dreadful. And I think there's 3 reasons why people suck at cold calling. Number 1, you're selling on a cold call. When a cold call, in my opinion, shouldn't be about selling. It shouldn't be about selling your service. It should be a conversational structure, and it should be about selling the next stage or giving something of value, which is why the third point I've made there is you're offering no real value, which we're going to go into in this video. Second thing, obviously, out of the 3 is you're using outdated scripts, which again, we're going to go through in this video. Now, I don't know if the way I choose to do things is normal. I literally this is how my approach to acquiring clients and how I've been testing this over the last couple of months. It's been working well for me. So we're going to be going through that on this video. We're going to talk about how to get a 25 to 50% success rate from a cold call. That means if you actually connect with somebody, i.e. they answer the phone, you should be able to book them in at 25 to 50%. And we're going to make the offer so good that the only reason they'll say no is either they had a really bad day and they just don't want to talk to you, which can happen. Doesn't matter how good you are at cold calling, some people just are not receptive whatsoever, and that's completely fine. But the other reason someone wouldn't be interested in you is because they already have a solution in place. Now, if they don't have a solution in place or they are actively looking for new customers, it should be a yes, I'm interested, let's book a meeting. That is my goal from cold calls. So here's my advice, 3 steps. Number 1, provide something of value so they cannot say no. Now, if you guys have been watching my YouTube channel or you're inside of my school group, you guys know that I believe in providing something of value up front. So you take the first 20% of your service and you give it away for free or at a low cost. So if you're providing something of value, it's easy. Number 2, aim for industries where you can speak direct to decision makers. I see a lot of people calling landlines and they're getting through to receptionists. Ultimately, the receptionist doesn't have the same pain points and struggles that the owner has. They're on a salary or they're being paid by the hour. So ultimately, their job is just to intercept customers or inquiries and pass them over to the owner. So ideally, we want to try and get past gatekeepers, and the absolute easiest and best way of doing that is by using cell numbers or mobile numbers, especially if you're just starting out, because gatekeepers adds another layer of complexity, which makes things pretty challenging. Number 3 is to use conversational sales techniques, which we're going to talk about in the next slide, so you guys know what I'm talking about when I say that. Now, this is conversational cold calling. This is the difference between the 2 things. Now, the traditional sales, if you go on YouTube and you search cold calling, SMMA, or cold calling agency, or whatever it might be, most cold calls will go something like this, which is, hey, John, this is a cold call, but if I could guarantee you 5 to 10 new customers per month, would you give me 2 minutes of your time to explain how it works? Maybe this worked a few years ago. In my personal experience, my personal opinion, it's very salesy. And if it were me, I'd immediately have my guard up straight away from the get-go. So my conversational scripts, and obviously the offer is different in these 2 scripts, bear that in mind as well. I'm sure you could do this kind of first style with a more conversational approach. But let's just read through the second script. Second one is, hi John, I just wondered if you guys took customers in X. So we're kind of opening it as if we're like a customer inquiring about certain projects or work. And then you let them respond. You say, great, just, we're generating leads for that product at the moment, and I wondered if you guys would be interested in trying a handful for free to see how you get on. Now, this is a very conversational approach. The reason it's conversational is because we're just simply asking them, would you guys be interested in trying a few leads? Like, it's very low friction, and we're not asking for money, we're not asking for anything, we're just saying, would you guys be interested in trying a few leads? And this, obviously, if the person's in the right frame of mind, they'll listen to that and they might ask a few questions, but they'll be a lot more receptive, I think, compared to the first. But we're going to see, later on in this video. I'm going to grab my phone. I've already scraped some leads. I'm going to show you how I did that, and also we're going to do some cold calls. So next slide is step one. Now we've done this. Step one is to scrape leads. Now my preferred method, especially if you're starting out, is to just do it manually via Google Maps. So you can see here, I just search for product name and then near me, or what I might do is search for product name and then search for certain areas of the UK or the US or wherever you're based. So for example, you'll see, on my actual list I've created, I've got 3 areas. I've got Portsmouth, Bournemouth, and Bristol. All I did was search cleaning companies, Portsmouth, cleaning companies, Bournemouth, cleaning companies, Bristol, and I just went through and I handpicked all of the cell numbers or phone numbers, okay? I always put their website here so that when I'm calling them, I can open the website up, and then that might help me with any references that I might want to use on that phone call. Now, if we talk about writing our script, actually just quickly back on this, the most important thing here, as you can see, out of the selections that I got, is that only one of these top 4 companies was actually a cell phone number or a mobile phone number. Now, obviously, a lot of these companies might use landline phone numbers, but it will redirect to their mobile number. That's quite common, so you can try them, especially for smaller companies. That might be the case. But just to make life easier in the short term, aim for mobile or cell phone numbers, because you have the best chance of actually getting through to the owner of that company. So let's talk about the script that I have written. Now, there's a few things that I've done to kind of come up with this script and then go through it. Now, first one is cleaning companies. Now, for this particular example, I'm going to go cleaning companies, relatively easy to get through to them. It's a relatively easy product, and most cleaning companies are looking for more customers. So there's also loads of them. So you guys pick whatever niche is yours, and if you guys want help with niche selection, inside of my school group, which we link down below, I have a 5-week course. Part of that course is fundamentals, where we talk about niche selection, what are the best niches to choose, and how to brand your agency, all of that kind of stuff. So what do they want? The first thing they want, obviously, in this instance, is inbound leads or direct dial leads. So I'm probably going to be, my product here is going to be qualified leads or direct inbound calls, which I'm going to be generating for these guys. So that's what they want, ultimately, is more customers, but that comes from inbound leads or like warm leads. Types of service preferred. I did a little bit of research and digging. Most of these guys tend to prefer commercial cleaning. I believe that it's bigger value projects. So we are going to focus on commercial cleaning. So that's how I've done my script. So what I've said is, hey, X being the company name. I don't have the first names here. Again, hard to get that information. Not necessary. Obviously it helps, but it's not 100% necessary. So I just said, hey, commercial cleaning limited or whatever. Just wondered if you guys still did commercial cleaning. And if they say yes, which they probably will, we'll say, okay, great. Well, we supply exclusive inbound leads in the form of like direct inbound calls for other cleaning companies. I came across you guys on Google, and I just wondered if you guys would be interested in trying a handful of these leads for free to see if you like them. Very open-ended and offer-based script. So we stop here, we allow a response before explaining further. There's no need to go into lots of detail. Just see if they're interested first. They'll probably respond, either they'll respond positively or they'll respond negatively. Sometimes they'll come back and say something like, I'm okay at the moment. And I would push back a little bit, and I would say, you guys are like fully booked. You don't need any more work. You guys, try and handle that objection if you can, but if not, no problem, move on to the next. But they might come out with something like, how does it work? And then my response is going to be, great. We generate the leads via Facebook and Google Ads. We do that internally. And we have a team of call handlers who follow up with the leads to qualify them to save you that job. And then once they're qualified and ready to quote, we simply transfer that call over to your phone number. And obviously you only pay for the qualified and confirmed leads that actually answer the phone you speak to who want to quote. They might ask you how much per lead and stuff like that, and I would probably push back and say, hey, look, we can obviously go through that on a video call, or like you can try some first and then we can agree a price afterwards. But like if you guys, I don't have, basically what I'm saying is I haven't planned this ahead. I don't have fixed prices yet. So like this, I just don't have the answer to them. So if you guys already have fixed prices, you can obviously go into that on the call. But like allow for a bit of natural back and forth here. And then I would say, okay, great. So to get started, we need to book in a video call. So my goal is to get them on a video call. So what I'll do is I'll take their email address, I'll take a time, and then I'll send them a Google Meets. And I may do another video, just like kind of actually doing that call and documenting it and showing you guys. But the goal with that call would be to get them set up in the system, go through your prices after the trial so that they're kind of bought into that, and then get them set up and get things live. That would be the goal. So you would kind of sell and onboard within one video call. Again, if you guys want more step-by-step instructions on how I do that, again, all inside my school group, which is linked down below. But we're going to get straight into it. I believe the next step is get calling. So what I've done is I've hand pulled a bunch of leads here, and I use the exact method that I showed you guys a second ago, going to Google Maps, searching the areas, finding the companies that look good, most importantly, and just finding the numbers. So what we're going to do, I'm going to pull up the website here, and I'm going to keep my Google Sheet here so I can keep them side by side. And we can see here this one, it says, I am the proud owner of GL Quality Cleaning. So let's see if we can find her number. I'm going to pause this while I see if I can find her first name. You never know. Okay, I can't find her number. It doesn't matter. We're going to get straight into it and I'm going to start dialing. We're going to try again because she didn't answer. And again, like, no answer, but like if they're not answering the phone, like that's quite a good sign, because that means they're clearly not very good at following up with inquiries. So you can kind of use that to your advantage when you say, I tried calling, no one answered. So obviously, we do all that stuff for you, so it saves you guys time. We're gonna go on to the next lead, so I'm gonna pause and dial and then resume.
Hello?
Hello, is that ProStar Cleaning?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wondered if you guys do commercial cleaning.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we supply exclusive leads for commercial cleaning projects. So I saw you guys on Google, and I just wondered if you guys would be interested in trying a handful for free, like to see if you like the leads, because we've got other companies in similar areas, but nobody in Portsmouth at the moment. Would you guys be interested in that?
Possibly.
Okay, cool. Yeah, tell me a little bit more about what kind of projects you guys are looking for and how much, and then we can kind of chat a little bit more about it.
Well, we do all kinds of cleaning actually. So we work with coastal Starbucks, after builders clean.
Do you guys do end of tenancy clean, stuff like that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And where do you guys get leads from currently?
Sorry?
Where do you guys buy leads from currently, or is it just through Google and SEO and stuff like that?
No, we work with lots of estate agencies.
So you buy leads from other providers?
No, we don't buy leads.
Oh, so like listing profiles where you list your business on their websites, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you guys ever bought leads before?
No.
Would you guys be interested in trying out a handful for free and see if you like them, and then we can chat about you buying them long term afterwards?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any more questions for me before we get things? Because I can book you in for a video call. We can get you set up the trial, see if you like it. There's no obviously commitment after that. See if you like them, get you set up, and we can start delivering within a couple of days.
Okay.
Also, what we do is we actually
How much are your leads usually?
Yeah, so the first handful is free. So what we do is we qualify them for you, and then what we do is we transfer those calls over to your phone. So we generate the leads via Facebook and Google Ads. We have a team of call handlers who calls the leads for you, so you don't have to do that. And then once the lead's qualified and wants a quote, again, these are commercial leads, we'll just transfer that lead.
What's the name of your company?
Yeah, it's called verifiedleads.co. I'll send you a WhatsApp with information afterwards.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Cool. Would you be interested in doing that?
Possibly. How much are the leads after that?
Yeah, it depends. Once you've tried them and you're happy with the quality, we can kind of agree a price. It kind of varies, right? Because some leads are commercial leads, obviously more expensive than domestic.
Yeah.
But what we can do is we can jump on the video call, get you set up, and then we can agree a price once you've trialed out a handful to see if you like them.
Okay.
Cool. When would you be free to jump on? I can do it any time this week.
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
You don't have to be on a computer if you want to jump on.
Probably I'm gonna pass it to my office manager. She's staying in the office, so
Are you the company owner?
yeah.
Okay, well, it might be better if you're on it because obviously you can make decisions.
It's fine.
But I can do it any time that suits you. Like, it doesn't have to be today. It can be any time this week.
Not today.
No worries. How's Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
What time works for you?
Any time.
Should we do 10 a.m.?
What time?
I can do any time you want. You choose.
Yeah, around 11.
11 a.m., yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your email address?
It's a Prestar Clinic,
Yeah.
UK at gmail.com.
prostarcleanuk@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Nice one. What I would do... what was your name? I didn't get your name, sorry.
The DOB.
Say it again, sorry.
DOB.
Dob?
Yeah.
Okay, Dob. What I'll do, Dob, I'll send you a WhatsApp with more information. I'll ping over a confirmation of that meeting, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, okay.
Nice one. I appreciate your time.
Just take it back.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Do you see how easy that is? First answer, and we've got a booking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my columns here so I can read them better. Okay, so now we can track the status. So I'll change this to no answer. I'm going to go back and call this first lead because they looked pretty good. We didn't get through to them, but I'm going to try them again. You never know what might happen. And then we're going to move on to the next. Okay, that one's no good. We'll go to the next. Okay, this is VS Group Limited.
Hello.
Hello, is that VS Group Limited?
Yes, how can I help?
Okay, perfect. Do you guys do commercial cleaning?
Yes, we do.
Okay, awesome. I'm only calling because we supply like inbound leads for like in the form of direct inbound calls for other cleaning companies. And I came across you guys on Google. And I wondered, would you be interested in trying a handful of like pre-qualified leads for free to see if you liked them? Only because we've got other companies in similar areas, but nobody in Portsmouth.
Yeah, can you explain again? I don't understand.
Yeah, no
It's
problem.
confusing.
No, I'll explain it for you. So what we do is we generate leads via Facebook and Google Ads, and then we've got a team of call handlers who actually follow up with those leads on your behalf. We qualify the leads for you, and then once that lead is qualified and is looking for a quote, we then just transfer that call straight to your phone. So basically, you don't have to do any follow-up, you don't have to faff about, and you only pay for calls that we generate. So there's no fees, there's no setup fees, and you can try it for free to see if you like it.
Yes, I understand. Can you send me more information about the email, please? So it's info@vsgroupltd.co.uk.
Say that again for me, sorry.
info@vsgroupltd.co.uk.
Okay, great. Are you guys looking for more work at the moment, or are you guys pretty full? Like, what's
We are
this?
busy, but we're looking all the time for some work.
Do you buy leads from other platforms?
Pardon?
Do you guys buy leads from other platforms already?
Yes, we have. Yeah.
And is that working well for you guys?
Pardon?
Are those working well for you guys?
Yes, some platform working well, some platform doesn't work very well. So.
Okay, well, just to reiterate, like you try them. There's no payment exchange. You can try 3 or 4, 5, however many you want for free, before you have to pay anything. So if that's something you're interested in, I'll ping over you a little email. But if that is something you're interested in, let me know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm waiting for your email. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, no scheduled call. We'll see. I'll put status pending email. I would take that as a no, me personally, but I did try to push back a little bit. Didn't want to overdo it, so let's go on to the next one. One thing I want to say is you notice with these calls how there's a different tonality to the way they're responding to my messaging, the way I'm speaking to them. It's hard to be annoyed at somebody who's giving you something of value with no cost attached to it. It's very difficult for them to be annoyed at me. it's like I'm doing them a favor, right? I'm just saying, hey, like we have leads. Would you guys like to try them for free? Like it completely changes the dynamic. And obviously, a lot of you guys in the comments, I know what you're going to say. Oh, but like you're not getting paid. Like you're not charged. You're not really selling a client. I would know that, but I would always rather onboard 2 or 3 trial clients to get one paid when it's this easy. Like I've been here for literally 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes calling, and I've already got one appointment booked. So when it's this easy, there's literally no need to, I'd rather this approach. And obviously this is the approach I teach in the school community if you guys want to learn it. Much, much easier. Anyway, let's move on to the next client. That lead, no answer. So we're going to move on to the next one. Now this one doesn't actually have a website, which I think is potentially a good sign. Who knows? They had a few reviews on Google, so we're going to try it. Let's have a look. All right. No answer with that one, so let's move on to this one.
Hello.
Hello, is that Revive Services?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, cool. I just wondered if you guys did commercial cleaning.
We do, yes.
Okay, perfect. The only reason I'm calling is we supply inbound leads, like in the form of inbound calls. We work with a couple of companies near you guys, but not in Portsmouth directly. And I wondered if you guys would be interested in trying a handful for free. There's no cost associated. See if you like the leads.
I'm Bournemouth, mate, not Portsmouth.
Oh, you guys are based in Bournemouth?
In Hampshire.
Oh, okay. So I'm only a few. You've got 50 to 100 miles incorrect. Sorry about that.
That's all right. But I'm right in the middle of a job. Have you got my email address?
I don't, but if you let me know, I can call you back tomorrow at a better time if that suits.
All right, it's revivecleanservices@gmail.com.
revivecleanservices@gmail.com. You just for like literally 2 seconds. Are you guys interested in something like that? Would you be interested in trialing out?
Depends what's in it. You know what I mean? It just depends. Mate, we're quite busy, but
yeah,
we could do a bit more duct work and all that, and aircon cleaning and all that sort of stuff. We do all that as well. So.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, can I explain it to you in about 2 seconds?
Explain to my team leader here. I'm right in the middle of the job, but yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh yeah, who am I speaking to?
Hi, my name's Tom. I'm one of Gary's team leaders.
Oh, okay, cool. Basically, we are a lead gen company. But what we do is we provide inbound phone calls. So we do Facebook, Google Ads. We have a team of basically call handlers who follows up the leads for you. And then when a lead's qualified and ready to go, we transfer that call over to you guys to basically book them in, quote them and stuff like that. And obviously the first 4 or 5 calls is completely for free. So you guys can try it out and see if you like it. I just came across you guys on Google and wondered if you'd be interested in trialing out some to see if they were any good for you guys.
I will speak to Gary and I'll get him to give you a call back because I know he's a bit busy at the minute, but obviously he's the one who makes all the decisions. So what I'll do is I'll get him to call you back as soon as possible.
No worries.
But you've got his email address. If you send him an email with it all, it'll probably be easier for him to do that. That'll be easy for him if you do a breakdown on an email for him and then he can read it and when he's got more time.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll ping him an email and then I'll rearrange a call for another day.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, mate. Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Okay, no bueno, but making progress. We're going to move on to a couple more.
Hello, Ricky speaking. How can I help?
Hello, is that Summit Cleaning?
It is, yes. Hi.
Okay, awesome. I just wondered, do you guys do commercial cleaning projects?
We do, yes. What sort of project have you got?
Well, the reason I'm calling, we work with a few other companies. We provide pre-qualified commercial cleaning projects.
Okay.
I wondered if you guys would be interested in, having a handful of pre-qualified leads for free to see if you like them, because we've currently got nobody in Bournemouth. So I saw you on Google Maps. You came up quite high to the top. I thought I'd give you a quick call to see if you're interested.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. I mean, after sort of the free period, what are we talking sort of on costs? Is it done on a cost per lead basis, or is it kind of done on a percentage of whatever the job is, or how do you kind of work?
Yeah, exactly. So I'll explain how we do it. So we generate the leads via Facebook and Google Ads, and then we've got a team of call handlers who do the follow up for you. So you're not getting loads of leads that aren't answering the phone. We do all of that part for you. Once it's qualified and ready for a quote, we simply transfer that call to your phone. You basically only have to deal with customers who are serious and ready to get a quote. And then basically after the trial period, we agree a price per inbound phone call that actually you speak to. And then you only pay for the leads you get. So there's no fees, there's no setup fees or retainers or anything like that. And we'd agree a price per call after the trial period once you've kind of, tested them out, let's say.
Okay, and when you say commercial, what are we talking? What's your general sort of commercial leads that you're getting at the minute?
Yes, that's kind of the best part. So obviously you can kind of, choose. We have kind of control over the way we advertise it, so we can kind of generate projects for whatever you want, really. Generally, it's like end of tenancy clean or like commercial cleaning. But like if you guys want a little bit of control, or if there's particular areas that you guys need leads in currently, we can kind of tailor it to what you guys need.
Yeah, I mean, because we've got a company we use already for Google for sort of domestic stuff, and occasionally we get the odd commercial within it if someone's done it sort of personally for the company or organisation.
Yeah.
And the tenancy is something we do, but we kind of get enough of that naturally anyway through all the estate agents and letting agents that we do work through, and then we get people find us organically through Facebook. So we kind of have enough of that already. I'd say that the area that I would be interested in sort of expanding the company would be sort of more, kind of big carpet clean jobs. So, the likes of schools and hotels and that sort of thing, which we do a little bit of at the minute, and we've got a few on our books, but
awesome.
That's definitely something we would want to expand on. So
yeah,
if you could specify, I know it's quite a niche that I'm asking for, but that would really be the only sort of area that I'd be sort of interested in, sort of, big sort of carpet cleaning jobs, where you're talking sort of, a couple of days work sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, we're pretty good on everything else, I would say, as it stands.
I suppose the those kind of bigger commercial projects can often be more ongoing as well, right? So there's like recurring revenue element to those, and obviously the bigger the project is for you guys, like we can agree prices. Like if we're doing just domestic one-off cleans, we can't really charge you very much for those leads, so there's not much margin in it for anybody else. So the bigger the projects we can generate for you guys, that's best for us. So absolutely, we can definitely do something like that. How much do you guys pay for your leads from the other platforms out of interest?
Well, it's kind of done on we've got a budget set with Google. So the company that we use, we pay them a fee a month to actually manage the ads on our behalf. So they keep on top of everything that needs to be done behind the scenes, to keep it up where it needs to be.
Okay.
And then it's like a separate to our website. So they've set up different pages that are found through Google Ads. So when people search for carpet cleaning, that will kind of be generally at the top of the search. So we have a budget with Google that we pay them. We've got direct debit set up to Google, and then we pay a fee to the managing company, to kind of look after it. But it works quite well. I mean, this month, I think, without looking at the spreadsheet, I think generally works out about £10 a lead, and we're converting about 60%.
That's awesome.
Minute. So, yeah,
amazing.
So it's pretty good. Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, I suppose the only downside with Google is it's slightly limited, right? Like in how much you can spend. It's based on search terms, I suppose.
Yes and no. I mean, we could probably increase it, to be honest, and they have asked if we do, but we've kind of got it at an optimum amount, I'd say, at least for now, until I sort of maybe look to expand it next year. But I think one way which is going to help it get to that point is getting more commercial sort of, that if we can have sort of, a good amount of commercial work that is ongoing, as you were saying earlier, that we've got as a backbone, bread and butter that we can build on, with other stuff. Yeah. Then we can increase the spend in all avenues, but it's kind of getting to that stage. So I'm quite thankful for your call in a way. I mean, if you can deliver and give us good quality leads, I'll be all ears.
All right, let's book in a video call and get you set up. So what's your email address?
It's Summit, so SUMMIT .cleaning.
Yeah.
At AOL.com.
Yeah. Awesome. And what sort of time suits you for a call anytime this week or next?
I'd say probably, actually this Friday, I've only got one job on because we're going to a wedding in the afternoon, but there'll be a bit of time in between. Probably about sort of late morning, I'd say you gave me a call somewhere around 11:30.
Okay, that will work. Yeah.
How long? What would it be, like half an hour call
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah. Maximum. Maximum.
Okay. That'd be all right.
Let's do 11:30. And I will ping over. What I'll do, I'll send you a WhatsApp too, but I'll ping over an invite to that email address. We'll jump on, get things set up, have a chat about just everything overall, and we'll get going from there. And what was your name? Sorry.
Brilliant. My name's Ricky.
Ricky, awesome. Okay.
And your name was?
Yeah, my name's Sam, and I'll ping over some information after.
All right, great.
Cool.
Thanks Sam.
Thanks, Ricky.
Speak to you shortly.
See you soon, mate. Bye-bye.
Cheers, take care.
Bye. Easy as that. So we've spent, I think, probably about 20 minutes doing this, 2 booked calls, and realistically we could have done a lot more. If I was using Go High Level and the Power Dialer, I probably could have banged those calls out much quicker. For the purposes of recording, I just use my normal phone number. But if I had the Power Dialer in front of me in Go High Level, which you guys, by the way, you can get a 30-day trial down below. It allows you to import all your contacts, add them all to the Power Dialer, and you can just bang them out really quickly. So I probably could have got through those in half the time if I were using Go High Level. And obviously you can then schedule them in for appointments at the same time. So obviously it makes life much quicker and easier. But as you guys can see, that was pretty easy, not too challenging. And that script worked really well. Obviously we got through to, I'd say, 40% of them answer the phone, but obviously I could go back through those at a different time. I'm calling at 4 p.m. Not the best time to be calling, most likely. But anyway, it worked really well. So I thought you guys would enjoy that. No fluff, no thrills, just getting straight into it. We literally, we created our list, we chose our niche, we wrote our sales script, and it worked straight away. So there's literally no excuse, guys. This works, it works really well. So if you guys want to get like more extensive courses, or like basically I've got a community, it's called the Agency Club Inner Circle. There will be a link down below. That's a paid community, but you get a ton of resources as well as like weekly coaching calls with me. If you guys don't want to pay for a group, there is a free version where there's like a 5-day challenge, which is completely free, covers offers, sales, and lead generation for agency. So yeah, if you guys want to get access to both of those, I'll leave links down below, as well as a 30-day trial to Go High Level if you want to use that for your cold calling. But anyway, sorry. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys being here, and I'll see you in the next video.
Try what, sorry?
Trial out some of the commercial leads that we provide. They're pre-qualified as well.
No, we're all right, thank you.
Okay, no problem. What's up, guys? It's Sam here. Welcome to a new video. Now, in this video, you're going to watch me cold call and schedule meetings for a lead generation agency. Now, this is part of a new series where I'm going to be building a lead gen agency from scratch and documenting every single step of the journey. So if you want to follow along and watch me not only cold call leads, but also set up ads and do demos and close deals and even launch the clients, subscribe to the channel, because those videos are going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks, and make sure you subscribe and turn on that notification bell. So we're not going to mess about, we're going to jump straight into the cold calls, and first I'm going to walk you through exactly what I did before starting the cold calls. Then you're going to see me take the cold calls, and you can see just how good this script really is. Now, I've obviously run an agency before, but in this challenge, I cannot use any of my past case studies, any of my previous capability. I want to know what it's like for you guys who are watching this, who are starting brand new, just to prove that I can do it again. Okay, so make sure that you tune in, enjoy the video, let's jump into it. Okay, so the first thing that I did was I spent about 10 to 20 minutes just going through Google Maps and finding target areas that I wanted to target first. Okay, I found a few areas. I've then kind of put those into a spreadsheet, which you can see here, and these are the leads I'm going to be calling. And I was left with a list that you can see that's around sort of 20 companies. I think that's going to be enough for this challenge. When you use this script that I'm using in this video, you do not need to be making 100+ cold calls. Okay, this list was plenty big enough for this challenge, just to kind of get the ball rolling. Okay, so now you've seen kind of my process and how I do it. Let's jump into the video and let's see me take some cold calls.
Hello, how can I help you?
Hello, is that Housekeeping Nottingham?
That's right, it is. How can I help you?
Awesome. I just wondered what kind of services you guys offer there.
What kind of service are you looking for?
Oh, well, the only reason I'm calling is because we work with a few companies nearby you guys. We basically supply like exclusive pre-qualified leads. I came across you on Google Maps. I wondered if you guys would be interested in trying some out for free to see if you liked them. What we could do was set you guys up as one of our lead partners, because we work with a few companies in the surrounding areas, but nobody directly in Nottingham. That's where you guys are based, right?
Okay. What kind of companies are you working with?
Mostly service-based, local service-based, but a fair amount of cleaning companies. So a few exterior cleaning companies, but also general cleaning services usually. So all the leads that we provide are usually kind of pre-priced, and we kind of pre-schedule them as well. So they're usually quite good quality, but we do allow you guys to kind of sort of test drive it first, see if you like it, before we kind of get you set up properly. Just thought if there was something you guys were looking for, we could chat. If you guys are already
want to get involved with any other cleaning companies, I would be interested more into leads with getting businesses who are looking for cleaning service.
So you guys want commercial cleaning projects, right?
Yes.
That's perfect. So we do a fair amount of that as well. What kind of commercial stuff are you guys looking for?
Any kind, offices, like warehouses, and share houses, anything, but no domestics.
No, that's fine. So when we do that kind of project, you generally get less inquiries, right? But obviously they're worth a lot more to you guys. So that sounds great. Could you tell me, kind of give me a 30-second summary about where are you guys getting leads from currently? Is it all just word of mouth Google stuff, or are you guys doing any kind of paid marketing anywhere else?
At the moment, no paid marketing. Is
Okay, perfect. All right, as I said, we can get you guys set up with a test drive, so you kind of... Oh, sorry.
So far.
Sorry, you cut out. Carry on. Sorry.
I finished. So.
Okay, perfect. So no paid marketing at the moment.
No.
Okay, perfect. And if we could get you guys set up to kind of test drive this, would you be interested in giving that a go?
I would try how it works. Is it any beneficial to me or not?
Well, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, like, we can get the leads in, and we can specify the projects to you guys. So if you're looking for, I mean, the easiest sort of stuff to target is like local businesses. We're talking like restaurants, bars, clubs, things like this are the easiest ones to get, because obviously there's the most of them. But what we can do is we can kind of specify what you're looking for, and we can, when we set the campaign up, we can make it quite specific to the types of projects that you guys need. So, I mean, the best thing to do would be to book in a call. We can either do that over the phone, or I can do it on a video call and get you set up in the system. It's up to you. Would you be free to do something maybe later this week or early next?
How long?
Say that again, sorry.
You keep cutting off.
Sorry, did you say how long would it take?
How long the trial? No.
Yeah, sorry, you said how long would it take? But usually we trial for about, we can do a couple of things. We can either do like a selection of leads, so you can have it your first 5, or we can do like a 30-day trial. We've got a few different options to kind of let you choose.
So if, let's say, the 3 months.
Say that again, sorry.
I said if to get, let's say, five leads for you would probably, if just saying, could take up to...
No, we can deliver the first 5 leads in about 72 hours.
It keeps breaking up. I can't hear bits.
No, sorry, I was just saying we can deliver the first 5 leads in about 72 hours. It won't take very long.
But that doesn't mean they are successful leads where I get the job.
Not necessarily, but there's we advertise price points, so there's a pretty high likelihood that you will win the job. And we do verify them with like chat widgets and AI tools. So we have like conversations with the leads to make sure that they're valid before they get passed over to you guys.
How about if they are successful leads? I get a contract, first 5 leads, successful leads.
Yeah.
Then I sign a contract.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's obviously, we don't take any commission or anything like that. Once you're happy and you want to move forward in like a monthly subscription with us, then we can chat about pricing. But yeah, if you win the project and you get a big project, that's all yours to keep. You don't have to give us any commissions or anything like that.
Okay. So would work on commission based?
We have different options which we can go through on our call, but if you're free, I can book you in for like Friday or Monday, whichever suits you better. Probably for me, actually, Monday would work. We can have sort of a longer chat about it, and then I can send you some more information as well.
Okay. We can try, have a look how the how it works.
Yeah, let's have a call, and then there's no commitment from you. You know, if you like the look of it, you can give it a go. If not, that's absolutely fine. What is your email address?
It's dr.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Dr.
Yeah.
And one word, housekeeping Nottingham.
Nottingham. Yeah.
At gmail.com.
And who am I speaking to?
D.
D. Yeah. DEE.
That's right.
Okay, perfect. What sort of time would suit you best Monday?
Can you put an email? Then I'll.
Oh, sorry, you cut out again. I'll make sure I call on a better line next time. Sorry about that. Did you say why don't I send you a WhatsApp and then we can confirm the time on Monday?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah?
WhatsApp is fine.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Dee. I'll send you a WhatsApp to confirm the time, but I'll have a call with you on Monday.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
What's up, guys? Quick break to do a shameless plug. Now, if you guys have been following me for a little while, you'll know that I've been running a school community. Now, it is a paid community, but for the first time in a long time, I am doing a flash sale. Now, the usual price is $125, and for that, you get 3 coaching calls per week. You get a one-on-one consultant call with me. You get a full 5-week course. You get a bunch of free resources, templates, go high level snippets, everything, okay? Now, I'm doing a flash sale. Normally, it's $125, but for a limited time only for the next few days, it's going to be $99. So if you do want to take advantage of that, I'm going to leave a link down below. Take advantage today before the offer ends. Okay, now back to the video.
Welcome to the O2 messaging service.
Hello.
Hello, is that AR Pro Cleaning?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. No.
Yeah? Sorry, I wasn't sure if you could hear me. Yeah, I'm speaking to AR Pro Cleaning, right?
Yes, it's the company I Pro Cleaning, yeah?
Sorry, say that again.
It's the limited company I Pro Cleaning.
Yeah, yes, is that you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me okay?
It's possible, could you call me later? Because now I report.
Okay, sure.
And the problem about the not conditioner, sorry.
Okay, no worries. Well, that was possibly the worst business answer to a call I've ever heard in my life. But anyway.
Hello, Donna speaking. Can I help?
Hi, is this Pristine Clean?
Yes.
How you doing?
All right, thanks. Are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. I hope you don't mind me calling. I just came across you guys on Google Maps. We are a lead gen provider, and we work with the companies around you guys, but no one in Nottingham. I wondered if you guys would be interested in trialing out some of our leads.
We don't need any business, darling. We're inundated.
Oh, fair enough. That's good for you guys.
Yeah. We've been going since 2006, so we don't have to advertise anymore.
That's great. Cool. Fair enough.
Yes, good position. Are you personally looking to earn some extra income? Because you sound very good on the phone.
No, I've been running an agency for the last 6-7 years, so I'm pretty good. But
You're good.
appreciate the offer.
No worries. All right, darling. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, nearly got myself a job there. Okay, cool. Next one.
Hello, I think Mr. Nana speaking.
Hi, is that Hetty Keeps Clean?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Sorry, can you hear me? Yes.
Cool, great. Yeah, no, I'm just calling because we work with a company near you guys, but not based in Leeds. We're basically provide exclusive and like pre-verified leads, and I just wonder if you guys would be interested in trialing some out for free. And if you like them, you can always jump on as one of our partners, but there's no commitment. I just thought I'd give you a call because you're nearby.
Sorry, I didn't get that. You said you do provide what?
We provide like pre-verified leads, usually for like commercial cleaning projects. And I wondered if you guys wanted to kind of test some out for free, see if you like them. And if you like them, you guys could jump on as a partner. But I wasn't sure if you guys were looking for commercial projects.
We are, but can I call you back to discuss that, please, if that's okay? Yeah.
Yeah, do you want me to book you in for a phone call and I can, I can call you another time?
Yeah, please, if you can call like in an hour's time, yeah. That would be great.
So I'll try to. I might have a call at 4. Could I book you in for a call tomorrow morning?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, what's your email address?
info@headtokeepsclean.com.
One sec. info@headtokeepsclean.com, yeah? What sort of time works for you?
Sorry?
What sort of time works best for you?
Tomorrow morning. So between 9 and 12, I think it should be okay.
Okay, I could probably give you a call at 9 AM if that works.
Okay, all right, sure. That's
And
fine.
what was your name, sorry?
No.
Say that again, sorry.
No. Either Nana or Hetty, yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, thanks very much. I will speak to you tomorrow.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, cheers, bye.
I didn't want to ask his name a second time, but I did not hear that. All right, into the next one.
Hello.
Hello, is that TLC Cleaning Solutions?
Speaking.
How you doing?
Hi there, you okay?
Yeah, good, thanks. I just thought I'd give you a call because I saw you guys were in Worcester. Do you guys do like commercial cleaning?
Yes, we do, yeah. Is it in terms of office cleaning, like general cleaning, or is it specialist in terms of like cladding and windows and stuff?
Well, I own a lead gen company, and we work with companies in and around the UK. We provide like pre-qualified commercial cleaning leads, basically. And I wondered if you guys would be interested in like trialing some out and see if you like them. If you like them, you can jump on as a partner. If you don't, then that's absolutely fine. But we haven't got anyone in Worcester.
If you could ping over an email, I'll take a look. And then we can go from there. That's okay.
What kind of commercial leads do you guys actually want? Like, is it mostly like
cladding, cleaning, roof cleaning?
So exterior,
like industrial main, yeah, exterior.
Do you do exterior?
Away from we're
go on.
coming away from general sort of office cleaning now.
Okay, but do you do domestic exterior cleaning as well?
Say that again, sorry.
Do you do exterior cleaning for domestic houses? I know
yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, we can set you. I can ping something over after this call. But if you guys are interested in trying to trialing it out, we kind of pre-qualify all the leads that come through, and we price condition them as well. So it's got quite a high conversion rate, and we can always get you guys set up with a test to kind of, essentially try some out, see if you like them, if that's something you guys would be interested in doing.
I'd want to do my own sort of research and check you guys out first, to be fair, before I agree to anything. So yeah, if you could ping over as an email, I'll do a bit of research, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem. I'll ping you what's your email address?
So it's Shaq, SHAQ.
Yeah.
At TLC.
Yeah.
Cleaning Solutions.
Yeah.
.co.uk.
Okay, Shaq. I appreciate your time. I'll ping something over later.
Cheers, thank you, bud.
Thanks, mate. Bye. Tried.
Like the Queen's Speech, Johnny speaking, how can I help you?
I just tried to call you, and I think you tried to call me back, so I'm just returning your call. But I was just you guys based in Nottingham, right?
We are, yes.
Okay, do you guys do commercial cleaning?
We do, yes.
Okay, no worries. I hope you don't mind me calling. The only reason I'm calling is we work with a few companies in surrounding areas. We provide like pre-qualified commercial cleaning projects and leads. I just thought I'd call because we've got no one in Nottingham. I thought I'd call, see if you guys would be interested in getting set up with a trial, sort of try some of those leads out and see if you like them.
Try what, sorry?
Trial out some of the commercial leads that we provide. They're pre-qualified as well.
No, we're all right, thank you.
Okay, no problem. No, not interested.
Hello, I'm speaking.
Hello, is that Clean Slate?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, thanks, mate. How can I help?
Yeah, I just wondered, do you guys do commercial cleaning as well as domestic cleaning?
Yeah, we don't actually do domestic at all. Commercial, sort of commercial depends on the job, really. So sometimes we turn them down, sometimes we don't. Is it commercial carpet cleaning, or is it like school kitchen, something like that?
Yeah, I hope you don't mind me calling. The reason I called you, I saw you guys were based in Swindon. We work with a couple of companies in and around Swindon, but at the moment we provide pre-qualified commercial cleaning leads. Obviously we do offer a trial set for you guys to try for free if you guys wanted to. I just came across you on Google Maps. I thought it was worth a call to see if it's something you'd be interested in. If you don't need the work, that's absolutely fine, but I thought I'd give you a call, just to see.
Yeah, to be honest with you, mate, at the moment we're pretty much at capacity. It's quite hard for us to take on much extra work with our current workload because of the current contracts we have without expanding with more staff. So, is it sort of a service you offer where you sort of pay a monthly fee, is it? Or?
Yeah, we do, but you can try it out first, right, and see if you like it, and then you can then start paying once you're kind of happy with the lead quality.
Right, okay.
But it's very specific. We can target specific types of projects, right, and then we can kind of pre-verify them for you as well. So, I don't know if there's anything in like if there's any particular types of leads that you guys are actively looking for. We can be specific. So, yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a mental note of it.
Yeah.
But we're a business partnership, so I have to run everything through the other 50%. But I can run it. Are you okay to send me a quick email?
Yeah. Well, do you want to book in a phone? Do you want to book in a quick phone call for like early next week, and we can run through a bit more detail then? I mean, it doesn't cost anything, right? So it's not like you have to get anything proved yet.
I mean, I've had similar phone calls in the past. Of course, they want payment immediately. You don't get a chance.
Yeah.
As I say, I have to run everything through my business partner first.
Yeah, of course.
If possible, what's the company name you operate as?
We're called Verified Leads. I can send you after this call. I can send you some more info as well. Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry. What's the company name you guys operate as?
We're called Verified Leads. I can send you. I can send you some more. Yeah, I can. I can send you more info after the call.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Perfect. Have you got my email there to hand?
What's your email address?
So it's info at.
Yeah.
Clean Slate Services.
Yep.
.co.uk.
Awesome. Cool. Can I pop you down for a call just so I can? I'm pretty bad at my calendar. So, is Monday morning work for you? If I give you a quick call around then.
Yeah. All right, mate. Yeah. No.
What time Monday morning?
Send me. Give me another phone call or send me an email, something like that.
Yeah. What sort of time Monday morning works best for you?
I just look at my diary. Probably at midday, mate, if you could.
Midday's perfect. What I'll do is I'll send you a little WhatsApp, and I'll also send you a like a kind of appointment reminder, but it'll only be for 15 minutes, and then I'll give you a call Monday.
Yeah, all right, nice one, I appreciate it. What was your name?
I'm Sam. What was your name?
Sam, okay. Yeah, it'll be me that answers the phone on Monday for you. All right.
Yeah, what was your name? Sorry, that cut out.
My signal's so bad here, isn't it?
That's all right. What was your name?
It's Dan. Sorry about it. Was so bad.
No worries, mate. It's Dan, was it?
My name's Ryan.
Ryan, got it. I'm Sam. Yeah. I'll speak to you Monday, Ryan.
All right, cheers, Sam. Thanks for the call.
Cheers, Ryan. Bye, mate. Bye.
Cheers, bye-bye.
All right, that's good.
Hello.
Hello, is that Vroom Vroom?
Yes.
How you doing?
Thank you, I'm fine. How can I help you?
I just thought I'd call you guys because do you guys do commercial cleaning?
We do, yeah.
Okay, perfect. We provide like commercial cleaning projects, and I wondered if you guys would be interested in taking more of that kind of work. Are you guys looking for that kind of work?
What from commercials do you have?
Typically, it's like local businesses, restaurants, bars, that kind of stuff. But we can be more specific. If there's specific types of projects that you guys actively want, then we can focus on that as well.
Okay, and how it works with all this? Is it set plan or?
Yeah, we'll have an option. Yeah, we have an option for you to try that out, right? So you can test out a handful of leads, see if you like them, if it's the kind of work that you guys want, and if it is, then we can. You can move forward and pay for it, but you can test it out first if that's something you guys are interested in doing.
Okay, well, that would be, I think I am, I need to, because we're slowing down after summer now.
Yeah.
And obviously because I'm employing a lot of students because they're struggling with the income, I want to rotate them, if that makes sense.
Commercial stuff's good as well, right? Because it's bigger projects, more consistent. So, okay, perfect. Do you want to should we book in a phone consultation to go through how it works and get you set up?
I guess yes. When we can do it, I'm just thinking of my schedule now.
What's your name? Sorry.
What company are you calling from?
I'm calling from a company called Verified Leads. We're a lead gen company. I'll send you more details after the call.
Yes, please.
What's your name?
If you could send. I'm Loretta. I am the owner of the Vroom Vroom.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
So I'm the one who's making all decisions.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Well, how about Monday? How does Monday work for you?
Monday. Yes, it would work.
What time suits you best?
What I have on Monday, I got something booked, but I'm not remember what time now. Let's just let's do 10 o'clock. If I need, I will move them, because obviously we need to networking a lot as well now.
Yeah.
So with the builders and everything, because we're looking specifically companies. We're doing private schools as well.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Very heavy on commercial lets. We've been doing in 14 days.
Yeah.
We've done 3,500 hours in 14 days.
Wow. That's crazy.
So that's what we're specializing in as well. End of tenancies as well. So new builds, let's say if somebody built a house brand new, any size, we had 70 rooms built for us, which one we're cleaning now. And it's being just after builders, and we've done it all. We cleaned it all.
Wow.
So yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll send you a message, but I'll schedule for Monday 10 a.m. I'll call you on the phone. I'll send you an appointment reminder so you just so to you don't forget that we've got that call on Monday. We also, perfect. Just to give you a bit of a rundown, we also build you out. We give you guys a custom page, which is kind of like a website, which obviously sells a certain products that we're trying to market. And we also use AI to like when people like message and there's nobody there to respond, we can use AI tool that we've built, which will like give them like answer questions, and kind of we can also like pre-schedule them in, and then you can just follow up and confirm it with the leads. So I'll go through all that with you on Monday. We can always book in a video call to go through it in more detail. But it should be good. I'll give you a call Monday at 10 a.m. I'll send you a bit of a confirmation after this.
Okay, so that's online. Are we meeting like a video chat or just the call?
Video chat would be great, but if you can't do video chat, we can do a call. Which is easier for you?
Let's do video. 10 o'clock, is it?
Yeah, 10 o'clock, perfect.
Okay.
All right, nice one. And it's Loretta, right?
Yes, Loretta.
Okay, is that spelled L-R-O-E-T-T-A?
L-O-R-E-T-A.
E-T-A,
Everything
okay,
one.
perfect. Yeah. Okay, Loretta, have a great weekend, and I'll speak to you Monday.
Thank you, bye.
Thank
10
you.
o'clock
Bye-bye.
on Monday. Okay.
10 o'clock, I'll send you confirmation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, bye.
Thanks, bye-bye. Bye. Hey guys, in this quick video, I'm just going to walk you through the funnel structure. So those of you who haven't heard of a funnel, it's basically, basically like, let me show you funnel, like sales funnel. I mean, it's basically like funneling traffic from one stage to the next. So the whole kind of premise of a funnel is that the amount left at the bottom is much, much lower than the amount that comes at the top. So that basically means that we're funneling traffic from our ad. So it starts with our impressions, and then it goes to our clicks, and then from our clicks it goes to our opt-ins, and then from our opt-ins it goes to our schedules. Okay, so you've got kind of like a couple of different scheduling options or funnel options for agency ads, which we're going to be discussing now. All of your kind of funnels, whether it's funnel doesn't have to be a sales funnel or an ads funnel. It could be organic content funnel. It could be an Instagram funnel. But basically, like everything is kind of funneling to one place, and that's a video consult or like a sales demo or sales pitch or whatever you want to call it. I tend to call it like a demo or video demo, which is this one that ends in a consultation, right? So you've got kind of two core Facebook ads funnels, which is paid ads funnels, and that's what this is here. So it's essentially like you've got two options. You've got a 3-page funnel, or you've got a 2-page funnel, or you can have a 3-page funnel. That kind of, let me explain this step by step. So essentially this comes with 3 pages. We have our landing page, which is where we have like our sales video. It's where we have all the information about our product. We then have our scheduling page where the user will schedule a phone consultation. And we then have a confirmation page, which the user would see after they've scheduled in a phone consultation. Now, I actually should move this down because there is kind of another step here actually, which is phone call or phone/intro cool, because I'm not going direct to video call, and I don't recommend you guys do either, unless you're working in a sector that is, unless, for example, like an organic lead, or it's a recommendation, and it's somebody you know is more than likely going to show up for a video consult if you were to drive them straight to a video consult. But I would always recommend going for a phone consultation first. So I'll actually pop this one here as well. So the funnel that we're going to be using is essentially this one. So we run our ads to a sales page, and then from our sales page, we then go to a scheduling page. And then after a scheduling page, we go to a confirmation page, and we want to track these data points as two things. Lead means it's like I typically regard a lead as somebody who's left their email address, and then a schedule is someone who's scheduled a call. So that's what we're going to track. We want to track, obviously, leads on the scheduling page, because once they've reached the scheduling page, they become a lead. And once after the scheduling page, they've reached the confirmation page, at that point, they've then scheduled a call. Okay, so that is essentially the funnel that we're going to be kind of working through. So we're going to kind of focus firstly on building the funnel, which there'll be a template, within this course. And then we're going to focus on our ads. We've got kind of two elements. We've got our creatives, ads, or traffic source. And then we've got our funnel, which we're going to funnel that traffic through to a sales call. Okay, so that is just a brief overview of the actual funnel structure. We'll go on to talk about the metrics behind the funnel and kind of what metrics you should be looking out for, so you know if your funnel or your campaign is working properly. And just bear in mind, if you are running cold calls, you essentially can go from cold outreach. So for example, cold calls, you can go either from cold outreach directly to a phone or intro call. So for example, if you're outreaching on DMs, you probably would want to book in a phone conversation with them. Whereas if you're doing cold calling, you kind of have your initial phone call on that cold call, and then you can kind of send them directly into a video call, or you can schedule them in for a video call. Again, all of this is going to be covered in the course if it hasn't been covered already, but that is just kind of the overall funnel structure that we're going to be following. Now, the second starter funnel is the same thing. It's just much, much simpler. So we essentially just have a Facebook ad, and we have two-page funnel. We have a sales page, which also has a schedule, like a calendar link on there, so they don't have to go to another page to schedule. They can just schedule directly from this page, and then we go to booking page. So just a much simpler way of doing it. Why do we do this, you ask? Well, because with this one here, because we take the lead opt-in on the actual, before the schedule page, i.e. they click on the button, it opens pop-up, we take their email address and name, and then we redirect them to the calendar page to book. We then collect their email address, and we can automate and follow up. Or if we're taking phone number, which we could even call that lead as well if they haven't scheduled a call. So it gives us the chance to follow up via email and text if we take that information before schedule. But it may hinder slightly the amount of leads that actually go on and book. So if you want to just stick to the standard scheduling funnel like this one, which is a lot simpler, which I think is one that I've used for this example, you can do that as well. Cool. So let's move on to funnel metrics and stats. What's up, guys? In this video, we're going to talk about kind of what budget's required for your ad campaign, for your agency. Now, what I've got is this calculator here. I've got two tabs. I've got client budget calculator. This is for client campaigns, which we'll come back to another course content or course video, but this might be useful for you guys as well. And then we've got agency budget calculator. So we just go through these stats. We have one sec. Okay, we have basically all the numbers that are kind of important for us to understand what it might cost to get ourselves a client or customer. And really the key here is to make sure that we're spending enough money to reach our desired goal, right? So if our AOV, i.e. our client, let's say we're taking £500 or $500, if you're working in dollars, you can either change it or you can just keep it in pounds. Obviously, assume all the numbers are then in dollars instead, like it's the same difference. But if we're taking $500 up front or £500 up front, and let's say our LTV is £1,500, that's 3 months. And obviously, we'd hope it'd be higher than that, but it's just an example. And we're happy to pay £250 to get a customer. Well, then our lead to demo conversion rate, I've put in like basic 25%. Again, that's not particularly high. I think this would be more like 50%, honestly. So you kind of get the idea here. And then what we have a leads demo. I've increased that to 50% to make it a bit easier. So that's basically for every booked call that you get, what percentage of those are getting booked in for an actual video demo. Obviously, follow the course. You're going to see me go through that process. We've then got demo to sale conversion rate. So that's what percentage of your demos do you actually close into clients. We've then got lead to sale expected conversion rate, which is based upon these two. So for every booked intro call that gets booked into diary, based on these metrics, you're getting roughly 13%. And this obviously might change to, for example, 33%. And this might change to 33%, for example. And then you're looking at approximately 9%, nine booked calls for every customer. But you can kind of play around with these numbers. And what this does is target cost per call booked is going to base our target CPA. So we want to make a 2x return on our money on the front end. So you obviously would change this to whatever your kind of like intro price is. We want to make, so let's just do what we're doing in the course, actually. So $399 is what we're charging, or $299, sorry. So, and I want this to be 150, so I want 2x our money in the first month. So that would mean that our cost per booked call would need to be around the £16 mark to make these numbers make sense. And then what this is we put in a target revenue. So if I put in, let's say I want to get 3 clients, we want a target revenue of 900, which is about 3 clients. If we just make that smaller, there we go. So that's 3 clients needed, and to get 3 clients, we're going to need 28 booked intro calls based on these metrics. So play around with this, and this kind of helps you understand that you're going like to. There's kind of 2 metrics. There's one metric which is how much budget do you need to test your funnel, and the answer to that is between $100 and $200. Spend that, and then see if you're getting booked calls at approximately the right cost range. Then you're on the money. It's great. If you're not, then you might want to rethink your offer structure and look into your creatives, okay, and look into the soft stats and stuff like that, and follow the modules in the course. But for us to target, 3 clients, we may need a budget of $452, but that's going to make us £900, so immediately profitable, and then we benefit from the recurring revenue model after that as well. So just a little bit of a budget overview. I'll leave a link to this sheet down below so you guys can pull this into your own Google Docs and play around with these metrics. Hey guys, so in this video I'm going to actually walk through like a funnel build. So this video is going to be about like building the actual kind of course sales page. So it might be a longer video. Stick it out though. It is worth watching, and we're going to start with the agency club template, which is the snapshot which you guys. So there'll be a link down below to the snapshot. Now I may link you guys to the snapshot for the original agency club snapshot, or you guys I may link to the verified leads version of that. Now, I may add both down below, so you guys can choose. You can go with the page that I've built, or you can go with the page that is the original agency club, which it basically looks like this, which is kind of like a core unbranded version of the page. So I'm going to start editing it now. I may go through some kind of I may pause and kind of make some changes and explain what I'm doing, just so you guys don't have to sit through everything. But we're gonna start with the copy, and I'm gonna pull up a Google Doc to kind of help figure out how I'm gonna write this copy, and then I'm gonna build out the design of the page and walk through the design of the page. So we're gonna start with the core, which is gonna be the landing page kind of copy. So I'm gonna start with verified leads. So new headline. Okay, cool. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to be working through this with you guys. So first, the core is we may go to ChatGPT to help us with some headlines, but I'm just going to pull up the landing page. So upgrade to verified leads, and then we'll just click. So this is focused around commercial cleaning companies, right? So we'll start off with the biggest pain points, and I'll give you guys this as a template. So the first thing we're going to do, actually, I've made this little chart for you guys. I'm going to go to ChatGPT. And we're just going to ask it. We're going to ask ChatGPT. So we're going to go, hey, we work with cleaning companies, and we generate commercial cleaning qualified leads. Could you give me a list of the biggest pain points or challenges cleaning companies face here in the UK? I'd specify your location. Let's see what it comes up with. High employee turnover, recruitment issues, client expectation. I think a lot of the recruitment issues comes from lack of work. So I'm going to put there lack of consistent work. You go back here, competition with low wage sectors. Yeah, we're going to put high competition. We're also going to put price. We're going to put price, competitive pricing. Okay. Go back to here. Price pressure, price industry. So what I'm going to put here is copy ideas. I'm going to put ideas of copy here. I'm going to put here one idea I've just come to me is stop wasting time with domestic cleaning projects. Get a consistent flow of I'm going to put start closing consistent and paying commercial cleaning projects. Increase your business profit with high paying commercial cleaning projects. Stuff like this is just ideas at this stage, right? It's just kind of spitballing ideas. So let's go back to ChatGPT. Quality control maintenance standards. Okay, I guess that kind of comes into hiring, which is probably a big problem, but it's not something we're necessarily going to be able to fix for them. Health and safety compliance, increasing demand for green sustainable practices, managing cash flow and late payments. Again, okay, investing in technology automation, intense competition and client retention. For low end prices, okay, we can go with that. So we can go stop competing on low hourly rates, switch, instead start winning large commercial projects. Another one I think is going to be no more leads not answering. Start receiving pre-qualified high-end commercial leads that confirm at 80 to 90% plus. Okay, back to ChatGPT, so what else there is? Dealing with high operational costs, scheduling, logistic management. Okay, yeah, here we go. Scheduling and logistics management. No more lead chasing. Leverage AI bots built by verified leads. Trained in your language to pre-qualify and pre-schedule leads on your behalf. Okay, so we've got some good stuff here. Now, some of these may be the headlines. You kind of want the core one to maybe be the headline of the page. So like this, I've kind of talked about this before. You've got kind of two options here, headline ideas. So you've got kind of like option one is going to be value headline. Headline lead value / benefit, and then subheadline is going to be offer, or you can do headline offer and then subheadline value benefit, and I'll explain what that means. So let's think of an example. So if we look at our pain points, we've got lack of consistent work, competition, competitive pricing. We've got also we're going to change competitive pricing actually to being outpriced by never spell competitors. There we go. Lack of consistent work, competition, being outpriced by competitors. I'm going to do low value projects. I'm going to put brackets low margin. I'm also going to put lack of time. So lack of consistent work is going to be guaranteed volume of pre-qualified leads. Competition, we're going to do targeting high value commercial projects. Being outpriced by competitors, again, it's kind of like targeting high value commercial projects. And also it's going to be tested. We're going to do offer strategy, no-brainer intro offer strategy to win projects with new clients and beat competitors. God damn, can't spell that tool. Cool, let's go there. All right, we're gonna go low value projects, low margin, targeting commercial projects whose priorities are reliability and speed over price per hour, as opposed to like commercial. We're going to do domestic clients focus purely on price per hour. Okay, lack of time. Our system and trained AI bots does all the follow-up for you, freeing up your time to focus on the business. Again, when it comes to our demo stage, like this stage, it's not about like showing them every detail. It's about like showing them, focusing on the core benefit, right? And then when it comes to the actual like displaying it, we'll get to that in the sales section of this course, right? So we'll come around to that and we'll build a demo that is a mixture of slides, kind of talking about pain points, problems, issues that we're fixing, and then demonstration showing them the product so they can understand it and show them how it looks for them. Okay, so we've got our headline ideas, we've got our copy ideas. We're going to pull this up here and we're going to start to build out the page. One sec. There we go. Okay, so we're going to start with I'm going to end the video here and just have this one focused around copy and give you guys this. In fact, we can do one more thing. Objections. We can see if we can cover some of the main objections. I'm going to copy this. Okay. I'm going to go objection handler. So we're going to think of go back to ChatGPT. What objections might a cleaning company have to signing up with an agency that provides qualified leads for commercial cleaning projects? See what they say. Okay, concerns about lead quality. Okay, lead quality. And we're going to have a couple of handlers. And we may put this in the copy, we may put this in an FAQ section, or maybe both. Handler solution is going to be all leads are pre-qualified and pre-qualified by our system, and also all prices are advertised up front so that new leads coming in are pre-qualified on price. Okay, cool. So concerned about equality. skepticism. Will I? How can I guarantee ROI? Okay. So we're going to do this by guaranteeing minimum volume of leads, which will at a minimum. I'm going to change guaranteed volume of cover initial investment. Also, we're going to call it. We're going to say test. We offer a 30-day test drive, so that you can. Okay, cool. What else are we gonna have? Obviously, we don't have experience in this sector, right? So this is more challenging, and it may just not be an issue for the landing page, but it may come up later stage. So, obviously, to a degree, we're gonna have to study industry and core stats. And also, we work with you to help build out a system that's specifically tailored to your service. We're going to stop here, and it's kind of giving us a bit of a breakdown of the copy that we're going to start with. So we're going to say this, and then we're going to come back and start building out the design of the page. Okay, we're going to start building out the foundations of our page. Now, obviously, I'm using the core landing page that I've used. That's the template, and this is good, right? So all we've got to do really is kind of start building this out and customizing it. So I'm going to go get my images that are, I've already kind of loaded them up. So we're going to add our logo. We're going to add, I'm going to pull up the website so I can see kind of what I'm looking at. Okay, cool. I'm going to add a little border around here. Go to advanced border, full border. I'm going to go bottom edges only. We're going to go, is that the orange? Advanced border. Border width, border, full border, bottom border. That's give me just the top border. Let's have a look. Cool, there we go. Now this is a landing page, so I don't necessarily need all these sections in here. So for now, I'm going to leave this as just the headline. I am going to customize the font, so I'm going to quickly screenshot this page so I can get the color schemes just quickly from a color. From image checker. So just load this one up, upload my image that I've just taken. Desktop. There we go. I can grab my font color here. Gonna load that one in. Alright, so we're gonna change these. Change the bold color to that. Italic color to that. And my font that I'm using, I think, is the same. So it's, yeah, so we're going to go to our, we're going to focus on design first and then come back and add the copy that we've been writing up. So then sales video is going to go here. So I'm going to delete this and add element. I'm going to add video, which I'm going to do in another section, talk about what video is going to go here. I'm going to get rid of the padding around here. Just make it flush and add a little bit of shadow to make it look fancy. Advanced box shadow. And show you how I do my shadows. So I'm going to get rid of my X and Y adjustments, which basically means it's off center. I'm going to keep it in the center. You can add a bit of a spread. Actually, put blow on. There we go. Bit of a spread. Oh, and I'm going to add a color. I'm going to make this a little bit lighter. There we go. It looks nice. Awesome. I'm happy with this. Now I do have, I'm going to add these sections in here. So I'm going to add, pause this and restart once I've done it. I'm just quickly going to change my SEMS status. I'm of course verified. Leads and prescription book in your test drive today. There we go, that's done. Cool, I've added these buttons in here, which they're just individual. The way I've done it is it's just one section, one row. And then I've added in, it's a bullet list, but there I've just had a row with 3 columns. And then each one of these, you can see I've just added in if you go to advanced, there we go. I've added a border in, a corner radius, and I've added some spacing just so it looks kind of centralized. And it's just kind of like core 3 points. So you could put this as like bullet points underneath. I just think it looks nice like this. And obviously on desktop it's going to look different once we do that. But for now I think that looks pretty good. And there's a pretty nice section. Now we don't have reviews, so we're going to have to get rid of those for now. Yeah, we'll move on to the next section of the page. So I'm going to get rid of this. So I've got this section here, which is kind of like you could add a screenshot of a result, or you could add something else. Now we didn't have that necessarily. So I might have to skip that section. So I'm just going to think about what I'm going to put below this page. I might have to kind of rely on copy. What I might do is add like an image of something that's relevant to this. So I might create that in Canva. So I might go and do that and come back to you guys. So I found this cool template in Canva. I'm going to call it I pulled my logo in. I'm just going to add that into this little speech bubble. There we go. New cleaning project. Name John Smith. Date. We'll go 15 hours random date. Okay. Kind of cool little concept. I'm going to test that out. The color's not quite right, but let's just try this. See how this looks. Kind of a good representation. You guys can copy this if you want to run it for yourselves. We're going to add that in as our image below our. There we go. Just going to add that in. No, wrong one. And we're going to add some copy here, which we'll come back to. We're going to change the colors of our buttons. So there. And change this to book in your 30-day test drive. Or actually, I'm going to do get started in 30 seconds. I'm going to change this color to. That's not the right color. Let's get the right color. There we go. Add that in. I'm going to change the border as well. It's wrong. Okay, cool. We're going to change the color of that. We'll come back and sort the buttons later. Gonna do that. And again, remember, we don't have the luxury of like case studies here, so we've got to write good copy. It has to be compelling, and our offer has to be compelling to make this work. We don't have client case studies, so we may just remove this section. Let me pause and come back. We've got this section on the site. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to use this in here. So what I'm going to do is go to the section that I've built it and save it, but this will be in a template below, so you guys can copy it. Right, comparison. We're going to save it as a template. There we go. Save that. That's saved. Let's publish that one. Let's refresh this. And we're going to add in that section that we just created. Remember, the most important things, your offer's good, but that everything's really clear is the most important thing. Like a lot of landing pages, they kind of overdo it with too much content. Like we want to get as much across as we need to get that course scheduled, but we really don't want too much. And our video is going to do a lot of talking, which we're going to go through in a later stage. So first we're going to go global templates, comparison section. We're going to add that in here. Background needs to change to the right color. There we go. Cool. So we can get rid of our video case studies. And we're going to have to get rid of this section here. We don't have the results. If you guys have screenshots of client results, you can add them in. And we're going to leave the what you get section. Don't know why this color hasn't fed through yet. We're going to change the colors here. Get rid of that. Also, the font's not been updated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my typography here. I'm going to select my font, which is going to be Montserrat. So basically that means if you don't select a font, it's going to automatically default to Montserrat, which is kind of what we want. So let's go here and change this to Montserrat. There we go, that's correct now. Awesome. And then we're going to add a section at the bottom with another button. Make this, find out more. I may change these, and then we're going to add, I'm actually going to add an FAQs. I may not add an FAQs. I may change this section to, let's go typography, see if we can change, here we go, text color. There we go, that still needs to change. This is all correct, I believe. Update that text, make sure it's consistent. We'll come back and fill in these after. What we'll do first is mobile optimization. So we'll get the desktop done. Again, we're going to have a separate page for the calendar, so I'm going to remove this. There we go. So I'm pretty happy with that design. I think that looks pretty nice. And I'm going to stop this video. We'll do another video on mobile optimization. What's up, guys? Okay, we've got our page kind of fleshed out here. We're going to start optimizing for mobile, and once we've done that, we're going to come through and add our copies. So some sections you can keep kind of both mobile and desktop, right? So what I tend to start with is I tend to just preview on mobile and kind of see how it looks. So this is apparently in both. I'm going to get rid of it first and see what. Okay, cool. So that section at the top there was the same. So I'm going to go add to mobile. We come on here and so plug in a headline. I am going to do the video about copywriting, but I'm just going to plug in a headline. So I'm just grab text. So okay, so I'm going to go simple. So I'm going to go simple. So I'm going to go one page. Here we go. I'm going to go pre-qualify commercial. Hi. And then we're going to go okay, I may come back and change this at a later stage, but we're going to go with this. Okay, so we're just going to grab that, pop that in my, oh, it's the same. Okay, cool. So if I, for example, go here and I change my font here, if I just make that massive, it's going to look terrible. But if I go back to desktop, you can see it's not changed the desktop font. So what I like to do is I like to keep I have like one font size for mobile headline, like top headline, and then down the page, what I tend to do, I tend to try and stick to one headline and paragraph font throughout, right? So for example, if this section here, I have the font size 22 and the paragraph size 15, which I think looks pretty nice. You could maybe make that bigger depending on how much text you have. But we're going to go into how I would emphasize certain kind of characters when we get to the copywriting stage. But I tend to keep that just for design principles. It's nice if you kind of have consistent headline and subheadline text size. If all your text sizes are like random and different, although it's not maybe not going to kill your conversions, it just looks a little bit crap. Okay, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to pop that down to 25. See how that looks. Okay, cool. So that's good. So we're good with 25. I'm going to go with 15 there. Cool. All right, so let's have a look. So we've got our desktop version. We've got these side by side. Now we can't do that on Go High Level. So we are going to. We could maybe do it if we did it in Canva. We could put up a Canva template and we could just add the image here like this. So, I mean, let's test that out. Let's test that out. So I'm just going to go ahead and screenshot this like that. There we go. I'm going to add that in mobile. Just, it might look terrible, might be way too small, but let's just see if that looks any good. Okay, guys, before we go ahead and optimize the rest of it. Now, obviously, if I do make this different to the desktop version, i.e. I add this in here, I am going to have to swap them out, which I may end up doing. I just think that's too small. You can't read it. So we're going to get rid of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create, because I'm going to have to change this, I'm going to create a version for desktop. So I've duplicated this section. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go advanced. I'm going to go desktop only. Switch to my mobile view. Go in here. Go to advanced and go mobile only. So you just want to select the mobile section. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to add some padding to each side of this to see if we can get this centralized. So I'm going to go 40-40 for now. Not quite enough. So I'm going to go 60 here. See how that looks. Okay, I'm going to add 60 here. There we go. Annoyingly, there's no way to kind of just centralize this. You kind of got to just pad it out bit by bit. So we've got 80. May have to change these for each one just to want to get them centralized. There we go. And let's do the same thing here. Go 80. Go 80. Cool, like that. Go here. Let's go 80 again. Again, remember guys, there's no rules necessarily. What we do like to follow though is, I'm going to follow what I did in my mobile view in here. So I had the same thing here. I do think it would look better if maybe, not 100% sure I like this. Let's leave it for now. I'm going to reduce the distance from this padding here just to make this slower. I'm going to reduce this down to 15. And that more. Got hyperlink these. What we like to have is to have headline, interest, with like information about the product. I'm going to get rid of these. See if I can make this look good. And get rid of this padding here just to close these gaps here. I still don't love this section, so I'm going to see what I can do on Canva. So let's hop over to Canva, see if we can create something and come back. I'm in Canva now. I'm going to create a custom size. I'm going to make it nice and wide. So you can go about 800 width and about 150 height. I'm going to create a new design. It's going to be nice and wide. Okay, cool. We're going to go elements. Let's move that over there. We're going to go elements, tick. We're going to go this. Put that there. Now if we use the same typography that we're using on our landing page, then it should be consistent, right? So let's go to our landing page. Let's grab the text color. It's that one. Let's go here, click it, and you can get the color code 2E. Let's go back here to our new one. Let's change this to Montserrat. Let's change the color to the color that we've selected. All right, cool. I'm gonna pop that there. I'm going to just add these texts in that I'm using on here. So we've got qualified leads only. I'm going to copy this, dupe that, see if I can get it looking pretty clear. I think it looks nice. Let's go back to Snappy. All right, let's go 0 setup fees. Cool. Put that in there, make a consistent distance. There we go, 0 setup fees. And let's go back and get the last one. Let me have test drive 30 days. I might change that to 30-day test drive just to reduce the amount of font I'm using. Just paste that in there. There we go. I'm going to go. No, I think that looks pretty good. I'm not going to lie. What I'm going to do is put this side all this text to the left pan so we can just get it accurate. Make that left pan, and we're gonna right. That's not left panned. There's a gap. There we go. Just make sure that's there we go 7, and then we're going to maximize the size of these, make them nice and big right to the edges. I'm going to share download as transparent image. Now, go high level is limited, right? So you got to do what you can with what you've got, right? Now you can blame go high level features, or you can just get on with it, right, and just find ways around it to make your pages look good. Now, obviously, if you're using go high level for client pages, you can just create templates. So let's say you have a few clients and they've all got different features or different, elements or whatever. You can just have the Canva templates in place, right? And then you can just change the text in the Canva template, download it, upload it, and then you're done, right? It's not that complicated necessarily. So let's go to our downloads, add our text in here, see how this looks. I think it's gonna look good, but let's find out. Okay, we're gonna make that. I am actually going to add that in below the image. There we go. Yes, that looks really good. Looks way better, right? I like that. I'm going to add a little bit of spacing above. Just go 20 here. So what I've managed to do here is I've managed to squeeze everything into this top section. So all the things they need are here, right? If I had put this boom, 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 then it might take a scroll to get to here. Now, if you've got reviews, I'd probably add those reviews underneath. What I would probably do is add I'd probably again do this in Canva. So you could come into Canva, you could create, if we go to home, I've probably got something already that I can use. Let's just go to home. Let's just make a copy of this text input I made. Alright, so let's just go rated 5.0 out of 5 on, and we'll go, I don't know, 25 reviews. And then you can put your Google, or you can put your whatever. And we'll make that our correct font, Montserrat. We can go to elements, we can do 5-star. We can plug that in. You might need a pro account to do this, but if not, you can just find a icon on Google Images or something like that. And then what we can do is we can just search for Trustpilot. I think I have a Trustpilot logo in here. If I go to uploads, Trustpilot. There we go. See, easy as that. You can make this all smaller. Add your Trustpilot logo in there. Yeah, it looks great. And then you can just export this. I'll just show you how I would do it. Let's just make this star a little bit smaller. Gonna there we go, make it flat. Then we could just expand the size, go for share, download, transparent background, download, and then we can come back into our lander, and then we could just add it below here. Obviously I'm not gonna be able to do that because again, new agency, I don't have all the credibility of my other stuff, so just showing you. Oh, I didn't crop it. Don't forget to crop it. So we're going to come in here. We're going to crop the size in preview. There we go. We're going to go crop. Save that. Let's add that in again. Oh, okay. And you get, see, nice and clear, nice and clean, right? And I didn't change the text color, but you get the idea, right? And that's, you've got everything you need in this section. We're going to come back to the video later. We're going to leave it blank for now. But again, I do actually quite like this, and I'm inclined to just add this image on desktop. So I'm going to add it in to see how it looks. Image. Let's just add that image in, see if it looks better or worse than what we have currently going. Do quite like that, to be fair. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna add in. I'm going to add a little bit of a width, max width. I'm going to go 400. No, let's go 600. Okay, add a little bit of padding on top just so it's spaced out. Your spacing is really important, guys. It needs to look consistent and clean. But yeah, it looks really nice. I like that. I'm happy with this page so far. If you wanted to, you could do a 2-column one here. In fact, let me show you how I'll do that. If you prefer 2-column, like, I mean, most of your traffic is going to be mobile, so it doesn't really matter. But if you prefer 2-column, you could put your video here, you could put your headline here, and you can put your sub-headline here. You put that. It's kind of like the way you want to think about it. It's kind of like, how can I put all of my stuff on this page, and make it all visible, but also look nice? I don't know why that's not. Why isn't that? It won't let me move that for some reason. Let's just add it in here. Image. Grab our image that we got. There we go. There you go. You could do this. You could change the text to left, align left. We could add in our button here. Add a little bit of spacing above it. Oh, that's the wrong kind of spacing. We'll go margin. Sorry. Go 20. Add some margin there. 20, and then you get the idea, right? It's kind of still looks quite nice. I'd probably add a bit of spacing to the left of these, 20 or so, just to space that out a little bit. Maybe reduce the size of this to like 35. There we go. So it goes into 2 lines. But you get the idea, right? Still looks pretty nice. I'm going to stick with my original plan, but it still looks pretty nice. Or you could even just move this. Again, it's not letting me move the fucking image, but whatever. You get the idea, right? Just don't feel trapped in thinking that you have to have it perfect, or you have to have it this or that way, or whatever. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say, right? So I've just chosen to go with this layout for myself, and I think it's fine because most of your traffic is going to be mobile. I think this looks nice. I think it looks clean. It gets the point across. Got our image there, and we're going to come to the copy when we do the copy for the page. We're going to come back to that. So let's go on with finishing our landing page mobile optimization. So the next section is this one here. This hasn't been updated, so what I am going to do is I am going to I've already mobile optimized this to a degree, so instead of me duplicating it, what you could do is just duplicate it and change it, but I'm actually going to just update the images on here to the ones that suit that and just rejig it around just a little bit. Now this image is great, but on mobile it doesn't need to be that big, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, I'm going to crop that like that, crop it, save it. I'm going to come in here, we're going to add that. Again, you don't want to take any, you want all your space to be optimized. You don't want to use unnecessary space, but then equally you don't want it to be overcrowded. So you want to optimize for space, and where space is, there you go. So it makes so much more sense. And what I probably would do on mobile is move this above the image, add a little bit of spacing above that image and above here as well, just to make it look nice. Try and have consistent spacing, guys. Got a big margin above this, so I'm going to reduce that down. And we're going to have our headline and quote. Gonna probably remove that divider. It's not really adding any value. Again, we can reduce that spacing down heavily. And then we've got a nice little section here. And then we can write our copy later. Let's change our buttons to the colors that we need. Let's get rid of that. What I'm going to do is add in my little image of my little image of 3 benefits. Now, it's great to have, like, when you have a button, right? If they're thinking about pressing that button, right? I know it sounds dramatic. Oh, I mean, if you have reviews, I would put them below your buttons all over the page, because when someone's thinking about picking a button, it's kind of like there's like a micro justification in their minds, right? It's like, should I click it? I don't know. So if you add a little bit of like trust, or a little bit of like, yes, you like something that just signifies yes, you're making the right decision, that can go a long way. So just adding this in here looks great. We're going to copy the width here, which is 600. So let's copy that width. There we go. It just helps to qualify it. They're cool, and I'm happy with that. We're going to pull that over to desktop. Just check how I did it on my other page. Okay, so it's just like this, nice and simple. So let's see if that carries across. So again, we're going to get rid of our case studies because we don't have any. We're going to get rid of that section. We're going to get rid of that section. We've got this. Now the only thing we need to add in is this section here. So this is on mobile only. So we're going to duplicate that. Go to our new one, advanced mobile. Get rid of that. Go to mobile. See how it looks. Looks pretty nice. I am going to clean this up a little bit. So we've got some margins on the left and the right, which kind of take away space. So I'm going to get rid of those here. You see, so moving that back to the middle. I'm going to get rid of the margin on top. I'm going to get rid of this margin at the bottom here. So we don't utilize too much space. I'm gonna remember what my headline text was. So we've got a 22 and we've got 15. So we're gonna do that here. So we're gonna go 22 and we're gonna change this to 15. And we're gonna do the same with these ones here. And then 15, so we keep that consistent flow. Otherwise, I think this looks quite good. Again, I think this could probably look good if it was actually side by side. So I might just try that actually. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna grab that there. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Oh, gonna grab that there. Gonna come into Canva. I'm gonna see if I can put these side by side. So we'll just create file new design and we'll create our own custom size. So we're gonna go 800 again, and we'll go height 700, just whatever, we can figure it out. Okay, cool. Now let's drag our screenshots in here. Desktop. Read this out of the way. There we are. Here we are. We've got that. And we've got that. All right. Let's grab both of those. Drag them in. I mean, it may suck, but let's have a look. See if we can get it looking nice. Now, this takes up a lot more room. I do like it. No, I've decided I'm going to keep it as is. So I'm just going to clear up some of these gaps here. We don't need this many gaps. There might be some padding. There's not. There might be some padding here. Get rid of that. Make this closer. And again, there's some padding here, which is a bit too much. We're just going to reduce that a little bit. Okay, cool. And then the padding here can go to 10. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, I've changed the wrong thing. Discard those changes. I changed the wrong thing. This one's already done. Cool. And what you get, and we're going to change that button text color. Going to change that for our new image, which is, nope, keep selecting the wrong one. It's this one. I'm going to make that full width though. Cool. And then we can get rid of that because it's going to be button. And you would change this to verified leads. If you have terms, conditions, and privacy policy, you kind of want it on here. Now you can just create this in high level. I'm gonna leave it for now. It's very boring to go through that with you guys on the call. But yeah, if you do have that, you want to link those in here. You can just do it on. You can just do it on Go High Level. I'm just gonna make this purple and this text white. Cool. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Looks good. Cool. That's it for mobile optimization. We'll come over to the, we're going to fill out the copy, and then we're going to come back to overall funnel structure to finish up. And then, yeah, I think we're more or less ready to go with our page as it, as a page. Then we'll be coming back to it to add in pixels and add in our video and stuff like that. But as far as the pages goes, I'm happy with that. So let's finish up there, and then we'll come back once we're ready to talk about the other elements of this page. Hey guys, okay, next stage is going to be our writing our copy for our page. So first thing we're going to do is start with the headline. We've already got kind of our 3 core benefits in here. Now you want to base these kind of off of what we talked about earlier, right? So 1 second. You want to base these kind of off what we kind of our copy worksheet that we made earlier. Okay, so let's start with the headline. So we've got pre-qualified high-paying commercial cleaning leads. You could do something like this. This is more what I would consider like a direct headline, which is direct to the point as to what you guys do. You could also do like a more of a pain-driven headline. So it could be stop wasting time on domestic leads, and you could even put like a UK cleaning companies. Little kind of, I could put that in italics even. Pop that above. Stop wasting time on low value. Start with 30 and start receiving pre-qualified high value commercial leads within 72 hours. Okay, pre-qualified high value commercial leads. No value domestic leads. I like that. I'm going to keep that. Okay. So we're going to talk about headlines. We've kind of got we've got like our options here. We've got like value benefit or like pain, removal of pain. So for example, like a if I do an example of that one, it's kind of what we got. So it's like example could be stop doing X. It could be like your niche, and then it could be like get X delivered X leads in just 30 days with. There you go. So you kind of get the idea. That's that example. Now option 2, which was headline, offer, and then subheadline, it could be like get. It'd be, you know, it'd be essentially the other way around. Like, so it'd be like get X leads in 30 days with X, and it'd be like for X for your niche wanting to stop X. You kind of get the idea. So we're kind of gone with this one here for ours. So it's going to be like a value benefit or pain removal, and then offer in the subheadline, and obviously the offer is also in the button. So it's all kind of pretty clear. So we're going to drag that and we're going to pop that in our mobile version as well. I'm going to duplicate that, grab that text, pop that in there. And again, we're not stuck with this. We can always change it. We can always split test if we want to. I'll show you how to do it later. Add a little bit of padding here, just 10. There we go. Okay, cleaning companies. And you could add a little emoji in here if you wanted. Clean. Stop wasting time on low value domestic leads. Start with 30. I might change this. I might change this to start receiving. Let's go back to desktop. Start with it. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to put start receiving pre-qualified high value commercial leads within 72 hours. I'm going to caps that. Pre-qualified commercial leads within 72 hours. And this we're going to say stop wasting time on low value. We're going to go down to here, just change the underlined text to the text that we need. See? So what you can do is you can use underlines or bolds to kind of bold certain elements. So if this wasn't all bold, we could add stop wasting time, but it's kind of overkill, right? Kind of too much. So let's stick with our original plan, make this all bold, but just underline the low value domestic leads. I like that. We've got video here. We change this to start your Thursday test drive because we removed the 30-day test drive out of that, so it now needs to go in here. And then later down the line, we will explain what the Thursday test drive is. I'm going to make sure this font size is. If your button's doing that, you can just change the padding here. Should remove that. Let's go 0. Again, it's still slightly too big. We're going to go change that to. There we go. Looks good. I like it. And what you can do is in your sub headline, you can add in receive 20 plus leads in the next. We could do test leads. I like that. Cool. All right, let's crack on with the copies. We can go to desktop. So we need a hard-hitting quote, or if you don't have a quote, you can just write it in here. So we're going to go back to we're going to pull this up side by side. Okay, cool. This will look better once we get rid of that. Okay, cool. Let's go back to our copy. Stop it. Are you struggling? Start. Increase your profits by targeting there we go, and we're going to go most cleaning companies struggle with cash flow, low margins, and difficult clients because they focus too much on domestic work. Let's just see how that looks on desktop. Okay, I'm going to go here at verified leads. We target small to medium sized businesses within your area with targeted meta ads and pre-qualify all your let's go targeted meta ads and go and proven offers. Notify every lead before it lands in your inbox so that you aren't wasting time trying to call and schedule leads who never answer the phone. And I put, and you can also try risk-free for 30 days. What do you get with our 30-day test drive? In the next 30 days, we will launch your campaign, implement proven strategies and funnels, and guarantee a minimum number of qualified and commercial cleaning projects, or you don't pay. Here's what you're guaranteed. I'm going to go to our deck that I've built out, which has all these sales information in here. So I'm going to go in here. I've got a little overview. We go campaign design. I'm going to pop some of this stuff in here. Leads within 72 hours. No long-term commitment. I'm going to put trained AI assistant, custom to your company. I put here easy to use lead tracker and much more. All you need to do to get started is schedule in a free 15-minute intro call with us today. It's 100% free, no strings attached. Book in by clicking the link below. going to change this to what we've got on mobile. Start your 30-day test drive. And this is what we call like an action orientated headline, right? Sorry, button. A lot of people would just put like get in touch or book your call, but no one really wants to book the call. So if you just add something like this, it's just so much more specific, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the action of this to go to next step, and that way I can come back. Oh, bollocks! And I can come back afterwards, and I can let's check this done. Next step, and I can just duplicate this, and the next stage of the funnel is going to be our, our actual booking page. So let's do that. Cool. So I'm happy with that copy. I'm going to pop this on my mobile. By targeting high end, I'm going to add some customizations to this. And then I make that black. Make this bold text black. There we go. And we're going to we'll come in here and add some customizations. But let's just grab our text and pop that in there. Cool, looks good. We are going to do a little proofread of this before we go live. And then we're going to change this. This is going to be go to the next step. Then we're going to duplicate this and we're going to grab this and drag it down. Now, with this, there we go. With this image, there is a version of this I could use. You could use this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that. See how that looks using that instead of this image. Now I do like this image, but again, it's up to you guys. It's not real though, so be cautious using stuff like this. It is more of a representation than it is actually real. So there we go. Okay, cool. I like this. It all looks good. So we're going to finish up by writing these. I'm going to pause, I'm going to write them, and then I'm going to come back on and show you what I've done as opposed to making you guys watch me do the whole thing. So let's do that quickly, and then we'll come back. Okay, that's been done. So you can see how I've added, we use proven meta strategies to target small to medium-sized businesses within your target radius. Bold that. We implement first clean offers that guarantees your first clean project with these clients. We use our pre-trained AI assistant to ensure that every single lead that gets in touch is immediately followed up with and has all of their questions answered. We schedule phone appointments with your potential clients that you know when and what time you'll be speaking with them, no time wasted, and we deliver a guaranteed volume of leads which will at a minimum cover the initial investment, and we offer a 30-day test drive so that you can try it for yourself without committing long term. So what we'll do is go to desktop. Has that been done? That's all done. Oh, that's already been done. Awesome. So yeah, we're pretty much there, guys. Let's just go back to our desktop version. We just got to add that button in. You want frequent buttons. Now, my only concern with these buttons is that they're orange, right? And although that's on brand, it is a little bit unclear. Like if you've got orange sections, the button's orange. So I'm going to leave it, but I wouldn't be inclined to maybe change this to like green. But I think this page looks pretty nice. I'm not going to lie. So we're going to leave it here. I'm happy with the copy here. I think it covers pretty much everything that's needed. We're following the ADA, which is ADA is attention, information, desire, and action. We've got attention here. We've got information here and also here. We've got desire. Again, I'm going to create desire in the video mainly. There's no numbers here, which is the only downside. We could create desire in this headline. Yeah, let's do that. Let's change this. Add an extra 10 to 20,000 pounds per month to your cleaning business by targeting. And we're going to do high-end domestic projects, high-end commercial, whoopsie daisy. And we change it to clients. I'm going to change this to not be dulled, add an extra per month to your cleaning business by targeting high-end commercial clients. I'm going to get rid of that underline. And I'm going to make sure this is the right font size. There we go. There you go. Otherwise, it looks great. I'm just going to copy that onto desktop. All right, does this. So 10,000, 20,000 per month. That looks great. I love that. I'm happy with this. Okay, we're gonna save this, and we're gonna move on to the next section. Probably it's going to be the filming and kind of planning out the VSL, which is really important. It's going to help sell the products. We need to get that right. It needs to be short and sweet. And yeah, let's move on. In this video, I'm going to literally plan and record my VSL funnel. Okay, my VSL video, sorry. And this VSL video is going to be used in two places. We're going to use it for ads, but we're also going to use it as our landing page, our core landing page video. Remember, I'm doing this with no case studies or anything, so it's going to be difficult. I've given you guys a bit of a template here. So we're going to spend like 2 minutes going through this, and then we're literally going to film it on this video, so that everything's going to be done in this one video. So this is my VSL prep and script. So there's kind of like a formula which I like to follow with VSLs, and if any of you guys have seen my VSLs, you'll see that it's some of them, they vary in length. Sometimes it's a minute, sometimes it's 10 minutes. They kind of have like the same kind of structure, right? It kind of follows the same as the AIDA principle, which you guys may have heard me talk about before, which is attention, information, desire, action. And we do that in 4 ways. We do the hook, we do the call out, we do the transformation, and we do the offer. And that's a VSL. Now you can snazz up your VSL with more case studies, with overlays, text, music, whatever, right? But ultimately, if you get all this information into a VSL, you get it crammed into as short as possible, so that they watch the whole thing. It's more than likely going to work. So hook, this is attention, so hook them with a bold statement, so that you want to have a call out in the first like 3 seconds of the video. The call out is the hook, and then the call out is going to be calling out the user profile, like who it's for. And you can do this, and you can do both of these together. So like you could say, like, if you're a cleaning company struggling with X, for example, that could be you could do both the hook and the call out in the same sentence. Transformation, like, what is it that we're actually going to do for their business? What is it that we're promising? And then step 4, what's the offer that we're giving them and how they can claim it? So as I said here, if you have case studies, you can add another section, or you can add that into kind of like the transformation or desire section. So you can add like 5 to 10 seconds or 15 seconds of case study call outs. So you can say, here's how we've done it for X, here's how we've done it for Y, here's how we've done it for Z. That obviously adds more credibility, and it's only going to improve the performance of your VSL. So if you do have those, you can do that. If you don't, that's fine. So hook ideas. So there's a few hook ideas I came up with. Now you can use ChatGPT to do this. You can literally just give it your product information and ask it to give you some hooks based on its target demographic. And I did this for myself, and then I pulled these hooks from ChatGPT. So the first one is struggling with low-paying domestic clients. Second one is imagine if you could double your monthly revenue by adding just a few commercial clients into your schedule. Number 3 is stop competing with dozens of other cleaning companies for short-term domestic clients. We bring your leads for high value. You get the idea. You can obviously come up with these yourself, and there's kind of 2 ways you can do you can do hooks. You can either do them like kind of removal of pain, or you can do like attraction to some sort of benefit, right? So for example, removal of pain might be, are you struggling with domestic clients? Attraction and benefit might be, did you know you could double your profit by attracting just a handful of commercial projects every single week? Something like that. You can do both in the same thing, which is probably what I'm going to do. And in fact, that's what I've done. So I've got the hook here, which is, are you struggling with low-paying domestic clients? Stop competing with dozens of other cleaning companies and start attracting high-paying, regular commercial clients. Here at Verified Leads, we provide pre-qualified, pre-scheduled commercial cleaning leads. By inquiring today, in the next 72 hours, we'll implement our marketing system that generates leads. Pre-qualified, just pre-qualifies, make sure that's right before I start, those leads for you, and we will book them directly into your calendar using all of your services and prices. The best thing is you can test drive this for 30 days with no long-term commitment or contract, generate a minimum of 15 qualified and scheduled commercial cleaning projects in your local area. All you have to do is click the button to get started. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to record. So I'm going to open up QuickTime Player, which is what I'm using. Now, if you don't have a camera attached to your computer like me, you can just set up your iPhone, maybe plug in like a lapel mic into your iPhone and just record straight away like this. Obviously I have your script here so you can read off of this. I'm going to increase this a little bit so I know where I'm starting. So we're going here. It's okay if I take breaks, we can come and edit that afterwards. Okay, so we're going to start editing. I'm going to go new move recording and I'm going to check everything's right. So I've got my thing selected, my microphone selected. What I usually do is just do a quick little tester. So I'm just going to test that this is all working out fine. And then I'm going to stop that record. We'll play that back. Little tester. So I'm just going to test that this is all working out fine. Seems to be working. It's coming out of one side of the ear, but that's due to my interface and I just changed that in the edit. So we're going to delete that one and we're going to start a new one. I'm going to go ahead and start recording now. Now I know this is recording, I can put this up here and I can start filming and recording. So we're going to go. Okay. Cool. Are you struggling with low-paying domestic cleaning clients? Stop competing with dozens of other cleaning companies for the same domestic projects that just charge by the hour. I'm going to rephrase that. Stop competing on hourly rates with dozens of other cleaning companies and start attracting high-paying commercial clients. Here at Verified Leads, we provide pre-qualified and pre-scheduled commercial cleaning leads. By inquiring today, in the next 72 hours, we will implement our marketing system that generates leads, pre-qualifies those leads for you, and books them directly into your calendar. Using all of your services and prices. The best thing is that you can test drive this for 30 days with no long-term commitment or contract. The best thing is that you can test drive this system for 30 days with no long-term contract or commitment. Okay, that's the next bit. We will generate you a minimum of 15 pre-qualified and pre-scheduled commercial cleaning leads in the next 30 days. Within your local area. All you need to do is click the button below to get started and book in a quick call with our team today. All you need to do is click the button below this video to get started and book in your 15-minute call with our team today. Okay, cool, that'll do. So I'm gonna stop the record. Just check that. There we go. Okay. Please stop competing on hourly rates with... Okay, I'm happy with that. So I'm gonna save this. Actually, I'm gonna grab my hard drive. Okay, let's just call this commercial cleaning. I'm gonna call it pre-edit. Gonna source my hard drive. Sec. Cool, that is saved, and the next stage is going to be to edit it up, add subtitles, and then we're going to stick it on our funnel, and we're going to stick it in our ads, and we'll probably do square and landscape format for both. So we've got landscape for our landing page and square for the ads. So I'll see you guys in the next video when we do that. Are you struggling with low-paying domestic cleaning clients? Stop competing on hourly rates with dozens of other cleaning companies and start attracting high-paying commercial clients. Here at Verified Leads, we provide pre-qualified and pre-scheduled commercial cleaning leads. By inquiring today, in the next 72 hours, we will implement our marketing system that generates leads, pre-qualifies those leads for you, and books them directly into your calendar using all of your services and prices. The best thing is that you can test drive this system for 30 days with no long-term contract or commitment. We will generate you a minimum of 15 pre-qualified and pre-scheduled commercial cleaning leads in the next 30 days within your local area. All you need to do is click the button below to get started and book in a quick call with our team today. How's it going, guys? In this video, we're going to be designing some ads. So we will go through the ad, like the full ad creatives in another video, like the testing strategy. But one of the things I like to test is like really bold, clear, offer-based ads. So in this video, I'm going to share with you how we do that. So let's jump into it. So the first thing you want to do, excuse me, is to create an Instagram ad, and we will create a version of this for Instagram and for Facebook. But for now, we're going to start with the Instagram one. So the goal here is to have like something really clear, bold, branded that looks nice, but also is really kind of like, I guess, crystal clear, like in terms of the offers, like bang, front center of the screen. So I'm going to use the copy that we wrote for our VSL. So you can refer back to the VSL video, or you can just watch the video. It's not essential that you have access to this, but this one's going to be our offer kind of front and center. So let's start with the offer. So the first thing I've done is kind of get this sort of basic design done. Now, obviously, all the templates to this will be left beneath this video. So don't stress about necessarily having to create it yourself. It will all be beneath this video. And we're going to go with this kind of like bold text style, which I've got here. And you can obviously use the template that I've attached if you want to. Just rebrand it. Don't copy, obviously. But we've got some of this cool text. So the font that I'm using is Archivo Black, I think it's called. So we're going to test some fonts here. So we're going to go 15 plus commercial. Let's have a think. We're going to go verified, and then we're going to do for the client. We're going to do it here. We're going to go commercial, and I'm going to reduce the size of this to 200. Okay. Okay, that's perfect. And we're going to go with our colors for this. This here, so we're just going to grab the colors that we have for our brand. So we've got the orange. So we're going to go ahead and grab that orange. One thing you could do is just once you've kind of made your colors, you can make what I've done here, which I've got for Agency Club, which is like a kind of brand board. Like that sounds really simple, but if you just do this and then save it as a PNG and save it as like branding, whenever you can't find it, you can just go Agency Club branding like this. Or just some reason it's not working for me doing that, but you can just go Finder and you can just search Agency Club branding. Maybe I haven't saved it. Let's try now. So if I do Agency Club branding, download, it will save us that name. Yeah, okay, let's try it again now. There we go. And you can just pull it up and you've got the hashtags, the codes whenever you need them. But yeah, let's grab the colors and let's crack on. So we're going to go with this color. So we're going to grab that. We're going to go back to our heading. We're going to paste it in. It's a cool effect, a cool way I found out how to do colored gradient images. So basically, you've got your color gradient here. We're going to paste our orange in, and then the other side we're going to paste our orange as well. But we're going to go for a lighter orange. So we've got this kind of cool like gradient like this. We can even make this one a little bit darker like that, so we get this cool gradient. I'm going to show you how to do the gradient text. If we download this, I'll just go for the page I'm using. Then we come back to our original. I'm going to delete that, and then you go let the image upload, and then you go back on remover, and what it's going to do is going to create this cool, there we go, cool text, which looks awesome. There we go. I'm going to change this to I'm going to change that to 100. I'm going to keep this smaller than the commercial. Okay. And what I'm going to do is with this, going to layer that to the front. Going to edit that. I'm going to add a little bit of shadow. if you can't get things aligned, I tend to just go position middle or center. It's already centered. Okay, go cleaning. Okay. We're going to thin that back. And that's quite cool. It's a bit messy though. We're going to move this up. That's getting cut out. There we go. Send that to the back, just so we can mess around with these. If you can't get that to look nice, we'll just go give it a little bit of a gap. We're going to go position center. It's already in center. Pre-verified commercial cleaning leads. I think that looks pretty good. We are going to add a little bit more spacing like that. And what you can do is you can add like a little bit of an underline to the cleaning. We put test drive for 30 days. So you kind of get the idea, right? And obviously I haven't got loads of, can make that a bit bigger. Going to play around. We're going to try a few different angles with this, right? We're going to make that our deep orange color that we've been using for this brand. There we go. That's cool. And of course, we're going to add in our logo. The reason I copy it from Canva is just because, one, it's easy, but also it's just the high quality image than if you were to do it somewhere else. In fact, I think I have a white version, which I think is going to look better. Paste that in there. And what we can do is, there you go, that looks pretty cool. Now, I don't have reviews, so I'm going to get rid of that. We get put 15 plus. That looks pretty good. Awesome. So there we go. One of our ads here done. Can just centralize this. Going to make that up a little bit higher. Let's just preview this, download it, and see what that looks like now. What we're going to do is we're going to do a few more variants of this. I'm just going to duplicate that page. I think that looks pretty cool. 15 plus FIFA. What you can also do is, one simple test I like to do is to just literally flip all the colors. So for this background, we're going to go with our orange. And we're going to change this to black. So we just change this. In fact, let's just duplicate that. Let's change this to black. So we're going to go black and then just like lighter black. Like that. Is that going to look good? Let's see. Let's find out. So we're going to share download page 3. So it's a bit of a longer video, but I think it's important to kind of you guys to see my walkthroughs of this and kind of how I do it. So that is also going to change to white, and we're going to add in our. We're going to move the background once that's uploaded. I've got the text size pretty much bang on there. Edit, drop shadow, So it's, get rid of that. Not sure I like how that looks. I think that looks pretty crap, so I'm just going to try a different colour. Okay, we've tried a blue version. I think that looks quite a bit cooler, actually. So, yeah, we're going to export that as another file. Download. You can just wait till you've done all of them if you wanted to speed this process up. Now I've done that, I'm going to do a few more versions. I'm going to pause and I'm going to do a couple more versions with different like hooks, so we'll come back and review them. Cool, I've created a new version of this. So you can see it's just hooking in a different words. It's very similar, just hooking on different words. So I'm just going to duplicate and make a version of the different color, and then we're going to go and resize for our different placements. Awesome. So we've now got a couple of different variations and different colors. So the next thing we're going to do is resize these for we're going to resize these for story posts. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to go resize. First, I'm going to download all these as a set first, just in case I mess something up. You never know. And then we're going to go resize social media. We're going to go Instagram story, copy and resize. And that's going to open that up in a new file. Awesome. So you can see it's more or less like kind of, to be honest, it's kind of perfect. We just need to do a couple of edits to get this looking nice. So we're going to leave this as is. We're going to increase the logo size a little bit. Hang on. We're going to go in the middle. There we go, it's kind of perfect already. There we go, like that. It's pretty much good. Very nice. Just going to make that a bit bigger. Doesn't have to be perfect, right? Just make that logo a little bit bigger. That's good. Let's go into his ones. Okay, that's going to need a little bit of work. Let's just bring this down, touch. Our company logo is probably going to be covering this, but anyway, we're going to pop it here. UK cleaning companies, we can make that a bit bigger. There we go. Make that a touch smaller. Just gonna pause. There we go. Cool, we're pretty much done. So now we're going to export these, and then we now have these available when we want to go and set up our ads. So we'll stop the video here and go on to the next part. Hey guys, so in this video I'm going to teach you how to create one of the creatives we're going to test. We're going to run this as a agency ad, but it's also going to be in the service delivery section for actual client campaign ads as well. But we're going to test this for us as well. So I've got this example to show you guys. Thought I'd put it up, and as you can see, this is doing really well for me. So I'm going to show you. This is for a different service, but you can see the example. And
did you know you can earn up to £500 per hour as an aesthetics practitioner and become qualified in as little as 4 days? Right now at Skin Lab Training Academy, we are offering 50% off our next 4-day course for just 10 people. Click the button to find out more. Did you know you can earn up to 5?
Okay, so you get the idea, right? So what's most important with these is that we get the copy right. So I'm using the same sort of texts as we used for the ad copy, but we're gonna massively simplify it down so it's like 15 to 30 seconds. So I've got UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying clients. Add an extra 10 to 20k per month to clean business by targeting high-end commercial clients. Get 15 pre-qualified leads next 30 days. Watch test driving system. Click the link to put your call today. It's going to give you a bunch of audio examples of voices. So we're going to just listen to a couple of these. I think it's Brian.
The thing always happens that you...
The old male voice,
as we are liberated from,
is working well for me. I actually can't find the standard kind of AI voice.
the Boston mayor who
Conversational, informative advertisement. Let's try advertisement. Let's try social media.
Если думаешь, что...
Hey, are you looking for a fresh...
ignite your passion.
No. It doesn't really matter, but...
Experience is not what happens to a man.
That's the one I've had the closest comparison to. Let's have a little look through them.
Las ideas son los puntos.
You're right. I think we figured...
But again, you can get different languages, which is cool.
Camilo.
That's Spanish. Let's try entertainment and TV.
Let me know in the comment section.
No. Advertisement.
Hello, Rose. It was nice to see you today.
That one's quite good. I'm going to add that. So that's Jim Pro Read. All right, let's go back to my voices. Where's my thing gone? Trying to find it. Text to speech. Here we go. Okay, so let's try.
The world is round.
If you spend your whole life...
A single rose can be my garden. A single friend, my world.
We're going to generate speech. And you can play around with these. Sort of stability and similarity and whatnot and style.
UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients? Add an extra...
Let's try a different one.
Hello, Rose.
Let's try that one. So click generate speech. And if it
UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients. Add an extra pound 1020K per month to your cleaning business. UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients. Add an extra pound 10...
Yeah, it's really struggling with that. So sometimes you have to literally type it. Add an extra 10 to 20,000 pounds. Let's try again.
UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients. Add an extra 10 to 20,000 pounds per month to your cleaning business by targeting high-end commercial clients. Get 15 pre-qualified leads in the next 30 days by test driving our system. Click the link to book in your call today.
That's pretty good. I'm going to stick with that. But you could test a bunch. You could test different copy variations. You could even test different hooks. It's great, these styles, because it gives you so many variables, right? Like you can try so many different things. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up my drive. I have pulled a bunch of stock cleaning videos, and they're not perfect, but they'll do for now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just open up Premiere Pro. I'm going to walk you through how I would. In fact, no, let's do something simpler. So capwing.com, so it's kapwing.com. I may need to upgrade my account, but let's just try. In fact, I'll try logging into my account. I'm going to have to just create one. I think it's going to probably ask me to pay to download it, but let's just start anyway. So I'll create a new folder. We're just going to drag in start by dragging in our audio. See if that creates a file. Okay, cool. So we've got that now.
UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients.
So we've got our audio in there. So now we're just going to drag in some of these clips. Now I do have these downloaded from yesterday, so I'm going to just pull these up. You can see how easy I can probably do this in under 5 minutes, right? So we've got these, and these are all pretty heavy files, but let's just drag them in. It's going to try and throw them all in there. Yeah, all right. Well, let's just... Okay, they're all here now. I would just start with, we want to kind of, if you're targeting a local area, I like to start with I might do like a UK drone shot, copyright free video. See if we can find one. Okay, here we go, free download. That's quite cool. This kind of signifies, there we go, just download that. Oh, I've got to pay. There's free stock video that I got yesterday, so let's try it. I think Pexels is good. This one I believe you can literally just download straight, so UK drone. Let's see what we can find. Okay, so we've got this, we've got that, and that. See if we can find us. That one's pretty good. Oh, that's an ad, that's why. I have to pay for that one. Let's keep going. Let's just put UK drone houses. That one's not bad. That one's not bad. I'm going to download that. There you go. Just lets you download it for free, which is pretty cool. Good little reach. That one's perfect. I'm going to go with that one actually. So let's go and drag that into our Capwing file. Let's drag that in. Okay, we're going to start with that. So we're going to select all of these.
Our system.
Okay, so we're going to select these and move these out of the way. Let's move them over here. I'm going to put this one here.
UK cleaning.
And we're going to start with, we're just going to start with square actually. You can do portrait version, but I'm just going to start with square for now.
Companies.
So we're going to
go. UK cleaning companies.
Okay, that's good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Make it a bit bigger.
UK cleaning companies.
I'm just going to go split, and we're going to delete this section. We can move this up.
UK cleaning companies.
And we've got all these clips. So we've got this one. We've got this one. We want some domestic stuff. That's commercial. Yeah, that's good. Okay, we're going to get that there.
He's struggling with low-paying domestic clients.
We're going to make this big. We ideally want to get a switch up every like 3 seconds. So let's go to the beginning again.
UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying.
I'm going to split. Get rid of that. What's this one here? Keep that for commercial. Commercial. Get rid of the audio in this.
With low.
That one will do. Check that over here. Okay, let's play it.
UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients. Add an extra.
We're going to add this cool, I mean, it's literally a stock clip. We're going to add this cool clip here of these guys here. We go that, yeah. Let's have a look. We've got.
Add an extra 10 to 20,000 pounds per month to your cleaning business.
And we're going to crop that. We're going to put that. It doesn't really matter. You can
pounds per month to your cleaning business by targeting high-end commercial clients.
There we go. That's a good little break. Okay, we're now going to split that. Delete this one. We're going to pull this one in.
Get 15 pre-qualified leads in the qualified leads in the
full size.
Pre-qualified leads.
This one's quite a good clip.
30 days.
I'm going to split this so we've got a bit of action to show on the clip. Okay, drag that in. We're going to make this. It's quite good because you can just drag it and it just zooms in automatically.
30 days by test driving our system.
We're going to split. And we're going to go here. What's this one? All right, we'll go there.
Click the link to book in your call today.
All right, I mean, it's not perfect, right? But it's good enough. It's really just filler for the background, right? So.
Your call today.
All right, cool. Let's get rid of these. Now we're going to subtitles. We go subtitles. We're going to auto subtitle. Will cost 1 minute. Okay, so it's just, yeah, you're limited. Obviously, I'm going to have to, it's going to come up with a watermark. So you are going to have to pay, but you can use anything. Like if you have any, like CapCut, I mean, they all do more or less the same thing. All we're doing is cutting clips together, right? I like this because it auto-generates your subtitles for you, which I think is quite cool. So I'll just pause until it's transcribed, and then we'll go ahead and, we're done already. Okay, cool. So let's go back here. All right, let's have a look what we got. So what you can do in here is you can come in here, and you can just press enter, and you can go down, and you can go enter again. So you can get like a couple of words per section here, like this, which is quite cool. And we can do 10. High-end commercial clients. Get 15 pre-qualified leads. And we're going to go in the next 30 days by test driving. That'll do. Click the link to book in your call today. Okay, cool. And then we can go up here and we can select. So we can go fancy, something like this.
Cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients? Add an extra 10 to 20,000 pounds per month to your cleaning business.
And we can put this in the middle of the screen, so I usually put it just like that. So let's try that again.
UK cleaning.
Just going to make sure it's right at the start.
UK cleaning companies struggling with low-paying domestic clients? Add an extra 10 to 20,000 pounds per month to your cleaning business by targeting.
And I'm just going to make this background color. Just select. You've got to select all your subtitles here. Text color, text drop shadow, text outline, background, layer rotation. Not let me change the background. Not let me change the highlight color, but I think you can do it. I'm just going to leave it though.
High-end commercial clients. Get 15 pre-qualified leads in the next 30 days by test drive.
Right, that's good for me. I'm going to go audio. I'm going to go music. We want something upbeat. So you can select like upbeat here. All right, that'll do. And we're gonna. Oh shit! Undo that. Split that. Get rid of that. All right, and let's just move this. Just make sure that is at the end. Okay, cool. We're done. So we're gonna export. We have to upgrade. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. $24 per month, but you can probably use a free version. If you can probably use a free tool like CapCut if you want to. But I'm going to go ahead and do this so we can download the video. Okay, I've done that. So I'm going to export as MP4. We're going to go compression, high quality, MP4 auto, and just export that. And then I'll pause, come back to it when it's finished. And then we'll go over to our ads and we'll start setting them up. So this is the finished video. You can see. So I'm pretty happy with that. Now, the only thing I would change now is to go back in and create a duplication of this. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to, I think this is a duplicate version. So look, doesn't really matter. But what we're going to do is we're going to resize canvas. So if you come up here, resize project, we're going to go vertical 916, and we're going to click fit to center, fill and crop. We're going to resize project to see how this comes out. I'm pretty happy with that, so I'm going to go ahead and export that version as well. So now we've got, I like to always have if possible, to have a portrait and a square version, just so it looks professional on all platforms, right? Like, yes, a lot of your views are going to come from desktop. Sorry, are going to come from mobile and things like Reels and also things like Stories. So if you have the time just to take an extra few minutes and get a version for that, for portrait, it's worth doing. So we're going to export that, pop it into our create folder, and then we're going to have this ready for when our ads go live. How's it going, guys? In this video, we're going to walk through the copy for our ads. Okay, so we've obviously written, we've already written the copy for our landing page. So there's nothing wrong with repeating information, right? The goal kind of with your ad is to kind of condense that information and kind of put it into a format that suits advertising, right? So all of this content here is all useful. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull this side by side and put up our ad script here. And I've pulled the same stuff over from the, one sec, there we go, from the VSL. So it's the same sort of principle. We want to have ADA case. We've got attention, information, desire, action. What we ideally want to include also is step 5, which is urgency. It's kind of something else that we want to include in our ad copy. Urgency, or we can call it scarcity. So we're going to just go through and start writing. I've also got this script kind of what's included. So what I can do is I'm going to copy all this text. The first thing I'm going to do is open ChatGPT and just say, hey, can you please write me 3 ad variations with each a different hook / open line selling this product. The goal is to get them on a 15-minute call. And what I'll do is I'll give it. Also, can you add some form of scarcity / urgency too? Here is the product and service info. Alright, we're going to pop that in there, enter. Alright, here we go. Who's going for hook, body, add an extra attention to give you a clean business for targeting high-end commercial cleaning clients and stop struggling with cash flow, low margin, and domestic customers. I quite like this. We're going to hook this in. I might change this. Add copy variation. Okay. We'll get rid of this. I'm tired of. I'm going to change this to this. UK cleaning companies struggling to pay domestic clients. Get rid of that. Add an extra 10 to 20k per month to cleaning business by targeting a high-end commercial clients and stop struggling with cash flow, low margins, and unreliable domestic customers. I've referenced these targeted meta ads. I'm going to change this. Ads to land premium pre-qualified ads to. I'm going to put to generate targeted local domestic clients. I'm actually going to put this into a better format. So at Fairfive Leads, I'm going to go enter. I'm going to go emoji. I'm going to pop the tick. Use targeted meta ads to generate local commercial leads. We use trained the follow up and pre-qualify leads based on your services and prices. We then schedule these leads into your diary so you don't need to spend hours chasing. Alright, let's grab these. I'm going to copy that, paste that in there. We guarantee a stream of high quality commercial leads. Next, we guarantee a minimum of of 15 pre-qualified commercial leads. We didn't pay a penny. And we allow you to test drive our system 30 days with no contract or long-term commitment. Ready to get started? Schedule a free 15 call and came off Thursday test drive. Will guarantee you qualify within 7 days. What's the filling up for? 5 total spots per month. I like that. So the first one is because 2 digital clean business the potential for more profits. There we go. This is quite nice. I'm going to copy that. I can do add variation. Add copy. I may just start with one variation, right? But we're going to have a few so we can test. UK, and we're still going to say UK cleaning companies here. Don't waste any time with low-margin domestic jobs. Commercial clients, and then we can have a verified lead this, and then ready to get started. Check your 15-minute call. Oh, I like that. So that's what we've got. There's a shorter one here. There we go. Let's try this as a shorter one. I'm going to get rid of the add 10 20 command buying. Verified leads. We connect you with high-paying commercial clients. Unlike domestic leads, our pre-qualified leads are small, medium-sized businesses. So unlike domestic leads, our pre-qualified leads are local commercial companies allowing you to charge more and increase profitability and consistency. Try us risk-free for 30 days. If you don't do some charge, don't get rid of that. We're going to go with no contract on the equipment. Next, going to put this. Awesome. All right, that's that. Those are the copies I'm going to test. As you can see, it's simple. Right? We've got, if we go to this one, we've got attention here. We've got information here. We've got desire here. And we've got action here. And with the things, we don't have proof, right? Because we don't have any. Right? This is a new business. So we're just going to have to do without. Okay, well, obviously this would perform better if you had some case studies you could drop in. We don't have that, right? If you did, I would probably add... I'd probably go here and add this same system helped. And then I'd probably add an emoji. Star. X company. Generate X revenue in just 42 days. And then do this, sorry, do multiple of these right next to each other. And you could even add a little, what I've done in the past is add a little, like, you know, best company I've worked with. You get the idea, right? We'll have that, so that's what we're going to have to deal with. For the headlines, I'm going to go with, we're going to knock up 3. When I chat to can you write me 3 dead, clear, to the point. I like to the point. Facebook add headlines no more than, we're going to go 7 words. There is a character limit, I just can't remember what it is. Get qualified commercials within 72 hours. There you go, that's great. Get qualified commercial leads within 72 hours. Get 15 qualified commercial cleaning leads. And our last one could be commercial cleaning leads. Simple. That may just work. Okay, so we've written our headline. Obviously, I'll put this in the doc underneath so you guys can take this and edit it for your product and service and whatnot. But we're going to start with this and then move on to the ad setup now. Okay, now we're going to create an ad account. Now, we just need to have an ad account in the same business manager that our page is in, right? So I'm inside my main business manager. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to create a new ad account. I'm going to call it verified leads. Make sure it's in your currency and time zone. It's then going to ask you to, add yourself as a user. Now, if it doesn't do this, I'll show you how to in a sec. It's then going to ask for payment. I'm going to add payment method now, so I'm going to pause and do that. So at this stage, just follow the steps through to add your payment method. So I would always recommend debit or credit card. So I'm going to go through and add my payment details in there. So it's now asking me to verify. It's most likely it's going to do this. So you just go to your app and you would verify the payment. Once that's done, it should just work straight away. So let's have a quick look. So I'm just on my Monzo app, verifying it. Give me 2 seconds. And as you can see, that's been successfully verified. So I'm just going to hit done now. And yeah, once you've done that, you can start running ads. We'll cover pixels and setup in another video. How's it going, guys? In this video, I'm going to walk through just setting up a Facebook page for your business. So if you haven't got one already, so I'm inside of my business setting, my business manager. Make sure that you're in the right business manager account. And I'm going to go ahead and into pages, and I'm going to click add. Now, if you already own the page, for example, if you've set up a business manager, but you already have a page, you can just add a page, and then you can search the page name, and it will come up. You can add it, and that's all you need to do. Okay, but for this instance, we're going to create a new one. So I'm going to go create a new page. Verified leads. Marketing agency, and we're going to give it a quick bio. I'm just going to take that from my website. We go IP equivalent exclusive. Change it to that. You're limited on characters, so that'll do. Next. Agree. Create page. Cool, that's done. So refresh this to find our page. Alright, we're going to go to the page and customize it. So just go to view page. I'm going to add some logos and stuff like that. So you can create your logos in Canva. So I can go to, you can just search for Facebook page logo. And you can just grab one of these templates. What we can do is we can just go ahead and customize this. So I'm probably just going to get rid of all this. I'm going to grab my project with my logo. That'll do. We're going to grab that. Paste that in here. We can do a cool background effect. See if we can find a background. Just something that looks nice. That looks pretty snazzy. So add that here. Just gonna make sure this is centralized. Go. Download that. We come in here. We're gonna add our logo. Switch into the page. There we go. For now, I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm just gonna add a logo here. If you want to take the time out to add some posts and stuff, obviously that's helpful, and it will make things look a lot more professional. But for now, I'm just going to add the logo and probably a cover image. So we're going to go copy that. Let's go home, Facebook cover. Just copy that. We're just again using this for purely sizes and stuff like that. So we're going to go elements, background. We'll just grab a background that looks nice. And we're going to add our logo. I'm just going to grab the full size one that I've got in my home. Here we go. Super easy. Paste that in. Right in the middle. There we go. That'll do for now. Just get our page up and running. I'm not too bothered about making it look amazing. Just want it to look like there's something there, you know. Upload photo. You don't want to leave it blank, so I do recommend you go through and add, you know, have a welcome post with a link and have complete your bio and stuff like this, so you can make sure you've got something written there. Maybe add an email address, stuff like that. But for now, this is going to do us just fine. So we'll leave this as is for now. Just thought I'd do a quick video on how to do that. All right, guys. So the next step is going to be our pixels and just setting up our pixels. So if you go into Business Manager, go into the right one. Go to pixels, and then it's going to ask you to go. It's now stored in data sets, so just go straight to data sets. I'm going to go here and create a new pixel. I'm going to show you how to set it up. I'm going to call it verified leads pixels. Give your pixel a name. There we go. I'm going to show you how to set it up. I'm going to show you how it works. I'm going to explain it all of it. Okay, so for now we're just going to go MetaPixel only. I made another video on the API, a conversion API. For now, just go MetaPixel only. Click next. We're going to hit install code manually, and it's going to give us the code to copy. So copy that code. You then want to go to your high level, if you're using high level, or wherever you're building the landing page. Obviously, I'm using high level, so I'm going to be teaching you that. But wherever you're using your landing page, you want to go there first. You want to navigate over to your sub account with your landing page in. You then want to find your funnel. So we go to sites, funnels, go to our sales funnel, settings. And then we're going to paste in our head tag like this. Okay, and then once you've done that, you're going to click save. And now that is your pixel should now be working in working order. Okay, so we still need to set up our events, but the pixel should be working. So if we just view page, we should be able to see with the MetaPixel helper. If we don't have that installed, do that. Just go MetaPixel helper Chrome. And download this for Chrome, or I don't know if this is on any of the browser, but just download it for Chrome. Just click download and then add it to your up here. You can see we're tracking. So we go here, we check the number, we can see 7577. We go back to our business manager, we can see let's continue. Well, actually it's not, we'll check that later because it's not showing us. So we're going to go continue that. How it works. Add events using setup tool. I prefer the manual option. So you're going to click here and click install events using code. We're going to do that. Now, it's making it very, very confusing. So we're going to find standard events. I'm going to give you a list of the codes below this video, in fact. So I'm going to find the code view, and then I'm going to put them in the comment section underneath. Okay, I found the code. Took a little bit of digging, but I found it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop these two codes below. Now, pretty much any code you need would just be exactly the same as this, but it would just, the only part that would change would be this. So these are the only two I can think that you're going to need for agency funnels. Okay, so let's just walk through what those mean. Now, obviously, it's confusing because you would have thought if someone books in a call, that's a lead, but it depends what your funnel looks like. So if I just show you an example. Okay, so here we are. So here we've got two types of funnels. We've got a 3-page funnel. So that's where the lead opts in and we take their email and phone number and then they redirect to a second page where they book the call. Okay, then we want to track lead and then schedule. So in Facebook, we can track both, right? So these red, it means pages. Okay, these are pages. So if we, for example, put the lead pixel here, so if I move that there, or the lead script, that means everyone who lands on the opt-in page is going to get registered as a lead in Facebook. And obviously we don't want that, right? We want only people that have opted in to get registered as a lead. So we want to put the lead script on the second page. Now, if you're only doing bookings, which is the funnel that I'm going to be doing, is like essentially this. Mine is a 3-page, but my first page goes directly to the scheduling page without taking their details, and then they book in there. Then what I'm going to do is just put the schedule, move the lead, and just put the schedule on the confirmation page. That's the schedule script goes on the confirmation page, because once they've reached the final confirmation page, we know they've scheduled a call, right? So that's when the data then gets, so this data would then get fed back into Facebook here, and we know we can then go there, type, just do that so you can see that data is then fed back into Facebook. Does that make sense? Hopefully that does. So we can forget the lead pixel for now. But if you have a 2-page funnel where you want to, let's say you, for example, you want to go an email newsletter and you want to collect email opt-ins as well as calls, then we want to put the lead pixel here. Now that's an advantage if you are, because some people will give you their email but they won't book a call. But if we just have like a funnel where it's just scheduling, we're going to miss out on all those people that opted in but weren't quite ready to book on a call, in which case you may want to put both pixels here. Okay, so let's grab our scripts and then let's go to Facebook and let's add our schedule pixel and test it. So we go back to our into our confirmation page. We're now going to go into the confirmation page. We're going to edit. We're going to go once it loads. We're then going to hit the this little tracking code thing here, and we're going to simply paste that in there, save, and then save and publish this page. Now that's done. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to just preview it works. So we're going to come up here. We can see our page loads. We can check the pixel. We can see page view, which is always going to get, and we can see schedule. So that is working, and we can check the pixel code shortly. So let's actually go back into our events manager. We're going to go to the ads manager now, into our ad account that we've newly created. And we're going to just check that the pixel is live. So we're just going to go through a campaign leads. We're going to, don't worry, but it's going to be another video all about when we set up the ads. But we're just going to go through it now. We'll go to ad set, and what we're going to do is we're going to select website. We're going to select, leave everything else the same. We're going to go down to our, why is it not showing me the pixel data? Here we go, create pixel. So just click this, verified. This is asking me to create pixel. Okay, so it's not linked, so that's an issue. So we're going to close this. We're going to go back into business. If you're getting the same issue, we're going to go into business settings, and we may need to just share the data source with the ad account. So view data sets. So we go to verified leads pixel. We then go connected assets. We're going to assign assets, and we're going to find the ad account that we created, verified leads, add, and then now that is now connected. So if we go back to our ads manager and try that again, should this time work? Because sometimes you need to connect all these things together. It can be a little confusing. So you do just need to take some time and work this out. But if we come in here now, go to website. There we go, verified leads pixel. Let's just check that so we can see it ends in 7577. Let's go to our site and check that. We've got 7577, right? So we know that's all connected and working. So that is all for now. That is your pixels fully set up. And then when it comes to selecting your conversion event, you simply want to select the schedule event, which is the one that we've set up. But you could set up any one of these if you wanted to, right? So you would just replace schedule with lead, contacts, start trial, submit application, but just stick with schedule. It's more or less the right one. And that is, that's the quickest and easiest way to get your pixel set up so it starts tracking. Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, in this video we're going to set up our ad campaign that we've got the creatives, we've got our ad copy ready to go. We're just going to start kind of building out our ad campaign basically. So this is going to be a leads campaign. Okay, so we need to select leads, and we've already got our pixel all set up. So it's just asking me you might get something like this. So I'm just going to do this, and maybe I might need to verify my ad account. So let me just pause and do that, and then I'll come back to here. Okay, I've done that. It just needed me to confirm my number and verify my page, which just if you just follow the steps, usually it's pretty self-explanatory. So we're going to select leads campaign. This is just for context. If you read here, excuse me, if you read here, you can see this. I don't know why they changed this. What they've basically done is they've split out sales and leads. Now, they used to have conversions campaign, which would basically be any website conversion that you were running with. If that was a purchase or a schedule or a lead or whatever it was, it used to be under one campaign objective. But we're going to stick with leads for this one because you can see it gives us the option of website leads. Now, I don't recommend you do any kind of lead forms for agency ads. I've not found it to work. You're going to spend more time on the phone trying to call these guys than you are actually closing. So we're going to go with manual leads campaign. I'm going to tell you how to do everything properly as opposed to letting Facebook kind of decide what we're going to do. So we're going to give this a name. My kind of general rule of thumb for names is like your agency name. So we'll do that first. And then you can do underscore or you can do hyphen. It's up to you. We'll go underscore. And then typically I'll do like campaign objective. So I'm going to do calls. And then I'm going to do the offer that I'm running, which is going to be test drive. Then the country, I'm going to go UK. And then anything else. So usually I'll do all my tests in the ad set level. So for different audiences, which we're going to talk about. But if you were testing different audiences at campaign level, you would do that here. But we're going to leave it as that for now. And then just the date of which is today's date. So I'm just going to put 18th of 10th, 24. Okay. Categories, no need. This is just, if you click this, you can see if it's credit, employment, housing. This doesn't include home improvements, by the way. This is like for home insurance or like estate agencies and stuff like that. So you can leave that uncategorized. Buying type, auction, campaign objective, leads. Not going to put a spending limit. We're going to do a daily limit at the ad set level. We're also not going to do campaign advantage. Campaign budget is basically where, in fact, I'll show you. Okay, so this is pretty much how it works. We've got two things here. We've got ads ABO, which is kind of the standard way. So if I was to keep this unticked, we would be on what's known as ABO, which is ad set budget optimization. And then we've got CBO. So if I was to go ahead and click, tick this, you'd see we'd set the budget here. Okay, so that's the difference. You can see here the only difference is with ad set budget optimization, you set the budget at the ad set level. Ad set. And at the CBO, you set your budget at the campaign level. So what does that mean? So what that means is, let's say we have three audiences. Let's say one of our audiences was, I don't know, let's say a broad audience. Put that there. Put that in the middle. One of them was a lookalike audience, which we're going to go into later. And then one of them was a, I don't know, interest lookalike or interest audience, which we're going to go through this today, but don't worry. So with the ABO, I would set this at $50 per day. For example, I would set, each one of these at $50 per day. And at the end of every day, each of these would have spent $50. Now, if I was to do this at ABO level, all of these would still be the same. So I can copy and paste these. All the audiences would still be the same. But the budget would be set, rather than set here, you would set it at $150 here, right? And then what Facebook's going to do is it's going to decide where to spend your money. And then your ad set's then going to decide where to spend your money on your ads. So Facebook's going to do some level of sort of testing for you. So that's, when we talk about testing and split testing and whatnot, that's kind of what we mean, right? Because you kind of want to give Facebook enough information, but not too much. Right? You want to have some control. So the only way to, with ABO, which we're going to focus on, so you can kind of forget about CBO for now. This is not, when you're getting started, it's just not that important for now. Right? This is more advanced stuff. But stick with ABO. And we're talking about ABO, ad set budget optimization. The only way for us to truly split test something is to put it into a different ad set. Okay, otherwise, Facebook's going to essentially split your ads out, and it's going to do one ad. You know, it's going to say, okay, this ad's performing better, therefore we're going to give this a $30 per day spend, and this one's doing not so great, so we're going to give it a $20 per day spend. So you kind of get the idea of where I'm going with this, right? Whereas with, if you were to put, you know, what you could do is you could, instead of doing that, you could take these and you could split them out like this. So we have the ad here, get rid of that. And now we've got two ad sets, and the ads have been split between them, right? So we can do that. Now we're going to do some testing, and we'll get into that later. But that's just kind of the explanation of what these are. And you can see down here, I've explained what each stage of this does. But I am going to walk through it anyway, so it's fine. But you can see this campaign does objective, ad set level does budget, audience, schedule, and placement. And then your ad level does creative, ad copy, headline, destination, all that stuff. Okay, so let's jump into our ads manager and move forward. So we've named our campaign. Let's go through and name our ad set. So you've named your campaign, you know, verified leads, calls, test drive UK. So this one we're going to do audience. I'm going to go broad as my, which is going to be my. So we're going to go UK broad. It doesn't really matter what you do, just as long as you can navigate and figure out your way around it. It's only you going to be using it, right? So as long as you can understand it, that's all that really matters, right? But I kind of have a rough kind of structure. So I'm going to go UK broad. I'm going to go 30 plus, and so age, and then the date today, so 8, and then also creative. So let's just go creative 1. I haven't decided which yet, and then the date. So it's the 18th again. And the date's good because then you can come in here and you can see what's new and what's old. So the date's really important. We're going to go through the website. We're going to go keep this as maximize number of conversions. We can do our pixel check like we did before. So we're going to go to our test drive page. We're going to click on this link. We've got page view there. So we've got our pixel in place. We're going to check that. So we've got 7577. We come in here. We can see, really important you check this, 7577, so that is the correct pixel. Conversion event is scheduled as we went through in the pixel goal. We're going to leave everything else as standard. We're going to leave the attribution as standard. We're going to turn off dynamic creative for now. This is basically, it's just basically like kind of a more complex testing strategy. Just not that important in the early stages. So we're going to set our budget. I will do another video on budgets. So if you want to kind of have a structured way of understanding your budget, go to the budget video. But generally speaking, the rule is like £100 to £200 or let's say $80 to $150 is enough to figure out if your offer has legs, right? If it's working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a £20 per ad set for now. I might come back and change it later. We're not going to put an end date. We're just going to leave it on daily spend. We're not going to do any budget scheduling. Audience controls now. You can say, I'm not sure if I can apply to all campaigns. We're not going to do that. We're going to see more options. Okay, so we're going to go broad with this. So we're going to change our age. We're going to go to 30 plus. Oh, why doesn't it let me do this? All right, it's restricting me for some reason. Let's see if I can figure out why. Website, broad. If this is coming for you, then this would be a good way to figure out why this is happening. Audience controls. No, there's no controls on this. But for some reason, we're not able to change the age to above 30. So we'll just go 25 for now. And then we come down here to Advantage Plus. Now, what this basically means is Facebook's going to go beyond your target audience to try and find ideal candidates. Now, what you can do is you can add an audience suggestion, which basically says, I'm going to keep Audience Plus on, so I'm happy for Facebook to go beyond. For this, because I'm targeting the whole of the UK, I'm probably going to leave it on. But if you were targeting, for example, a postcode area, then you wouldn't want to leave this on. You would want to click switch to original audience options, but this will be in the service delivery course section. And you can see it's allowed us to change it, so that could be why. But we're going to keep this broad, and we're going to add some broad interest. So I'm going to start searching. I'm going to search cleaning first. Cleaning, home and garden, that's broad. And then what I'm going to do is just hit this, and it's going to start bringing up more options. So we've got like detergent, we've got carpet cleaning, There we go. We've got housekeeping, we've got cleanliness, household goods, cleanliness, laundry, commercial cleaning. There you go. That's a good one. We've got vacuum cleaner, dust, home improvement, garden, office cleaner. We're gonna trying to go for big, broad audiences here. Probably that's enough. That's giving us 9 million people, which is pretty broad. So we're gonna leave that as it is. There's no need to save this audience really at this stage. Advantage plus placements, we're going to leave on. Okay, so this is my broad audience. We'll talk more about audiences further down this video, but we're going to go ahead and click next. And what I'm going to do is walk you through the page building process. So I'm going to grab we're going to do another video about the ad testing structure, but in this video it's more about setting up the campaigns. We're just going to go ahead and like build one campaign essentially, so you guys kind of know what it is. Now, if you have an Instagram account, I don't. If you have an Instagram account, you can connect it here. And we're going to go to manual upload, single image or video. I would usually untick this, but it's basically where it places your ad next to other ads, like in the kind of carousel. So I usually untick this. You don't need to do that. All right, we're going to go ahead and add our image. We're going to start with one. So I'm going to upload. Find the images I made yesterday. Okay, let's start with that one. And then what we'll do is we'll find the... here we go. So remember yesterday when we redesigned this? So we're going to go click here, upload. We're going to find the portrait version of the ad. Might not have opened it up yet. Yeah, I don't think I did. So let's just open that file. That's not it. There we go. Okay, so we've opened that. Let's go upload. Let's find those. Is it this one? Commercial. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now we've got our two sort of test. There you go. Now, if you wanted to go a step further, you could obviously resize this to this 1.91 to 1 ratio if you wanted to. I usually leave it. I don't get much traffic on right column anyway. So I'm just going to click next. I'm going to go ahead and untick this and then untick this to turn them all off and just leave relevant comments on. I don't really want music. I don't want any of these things. Typically, I leave these off. Now, you can leave them on. I haven't done extensive testing as to how much difference that makes, but I'm going to leave it off. I'm going to click done. And then we're just going to copy and paste our headline in. Start with this one. Headline paste. And you can check here if it gets cut off. Let's grab our URL. And paste our URL in the website field. Now, you want to scroll down and make sure this isn't added. Sometimes it goes to instant form, but we don't want that. We want to click none. We just want the core button there. And then we're going to go again and grab our ad copy as well. So we're going to start with the top one. Copy. I'm going to paste that in. And just make sure it looks nice. Optimize this. Oh, I've been doing this a lot for me lately. There we go. I'm going to add some spacing. Okay, I may add more customizations later, but essentially if I now publish this, it's now live. So we're going to hit publish, see if we get any errors. Hopefully we don't. Okay, I'm going to turn it off for now. So come to campaign levels and just switch it off until we've finished our campaign, and then we can turn it back on again. We'll do another video about the full testing and full setup. But that's how to essentially create your campaign and get your ads added and add your copy and stuff like that. So you can, when it comes to adding your other creative variations in your tests, you can refer back to this video on how to actually do it as a core, like how to actually get it done. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to walk you through my ad testing strategy that I've got set up here. So in this video we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about, open up a doc. We're going to talk about testing strategy. We're going to talk about budgets. We're going to talk about ad setup.
like or audit or campaign structure. Sorry. And then we're going to launch our campaign. Okay, so first thing is testing strategy. So the testing strategy I'm using is a little bit different to stuff that I've done in the past. Okay, so in the past I often would just have 2 audiences and I'd throw all my creatives in the same audience. Now I've split these up, and so you'll see my names of these. So you can see my campaign name is Verified Leads, Calls, Test Drive UK. So the campaign I typically would name it the name of the page or product, Verified Leads, the goal of the campaign, Calls, and or like maybe that should say schedule, but the Calls is okay. I can understand that. The offer, Test Drive, the location, UK, and the date. Okay, that's everything that we need to do at campaign level. At ad set level, we've got UK, so location. We've got the targeting or audience. We've got broad. We've got 30 plus, so age. We've got creative being tested. So we've got creative 1. And then we've got images. So that's the type of creative that it is. And we've then got copy, so copy 1. So what I'm basically testing here is I've got, I basically have, let me put this into a spreadsheet so you can see. So I'm testing a few things. So variables. Variables are going to be, we've got audience. We're testing lookalike. I'm testing a broad audience. I'll go through all that with you today, don't worry. We're testing images. That's what creative, sorry. So I've got images. I've got videos. We're testing copy. So I've got copy 1, copy 2, and the copy is both the headline and the text is different. So let me just go back, check that is all I'm testing. So I've got creative 1, images, copy 2. So that is them. That is them. Right. So basically, you want to look at it this way. So first, you do your audience. We've got audience lookalike. So within each one of those, we're going to have 2 images, images, and with each one of those 2 images, we're going to have copy 1 and we're going to have copy 2. Does that make sense? So because obviously this is like campaign, this is ad set level. We have like ad set level, we have ad level. So we have campaign, we have ad set, audience, and we have ad level. Now, I can only change the audience on the ad set level, and I can only change the ads on the ad level. So in order to get an accurate test, I've got to split test everything by audience level. So that means we're going to have each audience is going to be a variable. This will make more sense once I get to it. Okay, so that means we're going to have, if we just add bold, we're going to have one audience is going to be our lookalike audience 1. So we're going to do lookalike. It's going to have our images or videos. This one's going to be images, and it's going to have our copy 1, so copy 1. And then we've got to create a version with copy 2. So we go lookalike, images, copy 1, but we change that to copy 2. So now we've done that, we can copy that and paste it, and now we've got lookalikes, but now we're testing videos. So we've got videos, and we've got videos, but with copy, so we've got images, copy 1, videos, copy 1, images, copy 2, videos, copy 2. So that's 4 variables. Now we've got to do all of that again, but now we're doing our broad audience. That makes sense now. So you can see how it makes, starting to make more sense as we explain it like that. Okay. And obviously we just build that brick by brick, right? So we start off with one campaign for our image. So we start with our images. We start with one campaign for our images of the copy 1. We start with one campaign for our images of the copy 2. And then we duplicate this whole thing. And then we just change the images to videos. And that gives us 4. And then we duplicate this whole thing. And then we do just change the audience. So we change it to broad. So that's why I have in here is exactly as that. So we've got our images and copy 1. We've got our images copy 2. We've got our videos copy 1, videos copy 2. And they're all lookalike audience. And then we've duplicated all that. And we've got all of our broad audiences. So that's basically allowing us to accurately split test everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to set the budget to £5 per ad set. So if we go here and go edit and go budget, we can select all of these. We can put 5. And that's going to tell us it's going to spend £35 a day. Now I want to spend a bit more than that. So I'm going to go 8. That's going to be £56 per day. But we're not going to leave this running. Obviously, you'll see as I go through this. In fact, it's not selected all of my ads. That's 1, 2, So I'll do the same here. So we'll just go back and check that budget. So let's select all of them and go budget. It should be about £60 per day, something like that. £64 per day. So that's good for me. Okay. And we've got all of our ads in here that we can see that we're testing. So we've got our video ads that we did earlier. We've got our edited video ad, the talking head one, and we've also got this one, and we've also got the AI video that we did, and we've also got 3 variations of the images, and they're all broken down like this. If we go into here, for example, we've got the images. If you go into here, we've got the image with a separate copy. If we go into here, we've got the videos. If we go into here, we've got the videos with a separate copy, and this is all done duplicated, but with a different audience. Okay, so I am going to launch this, but before I launch it, I'm just going to quickly do a last-minute test on one of my ads. I'm just going to go here, click on Facebook post comments. I'm going to check this over. And I'd recommend you do this for all the copy variants and image variants that you have. Let's pause. Okay, cool. So we've got this here. We're going to click this, make sure it works. Okay, cool. It's loading to our page. We've got a video here that we had edited.
Are you struggling with low-paying domestic cleaning clients?
Okay, that's all working. We're then going to click this. Should take us to the calendar booking page. A bit slow, but it did work. Okay, cool. We've got the calendar booking page. I'm going to go ahead and pop a calendar event in just to make sure it's working. Schedule. And then it should redirect to the confirmation page with my confirmation page video that I've recorded. Awesome. That works. Excellent. So we can now turn our campaign. So we're going to go back here. We're going to click on, and we're going to we'll come back and review this in the next few days. So the last thing we're going to talk about is budgets. So budgets is complicated. Now we'll work backwards. If a client is worth £300 in the front end, if we could spend £150 to get one, then that would be pretty good. So revenue, first month, cash, cost per client, right? And then so if that is that, and let's say we close 25% of our demos, so we're going to go, each client is £150, so we can close, so it goes demos, we're going to need to do that equals that times 0.25, £37.50. So we need to get demos for £37.50. In order to get demos for £37.50, we may need to get double that in terms of actual phone calls booked. So we're going to go phone calls equals that divided by 2, so 18. So if we can get phone calls for £18, then we know we're on the right track. So if we're getting phone calls for £12 or £20, £25, we know we're on the right track to make this successful. Okay, so now we know that. That's what we need to really worry about. Okay, it's kind of working backwards from our goal. So really the thing is, if you take $100 to $200 of budget, that is enough for you to find out if your campaign is working, if your offer is working. If we spend £100, $100, and we get nothing, then we need to rethink our offer and adjust it. And you might need to refer back to the offer module, okay, and try something different, okay? So, but then if we're running an offer that's working on cold calling, we know probably it works on ads, okay? So it might just be your creatives aren't good enough. So it's kind of a mixture of testing different creatives and offers. And as long as you follow the formula in this course, you should get it right. It should probably work the first time around. So we're going to launch this. We're going to leave it for a while. And we're going to come back to it after and see how we're doing. Hello. I did record this already, but I lost it. So for this video, we're going to be talking about creating a lookalike audience. Okay, so in order to create a lookalike audience, we need a source data. Okay, and the way a lookalike audience works is we start with a source list. So if we just go blank, that source list is our database. So database, so we'll go source audience. This can be let's just color that. This can be a Instagram audience. It can be a customer list. It can be a database. It can be a pixel audience. You got a whole bunch of options, all right? And we'll show you in a minute how that looks. But we're going to be doing customer list for this because we're starting from scratch. We don't have. If you had if your agency had 5,000 followers on Instagram and they were all target demographic, or your client did, then you could use an Instagram audience for this. but we're going to be using customer list or database, kind of same thing. And then what it does is you say to it, I want to create a lookalike audience of these users. So you say to Facebook, make me a list of all the people that are within 1% similarity to that audience. And then you might say, okay, now make me a list of all the people that are in 2% interest of that similarity. And then you make one all the way up to 10% similarity. So obviously the 10% audience is going to be the largest audience, but the least similar. Okay. So what that means is we can start with the smaller audiences, which is the most close, so the 1%, and then we can work our way all the way down to these ones, all the way down to 10%, and the 10% might be 5 million, 10 million people, but very broad. Okay, so we start here and we work our way down to here. Now, obviously, if we're working on a location area, we're not going to be doing that, but if we're working within a location area, obviously that if that gives us, I think it gives us about, in the UK, it gives us about 400,000 people. If we're working within a location, then that's obviously minimized, right? Because if you're only working within 20-mile radius, so it's for a client campaign, then obviously you're limited. So this is obviously nationwide. So in the UK, it gives you about, I think, 450,000 people or so. So it's perfectly enough to start with. If you're in the US, I think it's about 1 million or something like that, or maybe even 2 million. I can't remember. But it's pretty decent size. Okay. So let's go to Ads Manager. What I've done is I've just duplicated my campaigns and renamed them. So we'll go through another video about my testing strategy and audiences. But I've just duplicated all my audiences, and I've created a duplicate, and I've changed you see the targeting audience is in my name structure. I've changed it to LLA scraped list. So you get your data from two places. I wouldn't do manual data for this. So obviously my cold calling videos, sometimes I am manually pulling data from maps. Now, obviously you want at least a few hundred people for this. To even do a lookalike audience, you need 100. So we're not going to do that. So we've got two options. We've got Coldlytics. This is more expensive. This works out about £1 per lead that you get from it. So not necessary. But if you're using Coldlytics for your cold calling list, you can reuse that list for your lookalike audience as long as it's got enough leads within the database. Okay, so I won't do a full walkthrough of Coldlytics, but you can give Coldlytics your exact match, what you're looking for, what types of clients and companies, what country, what area, what income, and it will produce you probably the best quality list you're going to get. But for this, I used outscraper.com. So when you go to outscraper.com, you simply create an account, you add some credits, and by the way, it's really cheap. I added $10 earlier, and I've got $7.98 left, and I've got 500 leads. So it's super cheap. So you go in here, you go services, you go by type, you go business and POI, and then you click on Google Maps Scraper, and it comes up like this. So you would give it cues. You'd say cleaning companies, well, that's what I am. So we've got house cleaning, carpet cleaning, cleaning services, commercial cleaning services. And to be honest, I want to keep this pretty broad. I don't want to be too specific. And I just did maximum 500. And then I did, you want to click ignore without emails if you can, because you need an email for a lookalike. So I actually didn't do that. So some of mine don't have emails, but yeah, click ignore without email, and then keep validate email address there. Everything else can remain ticked, and then just click get data, and it's going to take a couple of hours, if not less. But once you've got it, it will come like this. So you want to copy all of your emails. I've done this already, but you want to copy them. You want to come into your audiences. You want to go to custom audience, create new custom audience. You want to go to customer list. So this is all your source data, what we were talking about earlier, how you can use lots of different sources to create lookalikes. So you've got websites, so that's pixel data. You've got app activity catalog. You can do video views. You can do lead form. And so what that means is this source audience can change. So you can have, for example, an Instagram audience. So you can say everybody who engages on my Instagram account, I want to create a lookalike of them. Or you can do a customer list, which is what we're going to do. You can do pixels, so you can say everyone who has become a lead in the last 180 days, we're going to do them. So we're going to go customer list, we're going to go next, and then what you're going to do is paste comma separated values, paste that in, name it. So we'll just name it data list, and then the date. You can add more information should you want to. Click next. It's going to ask you for the column field. So obviously we've only got one column, which is email address, and that's correct. But if you had multiple columns, you'd need to name them. It might say action needed. You'd need to basically tell Facebook what that data is. and then you're going to click import and create. We're not going to do that for now. Once you've done that though, you've got this data scrape list, and you can go create new again. You can go lookalike. You can select that audience that you created, other sources, create new source. It's not coming up. Should come up here. Other sources. This is only coming up as pixel data for some reason. Value-based sources, other sources. I don't know why it's doing that. So if it's doing that for you, just get create lookalike, create new source, custom audience, go through that process again, and then I'll just do it for you now. So you want to paste your data in. We're going to name this data list verified leads cleaning, and we'll go 21st 10 24. Click next. Email address, import and create. And then what it will do is it will allow you here to create a lookalike. So we're going to click create lookalike audience. We're going to search our country, and remember the data that you collect. So if you're collecting from the US and then trying to create a lookalike audience in the UK, it's not really going to work. So it may work, but generally speaking, you want to use a state with the right country. So we've done UK. We're going to do 5 audiences, and obviously that means each one of these is 500k. So obviously what I said earlier about these being bigger, what I mean by that is each percentage is the same, but if you were to do 10%, that would be everyone from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 10. So that would be all of them, right? So if we do 5, we can then select 1, and then we can add a second one in, and we can make it 1 million. We can add a third one in, we can make it 1.5 million. You kind of get the idea. So we're going to click create audience. Now I've got that in there. So we're going to start with the 1%. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to just go to the 1% here. So you can see I'm going to get rid of these. Okay, and we're going to leave everything else the same. And we're going to go ahead and click publish. And now when we go into our next one, it makes us do these individually. Okay, if we go into our next one, audience, we're going to get rid of our targeting from earlier. So we do lookalike. You don't want to do both, really. Custom audience, just select this and click lookalike, and then select that 1% that we got earlier, and then publish. And you can want to do that for all of these. And once you've done that, that is how you create a lookalike audience and start testing it. And now down the line, let's say our lookalike audience is working, we can then duplicate it and test the 2% lookalike audience. So it's not quite as accurate, but gives us a lot more audience to test with. So yeah, that's how to create lookalike audiences. See you in the next video. What's up, guys? So I did pre-record this section originally when I did this. When I created this module, but the audio, due to copyright infringement on YouTube, I had to re-record this. So I am recording this in present day, but I'm going to go back and look at some of the results and some of the stuff, and just give you a bit of a general overview as to kind of how things went. I'm just going to bring this in so we can see what's going on. Second. Okay, cool. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in so it's nice and big. You can see that the results were really, really, really good. On Facebook, right? I'm going to customize my columns a little bit and show you how I normally would do that. So I'm going to customize columns, and I'm going to order the columns how I want on the left here. So what I really want to have is CTR, link click-through rate. We want to have that there. We want to have link clicks, unique link clicks. We want to have leads, which I think I'm tracking here. Let's have a look. We're going to go website leads. We want to have schedule. I'm going to move that down here. I'm also going to have appointments scheduled, total. I'm going to go, just get rid of all those. I'm going to go cost. Okay. And we're going to go lead cost as well. Add that in there. And then I'm going to go CVR, which is a custom metric, which I make by coming into custom metrics and going schedules, appointments scheduled, and divide that by unique link clicks, and you would call that landing page CVR or conversion rate, and you want to change the format to percentage. So just go create that metric, and we're going to add that in at the bottom as well. So let's have a little look at how we're getting on. Just check that metrics pulling in. There we go. So really good conversion rate. Look, we've had for some reason it's not pulling in these in here, but we can see that we've had
we can see the schedule. We're at 13 schedules. We've spent £39, which is about $50 to $60. So way under our original budget intended. But I would have continued running this, but I had a lot of leads coming through from the cold calling outreach. I actually had a couple of appointments from that. And actually the client I ended up closing was actually from a cold call recording. And if you want to see all the full recordings, they're all inside the Local Art Accelerator, so you can actually get access to all of those of me following up with these leads. But one thing I will say is, out of about 13, I'd say half of these were unqualified. And when I say unqualified, I mean tiny businesses, don't have any budget, really a waste of time. But it's so cheap, right? £3 a schedule is ridiculous. If I were to change this, what I would probably change is to do add in some form of pricing on the ads, right? So you can see on the ads, we don't actually have a price. We just say test drive. I would probably put test drive for $199, $299, whatever my price point is, just to kind of just to kind of reduce the amount of volume, but increase the amount coming through. Because you can see the conversion rate is crazy. It's 50, like this one's 50%, but overall we're looking at 34% conversion to schedule. Right, that wasn't to lead, that was to schedule, so that's absolutely crazy. So, 13 appointments from 38 clicks, which is really, really good stats, and they all did well, right? They all did well. Like, there wasn't really like anything that stood out as being the best. I mean, the videos did really well. This one had 3 schedules for £1.60 each, which is crazy, and also the creative images did well. They all did well, but the audience tended to do the best was the scraped audience. The Lookalike did pretty well. The broad audience did really well, and but then they honestly they all did really well. So like I'm in a kind of fortunate situation here where they're all performing. But what you could do is you could look at which one's performing well. You could have a look at a combination of CTR and cost per lead or cost per schedule, and then you could then decide what you're going to do. Right, you can then turn them off. And my next kind of port of call usually would be to look at the ones that are performing poorly, when they're all doing fine. But if, let's say, for example, your cost per schedule is $20 or $30 or $40, you might have a couple that are like $60, $70, and you just turn those off and put more of the budget into these, let them run through, and then you can add more variants. And the way I would do that is just by simply duplicating, changing the creatives and running that alongside, so it kind of keeps the budget even. But yeah, overall, very, very good performance. Everything is kicking in. All the lead pixels are converting. I've got no conversions API set up, nothing like that. Just the pixel stuff that we went through earlier. It's all performing well. It's all working. So great start. And these are all pre-scheduled like phone appointments. So really great start. And as you can see, when your offer connects, when your the product connects and your audience works, you should know if an offer is kind of clicking with your audience, because you might not get results like this, but you should get pretty good results, right? Pretty quickly. In the group, we see people getting booked calls for like $20, $25, anything around that region is excellent, right? Even $50, $60, it's still excellent, right? But this is pretty unheard of, I'll be honest. So good start, and let's move on to the next module. Yeah, it's a pretty good start so far. Hey guys, just want to talk really briefly about my sales process, just so you guys are crystal clear. Kind of the sales process I'm following for this, but also kind of my recommended sales process. So we always do a demo pitch. So if your product is dead simple and you feel like you can close it over the phone, and your market is really hard to get onto a video call, then you can replace this for a phone call, but it's much, much easier to close on a Google Meets call. So whatever I'm doing on the front end, my goal is to get them onto a demo. So if I'm doing ads, I'm going from ads to a booked phone conversation. You're going to see that in the ad section. If I'm doing a cold call, I'm going from a cold call because I've already spoken to them on the phone, and I'm going directly in for a Google Meet. Now, you can add an extra step here as another phone call. So, for example, if you have a quick chat and you just feel like they're not quite ready for a demo, you can add another step here, which is like intro call phone. So you can sort of say, hey, are you kind of interested in chatting about this further? If they say yes, but they're not quite, you think they're not quite ready for a video call, or you feel like they might ghost you or not show up, then you can then book another step phone call. But then we do a demo call, which is on Google Meets or Zoom. Again, you'll see recordings of these down below. And then we pitch. If they buy, we then move over to an onboarding call, which is done on either Google Meets or Zoom. If we're lost, or they ghost, or they don't answer, or we pitch and we don't get a response, then we go to follow-up calls, and we just put them into our pipeline as a follow-up. So they would go in here as like either call no-show, demo no-show, a pitched, or lost, and then we would follow up with them We don't have automations for these steps because I prefer to do it manually. But then we would add every week. We'd do a follow-up session, and we would essentially give each lead a call, try and re-engage them, and that is the process from then on out. So that's just an overview of the sales process. I'll leave a screenshot of this down below. I'll try to anyway. And yeah, this is just the overall sales process that I recommend, and it's the one that I'll be following in this sales course. Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about sales tracking. So I've got this master sheet here, which I'll leave a link to down below. This is the sheet that pretty much has everything in here. And in this video we're going to create a sales tracker. Now obviously we use Go High Level for tracking and managing our lead flow. So inside of the high level snapshot that you guys have access to, again, I'll leave that down below as well. If you haven't pulled that in already, by now you probably have. If we go to the verified leads snapshot and we go to ops, we've got our pipelines in here now. We don't want to create sales trackers for, well, I tend not to use sales trackers for anything other than demos. Okay, so once a lead has scheduled a demo, in my opinion, they become a lead. And that at that point, I want to be tracking my conversion rates, show rates, and all that kind of stuff, right? So if you wanted to create two versions of your sales tracking sheet, and what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this template sales demo tracker. We can then create two of these. We could have a cold call tracker and a sales demo tracker, and the same process would apply. What we're going to do here as would apply with the sales tracker. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to delete these two columns because we just cannot. If you want to track this data, you can track it in a separate tab because high level needs access to this top column to be able to find the data source. So now I've called this template sales tracker. We're going to just adjust this to the fields that we want. So I'm going to delete this field. We're just going to keep it to, I'll keep the information column there. I'm just going to get rid of the data. And we're going to change the statuses. We're going to keep number, email, first name, and date. I am going to delete the fields though, because obviously we're going to import them. We're going to delete these fields as well. There we go. And what we're going to do is we're going to figure out a way of pulling the leads into here so we can update this as we go. So the first thing we're going to do is you're going to want to create your own version of the sheet by going File, Make a Copy, and you can name it to your own business. And we're going to add in a one to the right, which is just going to be called Notes. And then we're just going to get rid of, put a border on the outside there. Okay, awesome. We can do that as well. Okay, cool. So we're just going to add a thicker border around here. Let's go thick. Boom. All right, cool. Then we're good to go. All right, now we're going to go into high level and we're going to go to automations. Okay, so we're going to come down here, go to automations. We're going to go into our agency automations. Again, this automation, if you're getting this snapshot, the automation should be here already. So you might just need to change the sheet location and destination location and stuff like that. We'll go ahead and we're going to click create workflow stop. No, that's not right. Second, get back. We're going to start from scratch. We're going to go start from scratch. We're going to call this sales demo to lead. To sales tracking sheet. Okay. Again, this may already be here inside of you, so it should be already be here inside of your thing. So what we're going to do first, I'm going to open up my verified leads master sheet, which is my own master sheet version of this. Okay, and I'm going to I've got the tracking sheet. I'm going to delete this. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep that in there. But I'm going to copy this data. So I'm going to just click here, Command C, come into my sheet. I'm going to open a new tab. I'm going to go Command V. There we go. I'm going to label this sales demo tracker. First thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to optimize these. So I'm going to come down here, select all of these like this. I'm going to go into data. Data validation, and it's going to pull up these options, and we're going to change these. So we've got new lead, no contact. So we're going to do change to no show. We're going to change this to booked. That's when that'll be the auto default when they're booked in. We're going to change this to lost, sold, pitched, which is where you pitched them they haven't bought yet. And we're going to do another one, which will be, so we've got no show, booked, lost, sold, pitched, reschedule. In fact, we'll just leave it as that for now. I'm going to click done. We'll come back into verified leads snapshot. We're going to go to our trigger and we're going to do appointment, customer booked appointment. We're going to select our appointment in calendar demo. We're going to hit save trigger. We're then going to go to Sheets, Google Sheets. Should be already integrated. We're going to create spreadsheet row. We're going to choose our account. That's my account. You may have to connect this into integrations if you don't have this yet. And then we're going to call this master sheet. Should come up. There we go. And we go worksheet, sales demo tracker. And we go starting column, date A. Refresh headers. Oh, ending column, sorry. We're going to go email, number, information. We're going to go number. Okay, so date. We're going to go date, right now date. That's the date that you booked it. Name, we're going to go contact, full name. Email, we're going to go contact, email. And then number, super simple. We're going to go contact, phone. Save action. We're going to go ahead and test that workflow. In fact, no, let's save action. Let's test that workflow first. I'm going to select a random contact, run test. Let's go into our sheet and have a look, check that's worked. I'm going to actually remove these columns to keep it nice and clean. Hasn't worked yet. Am I in the right leads? Verified leads master sheet. Let's go ahead and save that and try testing that workflow again. We'll go Anthony. Run test. Let's come back in. Doesn't seem to be working yet, so I'm going to come back in here. Just double check that it's all working. So customer booked appointment. It may be that that person hasn't booked an appointment yet. So what I'll do is see if I can test out. Yeah, I think it's just because they haven't booked an appointment. So let's just that will work. I don't know what to tell you. That should work, but let's save it. Just if you want to test it properly, go and test it with your own contact information. Book an appointment. In fact, we'll just do that now, just to show you guys that it works. If I go to contacts, I'm going to search myself. I should be in here. There we go. I'm going to go into my contact information. We're going to go to appointments. We're going to go add. We'll go to demo, test demo, and we're going to go book appointment. That should have worked. Appointment booked. Hasn't come through yet. Let's go into our automations, just see if that actually, in fact, so that should be in. Move to folder. There we go. Let's go in there and have a look. Sales demo tracking sheet. Let's refresh this page, see if that worked. It's saying there's no one in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and pop a tester again. Let's just go to stats view. They've changed it. There we go. Yeah, it's saying no one in there. So we're going to run a test. I'm going to search for myself. There we go. Run test. There we go. And so we know that's working, so we can go ahead and do that. And then what we can then do is we can add our status. Once it's booked, we can just go booked. And then we can update this as we go through. And then what that'll do is it will give us a good kind of percentage and ratio of what we're, how we're doing. So if we've got lots of no-shows, then we can then adjust that to suit ourselves. So yeah, that's just a quick video there on how to get that set up for you guys. Welcome to the next video. In this video, I'm going to walk you through my sales demo pitch. So my kind of favorite process to go through on a demo is as follows. So the first stage is our introduction. So we have, this would be kind of just face-to-face, no screen share. When you got introduction, you're going to see my recordings, don't worry. Kind of get to know them, how their day's been, just kind of general chit-chat, basically. The next step is kind of set the tone of the call. And you can see I do this with the slides, so I just let them know what's the process we're going to go through today and how it's going to work and rough kind of time schedule and how long it's going to take. Next is back to slides, is where you're going to see my examples. Typically at this stage, I'm walking through, I'll give you a list of what I do. Typically, I'm walking through overview of the problem, how we solve it, case studies, if you have any, and overview problem, how we solve that problem, case studies, and visual aids. So like you'll see my example in a second. Next stage is a visual live demo. This is literally a live, either a live account, sample account, and you're showing them visually what it is that you're building. There's actually one slide I like to add in here. Sorry, so I'm going to add in. Oh no, we're gonna move this over here. We're going to add this in. Going to put that there. We're going to add these in here. And that is a ROI calculator. And I'll give you guys the ROI calculator tool down below. And I'll also give you guys the deck. So basically we've got ROI calculator. That is where we kind of predict spend, we predict results, performance, and all of that kind of stuff. And I'll give you guys the live calculator down below so you can copy it into your own sheets and you can build your own calculator that works for you. We then go back to the slides, and this is where we kind of do a, so we've done the visual live demo, the ROI calculator. This is where we kind of like walk them through the kind of process of what happens next and stuff like that. And kind of like, and then we eventually get to we walk to the pricing, and that is where we pitch. Okay. So that is the sales process. Now I've got this slide deck in here, which kind of follows those steps. So it kind of goes through call agenda. It goes through what we do, what the problem is that we solve. It goes through our sales process and how it works. It gives you visual aids. Talks about like the importance of follow up and you can obviously adjust this and make it suitable to your business and how your business works. But I will leave a template to this. So the branding, this is quite nice. So you can kind of rebrand the colors, add your logos, and you can kind of edit this and adjust this with screenshots that suits your business. We then do a walkthrough example, and then I've got the pricing down below. So I'm not going to give you too much. I'm just going to let you watch me do my own version. But the most important thing with your sales deck is that it's simple, it's not too long, and it gives like it's really visually clear and understanding. So the most important thing is that the person you kind of you validate their pain points and problems that you solve and get buy-in from them, that they are like agree to those issues and that yes, we are having these challenges and that challenge and this and the other. You make your product really crystal clear what it is that you're delivering for them. And then you have really clear pricing structures. That's really easy. So you see my pricing is like, it's not long. It's really dead simple to understand. You could even just have this as just like this. You don't even need these necessarily. I have two options. But you can keep this dead simple. So that's a rough overview of how that works. We're now going to kind of go into some live demos, a couple of live demos, one that I closed, one that I didn't. And you can see how that looks and how that works. So on to the next section.
Got 2 seconds.
There we go.
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
How's it going?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How's your week been?
Yeah, been a busy one. Bit hectic with a few breakdowns of machines and
I can imagine,
not ideal, but no, it's all right. It's getting fixed for tomorrow, so yeah, it's all good. How about yourself?
Yeah, doing good, thanks. Just busy week, but no complaints my end, mate. So looking forward to chatting. How's business been since I spoke to you last?
It's ticking by. It's good. It's consistent, and it has been pretty much all year. I think what kind of interested me when you called me, however long ago, was looking at the commercial side. I think if I want to grow this business and get potentially another van on the road, I think the commercial route is going to be what kind of excels it.
Yeah.
So
I watched your video actually that you sent me the link to your website, which was good. So I had a look at your video.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's quite positive. I like the way you go about it and everything. My question is, how much in terms of commercial carpet cleaning do you think is going to be achievable? Because obviously you talk about a broad aspect of commercial cleaning.
Yeah.
But what I would be looking for predominantly, or not just predominantly, the whole thing would be commercial carpet cleaning. So,
okay,
and as local as possible as well.
Yeah. I suppose with any commercial project, it's the goal is like that recurring work, right? So
yeah,
typically with carpet cleaning, could you kind of walk me through an example client and how regularly you would visit them? And
yeah,
that kind
well,
of stuff?
so I mean, there's a grey area in some respects of some of the commercial, because we kind of do it. Well, we do a lot of estate agent work, so that's kind of regular, but not always. It's never the same property, so
Yeah.
we kind of it's sort of as and when. But we've got those relationships, so occasionally we do probably once a year the same property will come up if it's like a holiday let that needs all the carpets doing. So I would say generally for the ones that are recurring for the same property, it's once a year. There's a few schools where unfortunately this year the budget hasn't been there for the ones that we did it for last year, but equally, I would say if we can get at least once a year deal with them, or every 6 months, that would be kind of the dream, really.
Okay, cool. And do you do any other types of like commercial carpet cleaning? So, for example, would you work with like a pub or
absolutely. Yeah,
I would have thought they'd be more regular, right, as opposed to once a
yeah.
year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean I mean, obviously the goal is to get ones where we can go in every couple of months even. I appreciate budget wise they're probably not going to get us every month, but if we can get it every quarter, then yeah, absolutely. And you're quite right, pubs, restaurants. We've got a few pubs that we do it sort of every 6 months. But again, it would be good to get more of them for sure. I mean, it's getting that regular work really, and the bigger ticket jobs that I'm looking for.
And what's your kind of typical average order value for a commercial carpet cleaning project? Do you have, I know it varies massively.
It varies. I mean, I do it on per square meter. So we charge £4 a square meter. So it depends on how big the carpets are essentially. I mean, we've had some schools where it's been like a £2,000 job. With all the carpet they've got, but equally there's a couple of pubs where a lot of what they have there is actually hard floors, so the carpet area is only like 200 quid's worth sort of thing. But equally, if we can do that every couple of months and it's regular, I'll take the small with the big. But obviously, ideally, kind of looking at the sort of £1,000 plus jobs would be good, and if we can get them 3, 6, 12 months and a lot of them, then that's the goal essentially.
Awesome. And is it just the commercial? What's the reasoning for just wanting commercial? Is that just because of the regularity, or is there other reasons?
Yeah, I mean, well, the domestic side, I think I've kind of got that covered on a few bases already. There's a budget in place for Google, which works quite well. I've got another guy doing that for us, and that's be ticking along nicely.
Okay.
And we've got like organic stuff coming through. Referrals, repeat. So, I mean, the only other thing I might consider, because I think we touched on it, was the end of tenancy stuff. So potentially, but again, it's how well you're able to. I don't know how much you can hone in on sort of the size of the job, or if it's more just a case of it being if it comes under a bracket of commercial carpet cleaning or end of tenancy, big or small. That's kind of what I'm going to get.
And when you say end of tenancy, do you mean just carpet cleaning, or do you mean general end of tenancy cleans?
Yeah, no, that would be a full clean. So it would be a case of carpet cleaning, oven cleaning, and actually the clean as well. I mean, again, we get quite a bit of that already through estate agents and whatnot. But I've got a few guys I can contract who I can trust now, and I kind of know their pricing, so I can almost price it in a way that if I add their bit in, it's a good day's work. So but again, yeah, if we can get bigger properties on that, then that would be great.
And we kind of have a process of doing things. As I said, this is a newer agency, but I've been in this sector for like 7 or 8 years.
Okay.
And the way Facebook and Meta, the way it typically works, as opposed to like PPC or Google Ads, is that what the algorithm kind of optimizes for whatever you give it, right? So if your ad says, carpet cleaning from X on the front and center of your ad, it's going to start feeding out to people who are looking for a carpet cleaner. If your ad says entertainer cleans or it says commercial cleans, it's going to start optimizing. So you can kind of do whatever you want, but obviously the more people there are that are interested in that product, then the more leads you're going to get, right?
Yeah.
So if you take, for example, like commercial clean, if you take commercial cleaning in general and you add put a good offer on the front end of it to get people in for their first clean, that's suitable to more or less any small business, right?
Yeah.
So there's a bigger market for that kind of product, and we can target small businesses. We can target people who are like admins of Facebook pages, people who are entrepreneurs and express interest in that. And obviously for this kind of product, most small businesses a lot of them anyway, are like actual physical businesses. If you think how many restaurants and shops and gyms and whatnot there are on any given street, it's relatively easy to target them on Facebook. Now it's actually I don't know if you found this, I found this to be true, it's relatively difficult to target them with PPC, because most people don't go to Google and search for a commercial cleaner, they just search for cleaner. So it's kind of more of a volume game when it comes to actually getting the commercial leads through. Is that something you found personally?
I've had the conversation with our Google company, the company that does our Google leads, and I've said if there's any way in which we can get the commercial, and he said, well, it's going to be a lot more costly. He said, having said that, you'll find that the odd one that comes through might well be on a commercial element, which, to be fair, there has been a few. So, but it's sort of 98% of what comes through is domestic, and I completely appreciate that. That's kind of what we're targeting on that campaign. But equally, I've been searching high and wide for a more direct route to get to it, and I've done my bit where I can. I mean, I've got hardly any time anymore to actually pick up the phone, but I've made spreadsheets to try and contact local companies myself. But it's time consuming, and you end up, you get the odd one. Don't get me wrong, I've got work from it. But it takes a lot of effort, and you're getting, for every yes, there's 10 no's or more. So it's kind of a case of providing the pricing works out, and and I'm sure we'll get to that shortly, but if there's a way in which we can get to genuine commercial businesses that are looking for that type of thing, and like I say, that is my concern, because you're right, commercial cleaning as a general search is going to find a lot more than it is for carpet cleaning. I actually had a conversation with a company last week who was something different to what I was thinking. I was looking to maybe look at the route of buying some sort of penny data, and they ended up actually saying, well, we've got this software that actually finds through kind of their search history, attach their cookies, we can see, and he showed me live within the UK from their side of things. I know you're doing it through Meta, which is different, but how they were doing it was through all the contacts that they had already linked in their database, and they were able to track through their cookies. So basically, there was only about 8 companies in the whole country from their database that were actively looking for carpet cleaning. Whereas I asked them, look at commercial cleaning, and it was, the list was endless. So that is my only sort of concern or worry, is that depending on how the payment structure is, if I'm only getting one a week or something, I appreciate it could end up being a big one, but it's like anything, isn't it? The more you get, the better chance you've got of converting them, and it's a volume game to an extent still. No matter
we can also do the same sort of thing. So we use a tool called Codalytics, which is It's a data scraper, but it does it manually. So when we're using meta ads, we don't need 1 million leads, right? We only need maybe 500 sort of qualified target customers, and we can upload that data into Facebook and say to Facebook, can you go and find people that are like this audience? So we can go in here and we can search, can you give us commercial companies between, I don't know, 500,000 and 10 million a year in revenue based in these areas. We can take that data, we can put that into Facebook, and we can create a lookalike audience from that. And so what we do is we try to do two things. One of them is by having great ads, which have great call outs, which I'll show you examples of in a minute. And then a great funnel that funnels that data through and gives you the best chance of converting that lead into a sale. But also it also gives us the best chance of targeting these guys rather than trying to go super broad. And having everybody opting in, you want it to be really specific to ideally your target demographic. But they are right. Like if you can do commercial projects, then obviously the ROI is going to be there because there's so many more of those guys. And we can always use images of carpet cleaning. We can use angles around carpet cleaning to try and draw those ideal prospects into, through the funnel. One thing to kind of figure out is like understanding the metrics behind it, right? So if you were to take your average commercial project or commercial clean, what do you typically, I know it's hard to say, but if you just took your last 10 commercial cleans and then divide the total revenue divided by 10, what would that look like in terms of like how much you guys make per job?
I mean, you're probably not far off what you put in there. If you said an average of sort of 500, if you took the big and the small together, I would say it'd be somewhere around that. Yeah.
And then with each commercial project, what are you typically, how many, if you take one client, how many cleans per week you typically, or month or year are you typically doing for them?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably averages about once a year. I'll be honest. That's something that I want to try and make more regular. I'm probably doing too good a job, to be honest, to make it be less than a year in some respects. But that's something I've got to work on my end to maybe make some sort of offer to them where if they get it done every 6 months, there's a slight discount to do so, or I don't know. But that's my end that I've got to sort out. But ideally, I think I want to get it to at least every 6 months. I'm happy with every year if they're bigger jobs, but on average, it is about once a year with most of the commercial that we've got.
What about like small to medium sized businesses like gyms, pubs, bars, clubs? Like, do you do stuff like that as well?
Yeah, I mean, not enough of it, to be honest. There's the odd one. I mean, we've got a local pub that we've done it. It was a couple of months ago, so I have said to them, I've said it probably at least once a year, which they've agreed to. But I've said, to be honest, given the amount of dirt that came out the first time round, I said, they get a lot of traffic through there. I said, you probably want to look at more like 3 to 6 months, and they are going to come back to me on that. So that's kind of the route I'm taking with those sorts of commercial, the likes of restaurants and pubs where they're going to be getting beer and food spilt on it daily.
Is that just carpets, or is that the whole pub as a whole?
No, that is just the carpets. Yeah.
What if you were to do commercial clean? Because I would imagine most pubs and clubs would have someone in at least every week, if not every day.
They would, but it's not the sort of avenue I want to take because the people I know that have done it or are doing it or who I've heard are doing it, and the research I've done, it's a numbers game. You've got to end up employing X amount of people. Probably realistically, if you make a £5 an hour out of them, you're doing well. And you've got the added stress for that £5 an hour. They might not turn up. They might wreck something. I'd rather take less work and less regularly, but a higher ticket item. And have someone eventually that goes in who I can trust, who I've trained up right. You can take the reins. I think that that's the sort of ethos I've got. So,
okay, cool.
So yeah, although I appreciate you've got a lot of that, and you could probably, snap of a finger, probably send loads of that through.
Yeah,
I am trying to look more, for that specific stuff that's going to be the higher ticket eventually.
I mean, we offer like a 30-day test drive, right? So we'll go through that in a bit, but we can always test out a couple of different avenues and then stick whichever one works the best. But ideally we kind of want to get you guys projects, clients that have that repeat revenue. That's kind of the goal.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
The kind of commercial side, we can figure that stuff out, but trying to target businesses, we can start with the carpets, but like ideally if you could be in there once per month at that £500 average order value, that's obviously good money for you guys. And it's that's like £6,000 a year, right? So it's pretty decent numbers. But even at, £500 per order value, per order, one clean per month, maybe not, that might be too much, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
If we can get leads in about 20 quid and with a 40% booking rate, that would be like 12 clients from 30 leads, which would be reasonably decent. I'll show you kind of how we do it and how it works. I mean, the whole goal with this business is everything to be pre-qualified. And the most important thing when it comes to leads is actually the speed of follow-up. If you think about it, when you go to a website, usually there's like a contact form, you put your details in, and then you wait for a call, but you don't really know when they're going to be calling, who's going to be calling, what number they're calling on. And actually most people want like immediate information. So we integrate like AI, which we've kind of pre-built. And we pre-build the AI bots around, it's integrated with like, your OpenAI software. But you give it language, you give it knowledge, you give it language, you give it objectives, you kind of essentially you give it information. So you tell the bot, what we do, we train them up. We tell them about the company, we tell them about the background, what kind of projects we do, what the rough cost per hour is. Like for example, you might have a cost per square meter. We typically give it all that information and also like language and kind of the sorts of styles. So we could say relaxed, professional, like there's a bunch of different things that we can integrate. And then what we can do is we can integrate this into not only the landing page, so we build the pages out for you guys like this. So when a lead opts in, this is obviously domestic cleaning. But when the lead opts into the funnel, we typically say like, we have a form and it says, fill in your details and we'll text you immediately. And then what our system does is we have it all built into the back end of our system here. It then immediately texts that lead and like with a personalization, it says, hey, it's Ricky, or hey, it's so-and-so company, or you could just say, hey, it's whatever. We don't want to lie about it being a bot. People don't generally mind if the bot can provide all the information that they need until someone actually calls them. Then that's kind of ideal. So what the idea of the bot is it's actually to kind of qualify that lead and then get them scheduled for some sort of phone conversation. So we have it integrated onto the website. We also have it integrated into your Facebook and Instagram account. So if we're running ads on Facebook and someone sends you a message, and we can even integrate it onto your website, where if someone is on your site and wants immediate information, they can just open the chat widget. They can engage with that bot, and it will answer common FAQs. It will answer, like, you can give them product information, and then it can then schedule them in for like a 15-minute phone consultation. So if I, for example, go into the bot in here and go on to test your bot, I can reset this. This is kind of how it would look like on their phone. If I just reset that, and I say, hi, this is obviously more generic, would obviously build it out specifically for you guys. But it'll take a couple of seconds. Hey, can we set up a quick phone call to get you? Can I grab these from you first? And I'll say, yes, I am free tomorrow at 10. And because of our system in the back end, this is all integrated into your calendar. So if I go into calendars here, 1 second, I'm on the wrong account. I go in here. All we have to do is integrate into your Google Calendar or Outlook or whatever it is that you use. It will go into your calendar. It will check that there's no kind of interference between your calendar and this. And if that person says, hey, can you call me tomorrow at 10? And you have you're at an appointment at 10, or there's something happening at 10. It will say, oh, we can't do 10, but we can do 11. Are you free at 11 a.m.? These says, yes, great. What's your name? It's Ricky. What's your number? Is this? Great. Ricky will call you tomorrow at 10 a.m. to kind of walk you through how it works. And this, you can see here, it's asking questions. So just click on how often you look at having a spirit at your place each month. You could say twice per month. And it's essentially will figure that out and it will understand it. and it will come back and say perfect. So it has like, you can say we want this information, we want that information, or you can just say, oh, I don't really require any information. I just want to get that phone appointment booked as quickly as possible. But we basically have an onboarding call with you, figure out what information it is that you want to collect from each lead that comes in, and then we can have essentially like, you know, that information mandatory for the bot. So you can see here it says great, at 5 and clean up twice a month to confirm the appointment at 10 a.m. Can I get your phone number? I can give it my phone number, and it will then schedule that appointment for me. And because it's integrated with your calendar and it's integrated with our system, it's then going to book that slot into your diary. So essentially, you're not getting like phone numbers to call. It's not like going to Bark and buying a lead. You're getting these leads like pre-scheduled, and I'll just put my full name in to have a look. Darby, there we go. And that's then going to create a calendar event, which you're then going to get an automated text. It says, you know, Shannon Smith, whatever, has business name is this. They've booked in an appointment for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Here's the number to call them on. And because this is all integrated, we've collected all their details. That is then immediately going to go into your calendar, and they are also going to immediately get a text to confirm that appointment. So it's like a real person's following up, because, you know, if we will go through all the conversations and check them, and if we see that, you know, I don't know, it's something's not working somewhere. Usually that doesn't happen. But we'll just fix that immediately, and then it will go live again. So it collects all the information. It contacts the leads immediately, which is like pretty much one of the most important parts when it comes to like making Facebook ads work. Most people get leads through ads. They wait like 2 days before they call that lead. They call the lead, and that lead's already gone to somebody else. So the speed of follow-up is really important, especially with commercial stuff. And that lead can either do that via a chat widget, which we can integrate with Facebook. We can put it onto the landing page where we're going to drive traffic, or we can just have it go as a text. So as soon as they opt in, they get an immediate text, and it says like, great, let's book you in for an appointment. They apply the time. It then schedules them in. So you won't have to deal with like a bunch of leads that aren't answering the phone. You will just have a text saying, you know, this person's booked in for 10 a.m. tomorrow. Here's the information about their business. Give them a call at that time. And that's basically how it works. And then from there, it's basically a funnel process. So we use Facebook ads, we drive them to a page, we immediately text that person, and then we schedule them in for an appointment. And that allows us to get a really high like booking rate and a really high confirmation rate. So as opposed to most agency or lead providers, you might book in like 20% or even sometimes lower than that of the leads that come through into actual jobs. This way, you get through, we appoint like 80% of the leads that come in, because purely based on the speed at which we're able to kind of contact those guys essentially. And this can be implemented everywhere. So we can integrate inbound calls, inbound emails, SMS, Facebook messages, website chat widgets everywhere. So you can start with just our Facebook ad campaign and start with that. And then once you're happy with it, we can then integrate and plug that system into your website. We can plug it into your Facebook DMs. We can even plug it into your phone if you wanted to, so that you could actually have automated follow-ups at all stages. So that's kind of how it works. And yeah, does that make sense if I explain that well enough?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Can you can you see at any given time, would I see what sort of messaging that might not convert into an appointment, and can I override it and physically message them if I see it in the app? Or
yes.
So
we give you access to the app. So it's all branded and looks like kind of like this. So you can come in here, you can go to conversations section, and all your conversations will come in here. So you can see the bot at work. And what we can do is we can set it so that once you send that user a message, it closes the bot, and then it's manual from then onwards. So if you happen to be on your phone and that lead comes through and you see the bots messaging them and you want to reply to that message yourself, you can just text them and the bot will stop. And then you can then carry that lead on from there. Because it is a... Go on.
Sorry, at what point does it become a lead? Does it become a lead? Would it notify me when it's come through and the bot's replying, or does it only come through once it's been converted into an actual appointment in the diary, or is it both?
So there's kind of two stages. You've got your like raw inquiries that come through the form essentially from the ads. So they click on this and they leave their details. That will come through to you as a notification in app. So on your phone, you'll get notified. But if that user then goes ahead and books an appointment with you, a phone consultation, that will also come through. So it's kind of two stages. So some people like to call the leads. Right? So if you wanted to, if you get a lead, they don't book, and you wanted to call them anyway, you absolutely can.
Yeah.
But some people just don't have the time, and they only call the leads that pre-schedule themselves, because obviously those are the most warm and qualified leads that you're going to get. So if you were to get 50 inquiries, you might find that 30 to 35 of those self-schedule, and the ones that don't self-schedule, they may have not been the best leads anyway. And in actual fact, it's okay that they didn't self-schedule, right? Because it's kind of a waste of time. So it's kind of a time-saving exercise mainly. But you will get notified and you will be able to access those. If you get yourself, let's say you have an extra 30 minutes, you want to work through those leads, we'll give you access to the app, so you can just go on there, you can call them yourself and schedule them in if you happen to come across that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And then obviously, like, we run all the ads on your behalf, so everything's branded to your page. And we'll test out a whole bunch of different ads. And we tend to start with some form of intro offer, right? And that's why, hold on, it's asking me to verify my email address. That's why I'm sort of keen on, like the recurring revenue, because if you can get somebody in for that first clean and you have that recurring revenue coming in, then it's okay if you lost a little bit of margin on the first clean, because you've got that recurring, which is kind of what with commercial stuff, that's where the money's made, right? If you're doing, as you say, it's not something you want to target, that's okay. Obviously your AOV is going to be higher because you guys are more specialized with the carpet cleaning. But the recurring revenue is what's going to work best. So we typically would have like some sort of entry level offer, like, commercial local businesses in X area can get their first clean from just X, to kind of get them in, so you can get your foot in the door, and then the recurring revenue that comes out of that obviously is yours to keep, and it's what builds the business. And obviously that accrues quite a lot over the course of like 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, and that kind of stuff. But obviously we run all the ads on your behalf, so we'll set up a big test. I'm just gonna confirm my email address. Here we go, verify that. Awesome. Okay, cool. I'll show you some examples, but we test image ads, we test video ads, everything would run through your page. Essentially we do all of that on your behalf. So we would launch within 72 hours. Everything would be branded. Would pre-agree an offer that we can run. We'll run that past you first. And then once we launch, you should start receiving leads within 48 hours of going live. So it's a relatively quick process. I'll show you an example. Now, this isn't a cleaning company, but it's just a good example of, like, B2B. This is essentially a clinic who does B2B ads, and they sell like training at a training center. And we've been able to get leads for about £9 with the price of 2,000 on the ads. So you can see some of these, we've got become qualified for just 1,999. So we're advertising a $2,000 price point, and we're getting leads in for quite cheap, like £7, as low as £7. And oftentimes we'll use videos where we'll have like voiceover, AI voiceovers, which kind of explains what it is that you do for carpet cleaning. It's a very visual, transformative product, right? So it's very easy to use video to kind of drive inquiries. But it could be as simple as like calling businesses in the Southwest, get your carpets clean from as little as X per clean or X per square meter or something like that. That traffic will get driven directly to the page that we've designed for you, which is optimized perfectly for social ads. It's has everything the user needs. It's branded. The copy's pretty nice. It has all your customer reviews on there, but it's not like a website. Like typically websites don't convert very highly because there's just too many places for them to go. Like if you send the traffic to your site, immediately we've got, like loads of pages that can get lost, and it's not as like specific to that offer. So the offer that we're running, the page will be specific to that. The imagery will be specific to you guys, and it will have our chat widget in here if the user wants to just engage immediately. So it's all kind of designed around what you guys need. So it's templated in a way, which it's proven funnels that I've been testing for years, but also it's customized and bespoke. So as far as they're concerned, this is your website. Like they wouldn't think any differently, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. I mean, it's very similar in the respect to the Google side. We've got obviously, as you've seen, the website, for organic people coming through via a Google search or find us on maps, but we do have a Google ad that has a similar sort of breakdown thing. So I'm familiar with that sort of landing page type thing.
Okay, cool.
My question is, what are we looking at in terms of costs? How, is it, because the one thing I don't like, firstly, is being tied in. So although if it goes well, we'll most likely stay. I mean, the Google ads we've been running for over a year now, and they, even if there's a bad month, if it generally works out over the year, I'm quite keen on looking at the statistic side of things. So I'll be doing the same with this. If it works, and if I'll be looking at a long term on it, then happy days. But ultimately, the question is, what are we looking at? I mean, is it kind of based on how much I'm prepared to spend, or what's your cut on that? And talk me through that, I guess.
So firstly, regarding the stats, we'll give everything to you in a really easy to kind of understand format, right? So you can obviously use the app. So for communicating with clients, the app's great, and it will give you notifications of appointments being scheduled, but that will also integrate with your calendar. So you don't really have to use the app unless you want to engage customers that have messaged and you want to respond to them and stuff like that. We can also connect it to your Facebook and Instagram account. So if someone DMs you on Instagram or DMs you on Facebook, you can reply to all that from within the same app, which is quite nice. But we'll also give you access to a spreadsheet, like a Google Sheet, which you can open on your phone. You can open it on your computer. All of your leads will go in there with a status column, so you can just update them. You can update the values, what that client was worth. So you can see quite easily the ROI essentially from the leads that you're receiving directly from us. So 100% is a numbers game. In regards to pricing, we don't tie you into a contract. So we offer the most cost-effective option is the test drive, which is said is £299 for the first 30 days. You've no contract, you've no commitment or tie-in. Obviously, we're limited as to what we can deliver in 30 days, right? We can't change your life in 30 days. But we can start generating leads. You can start assessing the quality. You can start booking in appointments, and you can start hopefully closing deals. And in most circumstances, that's enough for people to realize that it is going to work long term. And then from there, you can then decide to kind of commit after that first month, keep it running, keep it flowing. And the price increases a little bit after the first month to $799 a month. But again, we can always negotiate that after the first month if you want to continue, but you're not happy with that price point yet. We can always reduce it down for a couple of months. We're pretty flexible in that stance, basically.
That $799, does that include the cost, the lead costs as well? Is that everything included, your cost and the spend to go to Facebook or whoever we're paying for the leads?
No, so there'll be a £20 per day meta cost as well, like advertising costs.
Plus 20 a day. Okay.
Yeah, first month would be $299.
Okay.
So that's slightly cheaper, gives you a chance to kind of test it out. And roughly £20 per day. We can do less, but you want to get enough data and enough leads coming through to make it worthwhile, right? And we kind of look at the calculation, for like £20 a day, we would expect somewhere in the region of like 30 inquiries, which is about 1 per day. Now we won't know yet. We guarantee a minimum of 20. We won't know yet. Every area works a little bit differently, which is kind of why we do the test drive, right? Like some areas you launch it and you suddenly the leads are coming through at like £3. And it's just off to the races immediately. And then sometimes it just takes a little bit more time to kind of craft it and figure it out. So we won't know that until we launch it. And obviously we're kind of guided by you, right, as to how specific you want these inquiries to be. If you want to do similar things with your Google ads, where it's more of a volume approach and you're willing to take more inquiries, but also you'd like those commercial carpet cleans to come through as well. Well, obviously we could do that and we can open the filter a little bit and you'll get a lot more inquiries. Obviously they're all being pre-qualified, remember. If you would rather it be more specific, then you might get less, but hopefully they're more targeted and tailored to what you actually want.
So is there a way in which you could run on the same campaign essentially? So you pay the same monthly amount, but within that you could do a hybrid of domestic and commercial leads. Is that what you're saying, potentially?
Yes. So we could run it to the same page. We could design this page in a way that is kind of appealing to both commercial and domestic, where it's more focused around the product. And then we can test a couple of different ad campaigns, one towards commercial, one towards domestic. And then that you could then divide your budget, let's say £10 per day to each. And then you could then assess at the end of the month which one you then wanted to focus all your time and attention into.
Okay. There's a few things before I pull the trigger with you. I think if there's anything you can compile just with the pricing for me to look at, because I think I'd want to decide because I was thinking more on the commercial side of things,
from
the get go, but it might be. I mean, it could be a case of, I don't know how much you can disturb the whole algorithm, but if we, because like I say, long term, if it's not getting that, I guess if you can get one for 20 quid, happy days. But given the fact that it's a higher ticket amount, but I'm just thinking, if we're really finding a needle in a haystack and it ends up costing 100 quid a lead, at that point it's just not viable. Even if so. I guess the question is if we maybe just started it completely on the commercial aspect, because that would be probably more the avenue I'd want to go down.
Yeah.
And if let's say if I chose to do that, if we looked at it after a week within that first month and it wasn't really producing a lot, did we then backtrack and go, right, let's split £10 a day to domestic and keep a tenner, or even just scrap the commercial and go to them? I don't know. There's options where we can change it throughout, is what I'm probably getting at.
Yeah, the benefit of working with a smaller team, right, is my team's really small. I used to work in a bigger company. Is that, we'll chat on WhatsApp, right? So you can I'll check in with you on a regular basis. And you can, if you want to make a switch, let's say you're like, look, can we just switch purely to domestic? You can just text me and within 24 hours, I can have that change done, right? So it doesn't have to take weeks and weeks or months to make these little tiny adjustments. I can make that change very quickly for you. That's absolutely fine. And if you kind of got a choice between, do I go the volume route and like almost guarantee quick ROI with the carpet cleaning, generally speaking, right?
Yeah.
Or do I go the targeted route towards the commercial side and maybe have maybe a little bit more time to kind of figure it out and tailor it, and maybe it's less inquiries, but the ones I am getting are more qualified? Well, I would just say, well, let's just test both. At least then you will know if it's going to work for you, right, with the commercial side. Why don't just test both for a week, and we'll know within a week if it's got some legs. And if it hasn't, then we can just turn everything over to the domestic side, and then you've got that consistent lead flow coming in. But it's a relatively affordable way to test this out, right? I think if Facebook ads is going to work, then we can 100% do that for you. And I know for a fact that for domestic or commercial cleaning as a whole, or domestic carpet cleaning, I know Facebook ad works. So it will definitely work for either of those two. It's just whether we can get the volume in for the commercial, specifically commercial carpet cleaning. I think we can, but it just doesn't have that recurring revenue that you might get with other stuff. And if there's that lack of recurring revenue, then obviously with the domestic stuff, there's a lot more inquiries, right? So you can kind of pull that ROI back much quicker. But all it takes is really like one or two cleans to make it kind of pay for itself. And then everything else is kind of profit. So you could always do the domestic, cover the cost, and then you could add, if further down the line you want to increase your budget for the commercial side, you could do that as well.
Okay. Let me ponder on that then and see which way I want to go. I mean, I'll be honest. Well, I mean, the month's trial will see if it's, like you say, if it works out on either one or both, ideally. And then it'll be a case of going forward. I mean, I'll be honest, your sort of monthly cost after the first month, depending on, as I say, if it's on the commercial and commercial only, and it starts to fly and it produces, loads of jobs where they're £500 to £1,000 a piece, then obviously, the return on investment would be worthwhile even at that amount. But my initial thought, I'll be honest, 799 plus and the monthly, the daily spend seems quite high. The 299 is definitely a lot more achievable, definitely, especially for a trial. If you want his feedback on that, I mean, to put it in perspective, on the Google side, we pay a guy 200 quid a month. That's his management fee, and then there's around about a £20 a day spend with Google, and we generally sort of 3, 4, 5 times our money, depending on the time of year,
Yeah,
it does work out. It's worth paying those costs. But I'm just thinking, I know on the domestic from Google what I get in return, and I'm thinking if it's anywhere similar on Facebook at $7.99 a month plus the £20 a month spend, that could be a little bit steep. But I'm sort of looking too far ahead. I appreciate. I think, you know,
I'm like I'm really keen to get it going with you, and I'm less bothered about the first few months. I'm more so bothered about the longer term. Right, it's I've been in this industry for a long time. We just like you, like we make our money from recurring revenue, right? So
sure.
I'm more than happy to give you the trial price, test drive price for like at least 2 months, so I could lock in 2 months at $299. If that helps you make a decision and it gives you a bit of reassurance that if it works, you'd like a little bit more time to let it settle, then you get 2 months at that price. And then we can have a chat at the end of the second month and figure it out from there. But if that helps you get the ball rolling, I'm happy to kind of do that over a couple months if that's makes things easy for you.
That would probably help a little bit for sure. Yeah. Because I mean, I think the one thing I still will come back to on, I'm pretty much almost over the line with you. Don't get me wrong. It's just a case of which route I want to take first and foremost with the commercial, with the domestic. Just so if I can ponder on that and just come back to you, I just want to compile everything we've discussed and just ensure that it will work out.
And why don't you just test both side by side for the first couple of weeks and see then which one works.
Yeah.
It's more work for us, but I don't mind, because if it gives us more, if it spreads our bets and it gives you more chance of finding a winner, that's good for me. Right. So I don't mind doing that. And it's not going to affect the cost to you.
And what in terms of the spend, because well, actually a question I've got, have you got any other carpet cleaning businesses at all in the UK anywhere where you've tried this before, or would I be
you'd be the first? But I've done hundreds and hundreds of service-based businesses across the UK. But you'd be the first carpet cleaner. And that's kind of why I'm dropping the pro. Like I've been doing this for like 7 or 8 years, so it's very easy to get Facebook ads working for such a simple product, right? It's not complicated. It's not complex. So you'd be the first carpet cleaning business that I'm working with. But I'm pretty confident. And look, if we can run for 30 days, and if it all goes to, if it doesn't work, and it's not going to happen, but like if it for some reason doesn't work, I'm more than happy to like fully refund the management fee. If it just for some reason it just doesn't work at all, which is I don't think it's not going to happen. But if that's a concern, I'm happy to pop that into the agreement and the invoice. We can kind of start, and then if you're for something happen, we can put some kind of put some stuff into the basic agreement that sort of stipulates sort of 30-day guarantee, or a 30-day I don't know what you would call it, like sort of refund policy, I suppose. And if it just gets the ball rolling, because I'm pretty confident it's going to be relatively easy, as long as you guys have a decent amount of content. Like, do you guys have photos and videos?
Yeah, I've got some stuff I can send over for sure.
Okay, cool. In that case, then it should be easy enough. And if it's the fee increase that's worrying you, I would just think of this as like a 60-day test drive, like to give this a go. I'm more than happy to jump on a call at the end of the second month and negotiate something that works both ways, that you're happy to pay. And we can always adjust that a little bit to make it suit you guys. But hopefully by then we've got a lot of work coming in, and it pays for itself.
Sure. I think the other thing as well is, I mean, is the minimum spend a day £20, or can we fiddle around with that?
I would say if you're testing 2 products, you probably would want that. But if once we've settled in on 1 product, we could definitely reduce that a little bit. Definitely.
Okay. Because I'm just thinking with the other spend that we've got with Google, it's where that's making a return. It's just I've got to be cautious and conscious of the amount going out, opposed to potentially what might not come in if it does or doesn't work. So
we can reduce it down, but it should pay for itself. The goal of this is for it to be self-sufficient and funding. So we want to be getting an ROI from this spend. So it rather than you saying, can we reduce it, you're saying, how can we spend more money? Because it's bringing the work in. And obviously for every project that you're getting, you would hope that as long as you guys do a good job, which it seems like you really do, you would get that referral recommendation, and like there'd be kind of a hockey stick growth to it, if that makes sense.
I know what you mean. I measure the Google leads in the same way. You're not just the actual lead itself, the bits and bobs that come from it, the repeat, the referrals. So I track all that as well, and I'll be doing the same with this. Okay. Yeah. I mean, let's just say, and you might laugh at me for even suggesting it, but if, say, just for the very first week, instead of going £20 a day, I don't, because I mean, I'll be honest, I've tried my own Facebook leads in the past, and I've got a friend of mine who he's got a solar business. His partner or wife even, she's done marketing for many years, and she's taught me through. She's shown me through how to do Facebook ads, and I've given it a go. But I just don't have that time, and I don't seem there's so many different metrics, but essentially the one test that I did do it on £5 a day, and it did seem to produce some leads that came to something. So knowing that, could we just even try £5 a day per, one for commercial, one for just for the first week alone, £10 a day, just see how it goes, because this is still, it's still a bit of a gamble in the respect of, I completely appreciate what you're saying, and I've got faith in what you're saying and what you're going to do, but it's still just the unknown as to what, if I'm the first carpet cleaner particularly, what's even going to be out there, maybe not so much on the domestic, but definitely more on the commercial, and that's ultimately kind of what I want to get to.
We can start slow for sure. I mean, look, it's the payoff could be great, and it's relatively low risk. It's like I think, to tell the truth, I think you've got a spectacular deal with your PPC agency. That seems, I would cling on to that for as long as possible, because that seems extremely low. I've got my friends that own PPC agencies who charge like minimum $7.99 a month, because it can be quite complex. I suppose they're not. Are they running traffic to your site, or are they running it to a separate landing page?
They've got a separate landing page.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a good deal. The benefit of Facebook is it's so much cheaper to get leads. It's so much cheaper. And obviously, so you need to have a good offer on the front end to make sure the leads coming through are like somewhat kind of price orientated. So like you've got a kind of fixed price deal. So it might be price per square meter, for example. So at least when they're coming in, they know what that's going to, they know roughly what the cost is going to be. And we can even train the bot to ask them, like, what's the rough square meterage? They can say, oh, it's roughly this size. And then we can say, you're looking at around this to this. And at least the leads you're getting a price condition. But look, you will definitely get leads, no doubt about that. And it could work out more. It could work out more profitable than your PPC, because for this is a relatively low order value product. And so for Google ads, they're typically quite expensive to get leads. Whereas Facebook can be a lot cheaper. So if you do get Facebook working, it could be much more profitable than PPC. And this is just like a relatively cost-effective way of testing that theory, basically, to see how much more profitable it could be.
Sure. Okay.
Cool. Awesome. So like go for it.
I think you've answered all my questions. So I guess it's a case of sort of pulling the trigger, right, in some ways. I still just, if you could give me to the end of the day, just to
of course, that's absolutely
work it all out. Like I say, you've answered all my questions, and I'm pretty much reassured. It's just making sure I'm just want to double check on a few bits and decide on the budget side of things. So if you can leave that with me, and then what would be the next step if I said let's do it? I guess what do you want? So you want some content sent over, and
I mean, we can get the ball rolling, and then if you change your mind, you can always just let me know. Like, it's absolutely fine. We probably won't start work on it until tomorrow afternoon, most likely. So I can always get all the information sent over. I could get an invoice for the $299, I can get an onboarding form, which is just going to be like a type form survey, which you can ask, basically get all the questions answered that I need. I'll give you a Google Drive link where you can upload all your content to that Google Drive link, and there'll be folders in there. Super easy to do. And then if you change your mind, totally cool. Just let me know. There's no pressure. But I'll send everything over on WhatsApp.
Perfect.
And then just let me know tonight, and we can get the ball rolling from there.
Brilliant. All right, Sam. Appreciate your time, and as I say, I'll get back to you by the end of the day, and
cool.
We'll figure out from there.
Cool. Thanks, Ricky.
Thanks very much.
Have a good day, mate.
And you.
Bye.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Hey guys. In this video, I'm going to show you how I typically handle no-shows. So one thing you're going to come across is no-shows, right? And there's not really much you can do to avoid them to a degree. One thing I like to do is when it comes to demo bookings is on the original phone call, it's like really verify with that client exactly what the process is going to be. So typically I will say something to them like, hey, have you ever used Google Meets before? Have you ever used Zoom before? And they say no or yes or whatever it might be. I say to them, great, if you have used it, just make sure that the Zoom app's downloaded on your phone, or make sure you've got Zoom downloaded on your laptop, or make sure you've got a Zoom account. Do you know how to do that? And if they don't have Zoom, I sometimes just opt for Google Meets, because Google Meets is easy. Like if you have a Google profile, they can just click the link and it'll open automatically. Okay, so it's much easier to use Google Meets. That's why typically I'm using it. You notice for my calls I'm using Google Meets, well, for a lot of them anyway. What I also like to do is just to say to them, hey, would you mind just after this call just sending me a text just to confirm that that time slot suits you? So you can see here, for example, with this client, Joseph, I had a call with him. We booked a demo. I said, hey, could you apply here and confirm? He hasn't replied yet, so I'm going to send him another text. Hey, Joseph, can you confirm our meeting for Monday? Sam. There we go. So I tried to get like confirmation again. Now, if they don't show for the meeting, what I also like to do, obviously, we have the automations at the back end. So these guys are getting these automations. So they're going to get a 1 day reminder, a 24-hour reminder, and a 1 hour reminder. So if they're no longer showing up to that meeting, it's, they're getting plenty of reminders. Now, one thing you can do is call them on the day of the meeting. So if you've, for example, got 2 demos, 9 a.m., just pick up your phone, call the 2 demos that you've got booked, just confirm that they are going to turn up to the meeting. So you see here, he's just confirmed yes. So there we go, perfect. Say awesome. Speak Monday. Have a great weekend, Sam. There we go. And then now we know he's going to show up to that meeting on Monday, or if at least he's going to let us know if he can't, because he's just confirmed that. So a lot of times it's just a respect thing. A lot of people are, like, if they say they're going to do something, they'll feel guilty if they don't. So just getting, a lot of times people aren't showing up because you're not, they don't perceive enough value in turning up. So sometimes it comes down to the fact that your intro calls aren't long enough. You're not having enough conversations. You're not kind of creating enough value in their mind to make them want to show up. If we're giving them something really great on that call, we're saying to them, okay, so here's what sort of budget should we be looking at. So it's actually perfect. This is a live example. I usually respond to saying, hey, we have a low test drive for the first month that starts at around £299 with 15 pre-qualified sales appointments, but will depend on the amount of volume you guys need. Cool. So so that's actually good, because what's happened here is he's got questions that he has aren't answered. So you kind of want to give them chance to ask those. And sometimes that I should have maybe covered that more clearly on the intro call. So a lot of times they won't show because they're nervous, or because there's missing information that they didn't get that they want. So like it's good to kind of confirm that. So that you can always end your intro calls by saying, is there any reason that you won't be able to make it, or do you have any questions for me now that we can go through, just to make sure that we can kind of confirm that meeting for Monday or for Tuesday or whatever it is. So those are kind of the more kind of psychological tactics. You can deploy more crafty tactics. What you can do is you can do Starbucks vouchers. So you can do, after your call, you can send them a voucher you can get them like a $10 or $5 or whatever it is, and just say, hey, here's a Starbucks voucher on me. Just to say thanks for showing up. It's not to say if you turn up to the call, we'll give you the Starbucks voucher. It's like it's a voucher that says, hey, there's $10 from this voucher. If you show up, sorry, just to say thanks for your time. Here's a coffee on me, something like that. And that little gift is called reciprocity, right? By providing something of value, people feel like they should return that value, and all you're asking is for their time. So it's kind of a little crafty tactic that you can use if you're still struggling with no-shows. And then obviously with the automation on the back. So if they do no-show your demo, you can then move them over to the demo no-show, and then you can also create automations that follows up with those leads on your behalf to get them to reschedule or respond, and then you can catch those responses in the conversation section here. Okay, so just a little video there to kind of how to tackle no-shows. I'm sure I will be doing more extensive information on that in the future. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to walk you through invoicing, pricing. We're going to be using Stripe for this, obviously, so I'm going to just walk you through the pricing structure of this particular client. Now, there is obviously different pricing models, right? So you've got a few different things, and we're going to kind of cover them in this video and how I would actually invoice for those. So we've got kind of our standard retainer model, which is monthly payment. That stays the same. So, for example, if you agree, I don't know, let's say you agree £500 a month or £1,000 a month with your client, then super easy retainer, nice and simple. We then got like trial pricing, which is a 1 or 2 month reduced price on retainer. So for this one, we need to essentially have the pricing stuck at X amount for the first 2 months, and then it changes. And we've then got like pay per appointment / pay per lead pricing. So that is fixed cost for each lead that comes in. So we'll start with the retainer model. The first thing we'll do is come into your Stripe account, and you're going to go to, if I move this out of the way, you're going to go to products. So product catalog, we're going to go here. I'm going to create a product. We're going to call it, I'm going to do it for myself. So I'm going to call this verified leads monthly. You can have, if you've got, for example, different pricing tiers, you might have price 1, option 1, option 2, option 3. And let's say this one is we'll do starter, intermediate, enterprise. Now, you might have different options, but let's say they all have the trial price. So you have trial price. Let's say our trial price is £399, £399, and then the monthly price goes up. And for the starter, it's £499. Maybe for the intermediate, it's £699, and then for the enterprise, it's £999, for example, right? So we're going to add in here VAT. Now, your value-added tax might change, so you need to, if you're brand new, just starting out, you don't need to worry about this. But if you're more advanced and you are registered for VAT, this is a UK thing. Now, obviously, this changes depending on the country and state. There are different types of taxes that you sometimes need to add on to your invoices, sometimes you don't. So it's well worth getting an accountant's opinion. If you're past, let's say, 5-10 grand per month point, you might be needing to register for these. But look into your local state or country and figure out what is the value-added tax. Now, Stripe does do a lot of this stuff for you. So you can do like include tax in price. So you can do auto. So you can say yes, or you can say no. You can have it automatic. I'm going to leave it on auto. But like for the UK, for example, it would be this price times 1.2. You add 20% on, and then that would be the VAT price, right? So you'd invoice them for this, but you would add the tax on in Stripe. So you would keep it as this. So when you send the payment link, it will say this. When they add their address, it's going to add the VAT. Now, I'm not going to worry about that necessarily for now, because I'm going to put tax is added to the price. We're going to go auto, in fact. And I haven't added VAT registry, so we're just going to go verified leads monthly. Or we're going to call this, verified leads monthly. I'm going to go back to refer back to my deck, so I can kind of get the overview of what's included, so you can pop that in there. So we're going to go here, we're we're going to put in there includes. You can't add paragraphs, so we're just going to go includes full campaign build, add creatives, custom landing page, AI chatbot, lead, management, rolling 30-day contract. If you have the 7-day cancellation period, you'd want to add in there 7-day cancellation, or you can add that in your agency agreement, which will be another video. But we're going to go in here. We're going to upload our logo. So I'm just going to add this in here. There we go. Cool. Product tax code. So we're going to go. Usually most of it's general services, but you need to know what tax code you are in. If it goes, okay, that's fine. Recurring. So we're going to get recurring. We're going to add in our monthly recurring price. So mine's $7.99. And then what we can do is we're going to come back to this. Not collecting the text. Here we go. Okay, cool. So here you go. It's coming up automatically as no tax collected, either because you are not registered to collect tax in this jurisdiction or because the non-taxable product tax code was used. Okay, cool. So we're going to go billing monthly. We're going to go more pricing options. We're going to include tax in price. We're going to go yes, tax included in price, but we don't want it to say taxes, which is not saying here. So make sure this doesn't say it doesn't reduce the subtotal and then add the tax on. You want to make sure it's $7.99 and tax is 0 if you're not registered. Obviously, but depending on your country, this is going to change. We're going to add a price description. We're going to go verified leads monthly. We're going to go next. Okay, we're going to go add product. That's done. Now what we want to do is we want to do a second thing, which is to create a coupon. So the coupon is basically what you're going to do to essentially give them the discount agreed. So if we've got a trial option of if a monthly price is, let's say it's $7.99 here, and we've got a 2-month, which I have this client, I've got a 2-month trial price of $2.99. Then what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to do equals that minus that. So we need a £500 discount over the course of 2 months. So we're going to go in here and we're going to go 2-month trial. We're going to go 2-month trial. We're going to go fixed amount discount. We're going to go 500. We're going to go duration multiple months, and we're going to go 2 months. There we go. So what this does is means we can send a client one link, add them to a subscription without having to like resell them second month in. Use customer facing coupons. We're going to do test drive 2. Editable first time. There we go. Create coupon. Okay, we've now got our 2-month trial in here. So now we go to payment links. We're going to go add a new payment link. We're going to select the product that we made, verified leads, and we're going to come here, collect tax automatically. No, we don't want to collect taxes. Collect customer's address. I would usually suggest yes. Require customers to provide phone number, include free trial, limit the amount of payments, advanced options. Allow promotional code. We want ticked because they're going to add that promotional code in. And then what we can do is we can add a after payment. If we wanted to redirect them to our onboarding form, we could do that. So we could actually redirect to replace default with custom message. Redirect customers to your website, and we actually add a website in here. We're not going to do it for now. We're just going to send the onboarding separately, but you can do that. You can you can turn this into one seamless process should you want to. So let's post payment invoice. Okay, perfect. So you want to have all of that stuff in there, so that's great. So we're going to go ahead and click we're going to click create link, and then we're going to test it out. We're going to add our address to make sure the tax isn't being added on. So we're just going to go in here. We're going to paste that in. I'm going to add my address in here. So we're going to add a promotional code. We're going to add test drive 2. Just check that works. Click apply. Awesome. That's brought the price down. We're going to add in address. Put my name. Yeah, there's no tax being added on here. So that looks to be working. So awesome. So that's all we need to do. So we need to send the client this along with the code that we've generated. So we're going to go and do that now. We can send an email to the client with the code and let them know how it works. And we can also attach to that the client agreement, which we'll cover in a separate video. So hopefully that's useful, guys. Any questions, drop a post or message me. That pretty much wraps up this entire masterclass. If you've watched it up until this point, firstly, I super appreciate you being here. If you haven't already, do make sure you hit the subscribe button, as I will be uploading future episodes in this series. If that's what you guys want to see, make sure you comment down below and let me know. And also, if you guys want to find out more about working directly with myself and joining my community, I will leave a link down below where you can book a call to find out more about exactly how it works. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed the video. It took me a lot of time to put together. As you can imagine, there's a lot of moving parts to get this all compiled into one video, but I wanted to do that to make it easy for you guys to be able to digest it and implement the stuff that's inside this. As I mentioned, this is from my community, so just imagine what you get once you join as well. So thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video.